forgot to switch that. Oopsie. What? I hear you.
Oh,
I
how about
can
now?
hear you.
Okay.
I didn't even open anything. That's how I roll. Don't open anything.
Let's go, baby.
I should try out watching Lazy Masquerade.
Try out what?
Lazy Masquerade? Creepy pasta channel.
Why not?
Oh yeah. How do I spell his name? Ah. Need to change the name. There we go.
Moscow, Idaho. A small city with a population of a little over 26,000 people.
I
At the
did
center
it.
of it, the University of Idaho. A bustling campus
Hell
full
yeah.
of bright minds and infinite potential. The sort of place that should be the start of a young person's life, not the end of it. This is the last known photo taken of 4 University of Idaho students, uploaded to Instagram just hours before their lives were taken at their off-campus accommodation. Madison Mogan and Zana Knodel were co-workers at Main Street's Mad Greek restaurant. As well as working together, the pair also lived together at 1122 King Road, a 6-bedroom, 3-story rental property situated on a quiet residential street. Also living in the house were their 2 friends, who, for the sake of their privacy, I'll be referring to as D and B. Madison's lifelong best friend, Kaylee Gonsalves, had been living
how
at the house
cursed
with the
this
other 4
looks.
girls, and had only recently moved
Oh
out.
gosh.
She was preparing to embark
That's
on a
scary.
backpacking trip across Europe before beginning her new job in Austin, but had made time to see Maddie for one last goodbye. A farewell captured in this photo. Sana's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, had also become close with his partner's housemates and often stayed over. Sana and Ethan were described as 2 goofy peas in a pod, she a talented gymnast, and he a tulip farmer. They were a light-hearted, kind-hearted, positive group of friends, full of warmth and life.
See.
But their bright futures were cruelly snatched away from them one fateful winter's night in 2022. This is the timeline of that night, and a breakdown of the investigation so far. Between making videos, managing projects, and trying to find some semblance of work-life balance, it often feels like there aren't enough hours in the day, so I'm always looking for ways to make my life easier. And one game changer for me has been today's sponsor, Stamps.com. Stamps.com streamlines all your postage needs, making your business more efficient and saving you time, money, and stress. Their mobile app is like a 24/7 post office in your pocket, letting you handle mailing and shipping anywhere. All you need is a computer and a printer. They'll even send you a free scale to get started. Scheduling package pickups is easy through the Stamps.com dashboard, and you can find the cheapest and fastest shipping options from different carriers
Still doesn't
automatically.
move it.
Whether you're running a home operation or managing multiple offices, Stamps.com gives you access to USPS and UPS mailing services from wherever you do business,
somewhere, but I
day or night.
cannot figure out where.
You can order shipping and mailing supplies, labels, and even printers from their supply store, so no more unnecessary trips either. And if you sell online, Stamps connects with every major marketplace and shopping cart. But my favourite thing has to be the huge discounts. With Stamps.com, you can get rates of up to 89% off USPS and UPS. So if you want to put more life into your work-life balance, sign up at stamps.com/lazymasquerade for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, free postage, and a free digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts. Just go to stamps.com/lazymasquerade.
Maybe here? No.
November 12th,
Fucked it up somewhere, but I cannot figure out where.
That evening, the students pictured here went off in separate groups to enjoy a night of drinks and laughter. Kaylee and Madison went into the city centre, and Zana and Ethan to an organised event. Here's how their night unfolded. At 8:57 PM, Kaylee posted this photo, taken earlier that day, to her Instagram page, with the accompanying caption, "One lucky girl to be surrounded by these people every day." At 10 PM that night, Kaylee and Madison were seen at the corner club, a downtown sports bar. There, they spent several hours drinking and chatting. Meanwhile, Zana Kanoodle and her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, were seen at an on-campus party taking place at the Sigma Chi fraternity, approximately a 5-minute walk from 1122 King Road. At 1:30 AM on the 13th, Kaylee and Madison left the corner club and were caught on CCTV making their way south with a man who isn't a suspect in the case. The next available images of the two were captured at 1:41 by the Grub Truck, a food truck which was operating on Friendship Square and whose owner happened to be live streaming on Twitch.
Hello. Hi. Welcome back. Thanks. I think I would like the carbonara.
Okay.
But can I have like a free grub truck on my like app?
Oh, yep. So what you want to do is we'll actually do this.
How did I mess it up? Like, I don't get it.
Cool. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I need to screen share it for you.
How many more do you need?
Yeah, sure.
That's the second one? Awesome.
At the same time Kaylee and Madison placed their food order, Zana and Ethan left the party at Sigma Chi and made their way back to 1122 King Road. At 1:51 AM, Kaylee and Madison hopped into a taxi, and 6 minutes later, arrived back home. Zana and Ethan were already inside, along with D and B. From this point, the house fell relatively quiet. Kaylee and Madison were hanging out on the 3rd floor, Zana and Ethan in Zana's 2nd floor bedroom, D on the 2nd floor, and B on the 1st floor. Between 2:26 and 2:52 AM, Kaylee and Madison made 10 calls to Kaylee's former long-term boyfriend.
Oh.
None of them were answered. At 2:53 AM, a white sedan is seen driving along the highway from Pullman towards Moscow.
Oh, I need to fix every combination.
At 3:29 AM, CCTV footage caught that same white sedan passing by 1122 King Road, where Kaylee, Madison, Zana, and Ethan were relaxing. By 3:59 AM, that car had been captured driving by the house 2 more times. At 4 AM, phone records showed that Zana received a DoorDash delivery. According to the driver, he left the order at the front door. At 4:04 AM, the white sedan was seen passing by the residence for a 4th time. It attempted to park outside before leaving and immediately returning again.
Hi, meow.
What's up, Meow Meow?
I don't have it on. I'm trying to concentrate with fixing and finding the issue where I created the former. Okay. What other combination? Probably this. Yeah, this one. Okay, what else? This one? Yeah.
At that same time, Dee was awoken by what she thought was the sound of Kaylee playing with her dog upstairs. she opened her bedroom door and toned her ears, and believed she heard either Kaylee or Zana say, "There's someone here." Dee then closed her door and returned to bed. A forensic download of Zana's phone showed that she was awake and scrolling through TikTok.
No, just
4:12
looking at the shit.
Dee says that she opened her door a second time at
So
4:13
messed up.
and heard what she thought was
How
crying
the fuck
coming
did I
from
do
Zana's
that?
bedroom across the hallway, followed by a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm gonna help you." At 4:17 a.m., a Ring doorbell camera on a neighbor's house located less than 50 feet from Zana's bedroom captured the distorted sound of voices, a whimper, and a loud thud. 1 minute later, at 4:18, Dee opened her bedroom door for a third and final time. This time, she didn't hear anything, but rather saw a man dressed in black with a mask covering his mouth and nose, walking quickly towards her. This figure walked right past Dee, entered the kitchen, and exited the house via the sliding glass door. It's unclear whether this figure didn't see Dee or simply chose to ignore her. Regardless, Dee was left frozen in fear. She locked her bedroom door and, in a state of dissociative shock, opted not to call the police. At 4:20 a.m., nearby cameras caught images of the white sedan speeding away from the scene. Neither Dee nor B heard anything to suggest that something terrible may have happened to Zana, Ethan, Kaylee, or Madison.
Okay, am I done with fixing it?
Almost 8 hours later, at 11:58
No,
a.m.,
every time
the
I...
authorities were summoned to 1122 King Road after a caller reported unconscious people at the property. Ethan's best friend had come over to the home and found the 4 students unresponsive. Responders arrived to find the property's front door wide open with no signs of a forced entry. Inside the residence were D, who was paralyzed with fear, B, who had slept through the entire ordeal, and several other friends whom they had since called for assistance. The bodies of best friends, Kaylee and Maddie, were discovered in a bedroom on the 3rd floor, and Zana and Ethan on the floor below. They'd all sustained multiple puncture wounds made using a kabar knife, and red arterial spray covered the walls of both bedrooms. None of them had been banged,
Yeah, I think I fixed it
gagged,
all.
or restrained in any way.
With this at least. Now I
And
need to
yet,
check this.
None of them had screamed. Despite the mutterings Dee had heard, investigators believe that all 4 victims must have been asleep before they were attacked. Experts determined that their lives had been ended at some point between 4 and 4:25 a.m.
Okay,
Even if help had been summoned immediately after the attacks took place,
restored it
professionals
all.
are confident that none of them could have been saved.
I'm gonna save it.
While examining the scene, the forensic team discovered a vital piece of evidence.
Lose it again.
The sheath of the blade used to end the 4 victims' lives. A sheath that the perpetrator had forgotten to attach to their belt. It was found face down, partially under both Madison's body and the comforter on her bed. Crucially, a DNA sample was found on its clasp, one belonging to a single male source. Investigators collected what they called a video canvas, made up of CCTV and home surveillance footage from around the area, and concluded that they were looking for a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Though they initially believed the attack was a crime of passion, 3 days after the slayings, Moscow Police Chief James Fry announced, "We cannot say that there is no threat to the community." Dee would describe the intruder she saw that night as a man standing around 5 feet and 10 inches, not very muscular, but athletically built, with bushy eyebrows. On November 30th, Moscow police issued a list of individuals that they believed were not connected to the crime. That list included D and B, a man seen on the grub truck surveillance video, the taxi driver who took Kaylee and Madison home, the man Kaylee and Madison called repeatedly on the night they were killed, and everyone present at the property when the 911 call was placed. While examining their surveillance canvas, detectives made a huge discovery. They realized that the white sedan had traveled to Moscow from the neighboring city of Pullman. After tracing the owners of every similar car in the area, one man came onto their radar. This is the authorities' one and only suspect, 28-year-old criminology PhD student and former teaching assistant, Brian Koberger, a man studying at Washington State University in Pullman. Before we continue, it's important to note that Brian is yet to stand trial and is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. That being said, here are the facts as released by the authorities. Not only did Brian match the description of the perpetrator given by D, not only did he drive the same make and model
What the
car
fuck?
as seen passing
Yeah,
1122
I don't
King
know
Road,
what's happening.
and not
Like,
only did he suspiciously receive new license plates 5 days after the
fucked
incident,
up
but his movements
every
also
time.
lined up
Look.
with those of the killer.
So odd.
Yeah.
At 2:47 a.m. on November 13th, a cell
I
phone
don't-
belonging to
I don't know
Brian
what's
Koberger
happening.
stopped connecting to the network in Pullman. At that same time, the white sedan was seen making the 8-mile journey towards Moscow. Around that time, Brian's phone disconnected from
just
all
like
networks,
one by one rig it
suggesting
all.
he turned it off.
That's like a lot of
At
time.
5:25, around an hour after
But I
the
also
slayings
don't
had
want to
taken place,
restart the
Brian's
entire
phone
rigging.
reconnected to the network in
Yeah,
Pullman.
that sounds very disheartening.
A more in-depth examination of his phone turned up something sinister. His device had pinged off a cell tower near the murder scene at around 9 a.m. on November 13th, roughly 5 hours after the slayings. It's speculated that he may have realized he left his sheath behind at the scene and had returned to
It
retrieve
actually
it.
might be just faster
His phone had
rigging
also
it.
pinged from the same tower at least 12 times between June and November 2022.
Just don't understand
According
why
to a
it's doing
probable
that.
cause affidavit released in January 2023, all of these occasions occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. Still, his movements could have been circumstantial. He did live relatively close to the victims after all, albeit in the next town over. One way investigators could confirm whether Brian was involved would be to link him to the DNA found on the sheath. A public genealogy database helped authorities identify a partial
Wonder,
DNA
what
match,
if I now
suggesting
put
a
it into
familial
the
connection
face
to Brian
thing?
Koberger, but they wanted
That
more
work?
confirmation. On December 15th, Brian and his father were on their way to Pennsylvania to spend the holidays. During their journey, they were stopped twice by officers, ostensibly for following a vehicle too closely. According to The Independent, however, those stops had actually been requested by the FBI, who were seeking images of the suspect's hands. It's not yet clear why the images of Brian's hands were so important to the investigation, or if the officers managed to obtain anything of interest by carrying out the stops. But regardless, Brian and his father were allowed to continue with their journey, none the wiser.
This would work.
Covertly, officers took DNA samples from trash outside Brian's family home in Pennsylvania, where he was spending the holidays, and found them to be consistent with the DNA found on the sheath in Madison's room.
Why? Why does
Still under
that?
observation, Brian was seen outside his parents' home, wearing surgical gloves, disposing of trash bags in a neighbor's garbage can at 4 a.m.
Get it?
The authorities also noted that Brian had meticulously cleaned his car, both inside and out. On December 30th, Brian Koberger was arrested at his family's property.
Just for the
Now in custody,
part
the
2.
police took a buccal swab to directly compare Brian's DNA with that found
Yep.
on the sheath.
Everything.
The test determined that the DNA was
God.
5.37 octillion times more likely to be
Let me
Brian's
Google
than a
this.
randomly selected individual from the general population. During a search of the home, authorities found a blade, a pistol, and a black face mask, along with ID cards concealed inside a glove within a box. It's not yet been revealed who those ID cards belong to. Numerous objects were also seized from the property, including a pillow with a reddish-brown stain and a collection of dark red spots. Curiously, it's since come to light that Brian followed all 3 of the female victims on Instagram and had allegedly tried to contact one of them repeatedly on the app 2 weeks before the killings, persistently asking, "Hey, how are you doing?" Since none of the girls followed him back, it's possible they hadn't even noticed his messages. Former employees of the Mad Greek restaurant where Zana and Maddie worked have also testified that Brian visited their store in the lead up to the slayings, though said he hadn't acted suspiciously at the time. It's unclear whether or not Brian interacted with either Zana or Maddie, or even if he had met any of the decedents. Why he chose to target their home and them specifically, if indeed he did, also remains unclear. It's worth noting, however, that shortly before the incident occurred, Brian was carrying out a research project to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. This included asking ex-cons on Reddit how they felt before, during, and after committing atrocities. Whether this research was curricular or extracurricular remains unknown, but some web sleuths believe that Brian may have taken this assignment very seriously. When asked how he pled in court, Brian remained stone-faced and silent.
So it is the
The presiding
keyframes.
judge entered a not guilty plea for
Which
each charge on his
ones?
behalf. As it stands, Brian Koberger maintains his innocence, claiming he was just out on a late-night drive on November 13th, hiking, running, and stargazing. Mr. Koberger has long had a habit of going for drives alone, his lawyers have stated. Often he would go for drives at night. He did so late on November 12th and into November 13th, 2022. Our client is not claiming to be at a specific location at a specific time. Despite that claim, though, there is a mountain of evidence stacked against him, not least the DNA samples, surveillance footage, and cell tower data. And that's just the evidence that's been made public. That's to say, if Brian is innocent, he's the unluckiest man in the world. Brian has since waived his right to a speedy trial. As such, his trial date has yet to be set. Due to a gag order, at present, only a limited amount of information has been released to the public. This order's been put in place to protect Mr. Koberger's right to a fair trial, though in his attorney's opinion, finding a fair and unbiased jury is going to be impossible. At time of publishing, he's requesting a change in venue, citing the, quote, extensive inflammatory pre-trial publicity, allegations made about Mr. Koberger to the public by the media that will be inadmissible at his trial, the small size of the community, the salacious nature of the alleged crimes, and the severity of the charges. As a result of the gag order and the case's ongoing status, many questions are yet to be publicly answered. What was the killer's motive? Were all 4 students the intended targets, or were some of them collateral damage? What about D&B? Why were they left unharmed? No doubt all of that will come to light in due course, and for the sake of the families of all involved, I hope that's sooner rather than later. Until then, we'd all do well to remember what the world lost that cold November's night. 2 best friends, 2 romantic partners, and 4 bright futures, all taken for no good reason whatsoever. Before the video ends, I'd like to give a huge shout out to my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon. George Lopez, Holly Lyons, Modest Bulbasaur, Alana Pons, Asia Mina, Azriel Warakai, Chief Gochuake, Colin Monsma.
Okay,
Colin
I
Lothar,
think I
Sai
figured it out.
Fansrus Paparos,
Finally,
Farewell
yeah.
Tattoos,
So
Jack
now I
Sapper,
close it,
Gina Valera,
it stays where it's
Hamish,
supposed to.
Ian Billock,
Oh,
Misty
okay.
Blue Longy, Peter Lord
Yeah.
Church,
It's not
Terry
shifting
Ford,
away anymore.
TNS Mark,
Alright, so
Hamish
once I'm
K,
done like
LJB,
rigging
Ellen
something,
Donald,
I'm supposed to
Itai Al,
remove all the
Nefis
meshes
1988,
for that.
Oh.
and Lydia. Thank you guys
Yeah,
so much
so
for your continued
every part
support.
needs to be finished rigging before I do these.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I finished my eye rigging, so I'm good.
Yeah, you're vibing.
Yeah. But my eyebrows weren't done, so I'll have to redo my eyebrows later on.
Natalie Reynolds is getting called out after live streaming a social media prank gone wrong.
That's not lazy.
Mhm.
That's not lazy either. What is happening? It's lazy.
Lazy.
Lost lazy. No, I found lazy.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so what if I now separate the... Be able to edit them separately.
The Isle of Wight, a small, picturesque island about 2 miles off the south coast of England. An area famous for its rich culture and natural beauty. It's a traditional and friendly place where many Brits choose to retire. Home to 140,000 people, in the summer months it's a hotbed for tourists. People flock to the so-called Dinosaur Island, where so many fossils and prehistoric bones have been found, the remnants of the rock's Jurassic past. Nowadays, the landmass is much less ferocious, the only real danger being a feisty red squirrel or a rogue seagull pinching your fish and chips as you walk along the seaside. Or so you'd hope. This was Damien Nettles. Born in Singapore on June 21st, 1980, he and his 3 siblings spent much of their early life bouncing
There's
between
only
countries
one way
with
of
their
finding
English
that
mother,
out.
Valerie, and their American father, Ed, before finally settling down on the Isle of Wight in 1990. In many ways, Damien was your typical mid-90s teen. One who loved Doc Martens and rocking out to Nirvana, Blur and the Beatles. One who enjoyed staying up late and socializing. One who hoped to study marine biology in the future. And one who, in all likelihood, fell victim to a small island's shady underworld.
Or continue.
This is the unsolved mystery of Damien Nettles. Are you sick of feeling like your personal information is being bought and sold like a commodity? I sure am.
Yeah.
A quick Google search of my name
This
came up with loads of my
works.
personal data. My full
Yay.
name, email, home address. Turns out data brokers were selling my information to scammers, spammers, and anyone who wanted it. Well, that was a few months ago. Since then, I've been using today's sponsor, Aura, the all-in-one app that protects my privacy. Aura identifies which brokers have your information and automatically sends opt-out requests on your behalf. Cleaning up your data not only cuts down on spam, but it also shields you from hackers who could use it to access your social media accounts, bank accounts, or other sensitive information. Did you hear about the AT&T breach? Over 73 million customer
Everyone
records, both
did.
current and former, were exposed on the dark web. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about such things, because I know Aura is always active, working hard to keep me safe. And the best part? I don't need multiple apps just because a company failed to protect my data. I value my privacy, and I value yours. As such, you can go to aura.com/lazy to start your 2-week free trial today. That's aura.com/lazy. Also linked in the description. It was the 2nd of November, 1996, a cold and dreary day on the Isle of Wight. That evening, a then 16-year-old Damien Nettles slipped on his favourite outfit, a pair of blue jeans, a black sweater, and his signature Doc Martens, and caught a ride with his father Ed to East Cowes, eager to meet up with his best friend, Chris Boone. As he stepped out the vehicle, Ed told his son to be
So
home no later than
paranoid
midnight.
about it fucking up.
Always polite, Damien thanked his dad for the lift, agreed to the curfew with his trademark grin, and set off towards Chris's house. That was the last time Ed ever saw his son. Unbeknownst to either of their parents, Damien and Chris were secretly planning to get drunk together. Now, I don't know about other parts of the world, but in the UK, and most of Europe, that's pretty typical for people their age. Damien and Chris's night began at 7:30 PM when they attended a house party hosted by a mutual friend. Well, this party turned out to be more of a gathering, and so, preferring to spend their night elsewhere, Damien and Chris left at 9:30 and went to a local off-license to buy some booze. The legal drinking age in the UK is 18, but Damien was tall, 6'4" to be exact, and could definitely pass for older than his years, and as such, the pair fancied their chances of not being ID'd. Luck smiled upon them, and they left the store with 2 bottles of Special Red, a strong and cheap cider. From there, the two caught the ferry from East to West Cowes, and witnesses aboard described the two youngsters as chatty but not drunk. After arriving on Cowes High Street, the 2 young men hopped from pub to pub, hoping Damien's height would work in their favour once again. Yet, despite their best efforts, they were refused entry to all of them. Though they couldn't rely on Damien's height to get them into any venues, the one thing you can always rely on is the British weather going from bad to worse. Without warning, it began hammering it down with rain, and rather than lurk around outside bars like a pair of drowned rats, Damien and Chris mutually decided to call it a night. They walked together towards Northwood Park, and when they reached the steps, the boys parted ways. That was at 10:30 PM. But though Chris's night was over, Damien's wasn't. He initially set off in the direction of his house, but at some point, he turned around and returned to the high street, bouncing from pub to pub once again. Without the much younger looking Chris by his side, Damien found it far easier to get inside without being ID'd. Several locals who knew Damien confirmed seeing him inside various pubs during that next hour. One witness even recalled seeing a confused young man matching Damien's description in the Harbour Lights pub car park, attempting to open the door of a blue Ford Fiesta at around 11:15. Damien's hunger eventually got the better of him, and like many young Brits after a night out, he went to fill up on some greasy food. And when in Cowes, where better than Yorkie's fish and chip shop?
What's up, Victor?
The CCTV footage, captured from
Hi,
inside
Victor.
Yorkie's, shows Damien entering the busy high street eatery at 11:34 p.m. The gentle giant can be seen chatting with other patrons before placing his order. Damien was known for being social, larger than life, and for chatting with strangers. But judging from the footage, it looks to me as if his chattiness might have stemmed from the cider he'd been drinking, or perhaps even from a stronger substance.
What are you guys watching? It's Creepypasta Lazy Masquerade.
Yes.
I forgot to. Why is the music so creepy though?
I don't know.
Right?
Yeah, it's very weird.
It's like really creepy music. How's the rigging going? I found a huge mistake, but instead of restarting the rigging, I figured out how to fix it.
In the mind of the man who served Damien that fateful night, alcohol alone doesn't make you act like that. Damien left the shop at 11:39 p.m. Shortly thereafter, he tried to board a bus and asked the driver to take him to Cowes. The driver told him that he was already in Cowes. In response,
wait.
Damien tried to take the driver's picture with the
You
camera
weren't
he was
there
carrying,
during
politely thanked the
daytime,
driver
were
for the
you?
ride, and then stumbled back off the vehicle. A witness
You
in a
didn't see
stationary
the
car
stuff I was
later
working
noticed
on.
a young man at the same bus stop, one who matched Damien's description. This young man approached the witness's car, got them to roll down the window, and then nervously whispered, "They're watching us." He repeated this phrase before disappearing down the high street. The last reported sighting of Damien was at 12:06 a.m.
Slight curve
as he made
in
his way along Sun Hill in the direction of his home.
the
The
side.
streets, at that point, were empty. When the rest of the Nettles family awoke later that morning, they quickly realized that Damien hadn't returned home. That was completely out of character. Valerie and Ed tried their best to contact him, but were unable to do so, and as such, went to the local authorities and reported their son missing. Today, 27.5 years later, Damien's whereabouts and well-being remain a mystery, with this surveillance footage being the last to show him alive. So, what happened to Damien
looks
Nettles that
jagged,
dreary
though.
night in November 1996? Well, like any missing person case, there are 5 main explanations we can examine. He ran away. He ended his own existence. He had an accident. He was taken. Or he was killed. To begin with,
That's
the police
so
didn't
sad.
suspect foul play.
Yeah.
When Ed and Valerie told them that Damien hadn't returned home that night, they ignored their urgent pleas for land and air searches, stating that their son had probably just run off for the
Oh
weekend.
my god.
Their
Reddit
attitude
just
was so
saved me
apathetic
from
that they
headaches.
mistakenly recorded Damien's
So
age
I
as 90
found
rather
2
than 60,
channels on YouTube
making him a missing adult
that has
instead of a
online
missing
courses.
child.
That's
When
good.
Mrs. Nettles called the station a few days later for an update,
And it's
she
not
was
just like,
unbelievably
oh, this is
dismissed by
this,
officers
and that.
as a
They do
hysterical mother,
full
and was told
in-depth
that her
reading,
frequent calls were obstructing their
taking shit
investigation.
apart.
When it
That's
was clear to
good.
Valerie and the
Yeah,
rest
so
of the
I'm gonna
Nettles
be going
family
on
that Damien wasn't
Your
ignoring them on
mic
purpose.
is honestly
And besides, on such a small island,
trying
where was he
to
meant to have run off to?
pick up what you're saying.
Word travels fast on the island.
Oh, okay.
Everyone was aware of Damien's name and face by that point, and nobody had reported seeing a distinctive 6'4" boy anywhere. Which brings us to Damien's mental well-being. Those who knew Damien described him as having a zest for life, and no one suspected he was planning to end things. Shortly before his disappearance, Damien had broken up with his girlfriend, Abby Scott, and some believe that he took the breakup harder than he let on. They say that after eating his final meal from the chippy, Damien walked out into the sea, never to return. But Abby herself thinks there's a more sinister reason behind Damien's disappearance. Near the end of their relationship, Damien befriended some unsavory older men, once known to be involved in the drugs trade. Despite its idyllic setting, in the 90s, the Isle of Wight was home to a criminal underworld. One sect was a group of a dozen or so dealers who operated in and around East and West Cowes, the area where Damien was last seen.
This
Many
is
were well-known
weird.
figures on the
What?
island who dealt in every kind of substance imaginable. Among them,
That's
I talk about
Henry
the video.
Arms, the island's most notorious dealer, with over 30 criminal
Probably
convictions to his
talking about the
ridiculous
eye,
name.
but that's how you rig.
Then there was Bunny's housemate and best friend, Nicky
Oh.
McNamara, a violent and unstable man who often got high on his own supply.
That's why you're supposed to make
There was
these
Nicky's
guides for
girlfriend,
yourself.
Shirley Barrett, a woman with 52 unspent convictions, and who was known
Then
to
saw
throw
me
used needles
yesterday.
at children.
Sitting and sketching out these
And last but
these
not
guides.
least, Danny Spencer,
True.
a friend of the trio, who did little for the reputation of British
It's
teeth.
not supposed to be like exact.
Damien and Chris did
The more
secretly
exact,
smoke
the
together
better.
regularly.
But I could
That
not
much we know.
make them exact.
According to Chris, they often made those purchases from the Dirty Dozen, who typically
Close
operated out
enough.
of Bunny's home. Though Chris hasn't confirmed
Just to
this,
give me a
it's
general
suspected
idea.
that he and Damien were going from pub to pub that evening, looking for a dealer they recognized.
What's the video?
Given the reputation of the Dirty Dozen, it wasn't long before
Hit the
word began
video.
spreading across the island that dealers were behind Damien's
Uh,
fortune, though the who, how, where and why changed depending on who you asked. For many
You
years, those
disable
rumours
again?
remained just
Disable
that,
what?
rumours.
oh, the
Of course
tits.
such unsavory types were going to be magnets
Yeah.
for such suspicion. But in 2002, 6 years after
I
Damien's
know
last
why
confirmed
it's giving
sighting,
me a
someone
headache.
came forward, not as a speculator, but as a witness.
It's definitely the
A
noise.
source, who has opted to remain anonymous, confessed to a team of BBC journalists that he used to deal alongside Nicky McNamara. This source alleged that Damien owed Nicky money for an eighth of pot. Angry about the unpaid debt, Nicky supposedly punched Damien with so much force that he died instantly. The source claims that Nicky then hid Damien's body inside his house for 3 weeks before burying him in Parkhurst Forest. Despite the Nettle family's best efforts, the authorities refused to take cadaver dogs out to that location, citing that the source wasn't trustworthy. A group of local residents came together to try and excavate the huge site. The police denied them permission to do so, but the group went ahead with the dig regardless. Unfortunately, that search turned up no sign of Damien. Which begs the question, was there any truth in that source's confession? Well, perhaps. You see, years later, a separate source claimed to have seen Nicky walking down West Coast High Street at 11:30 PM the night Damien went missing, right around the same time that he would have entered Yorkie's. Supposedly with Nicky were his infamous posse, Bunny, Shirley, and Danny. That timing could, of course, be coincidental. November 2nd was a Saturday night, so Nicky and Damien being in town at the same time doesn't prove that he took the boy's life. The next day, however, the source claims to have seen Nicky burning what appeared to be a black sweater in an oil drum, apparently muttering to himself, "I'm a damned man. I'm a damned man." According to this witness, the smell coming from the drum was like that of burning flesh. Neither of the source's confessions have ever been substantiated, and though they shouldn't be ignored, they should be treated with a healthy dose of skepticism. One thing that could help clear up any doubts would be if Nicky and his cohort were caught on video alongside Damien that night.
Make sure it looks
Luckily,
good with
7 security
all
cameras
the
covered the area along
iPhones.
Cowes High Street at the time, and should have captured images of Damien leaving Yorkie's.
What do you think?
That same footage may well hold the key to uncovering who exactly...
Say again?
confirmed.
What do you think?
All of it was collected.
It
and
looks
handed over to
good.
the police to be
Very
enhanced.
smooth.
Yet,
Yeah,
strangely,
but something.
the officers working the
I think
case
it's the
accidentally
the
taped over all of
pupils
it before it
itself
could be
that's
analysed.
throwing me off.
Because of one foolish officer's actions, that vital footage has been lost forever. Frustrated with the police's repeated failures and
Switch
lack
it
of
on with
progress,
the
the Nichols
hair.
family hired a private investigator to look into Damien's disappearance and see whether there truly was a link between him and Nicky McNamara. Soon after taking on the case, however, that same PI received a visit from the police himself. They warned him not to investigate the matter. Damien, they suspected, had drunkenly tried to swim the Solent that night, the stretch of water that separates the Isle of Wight from the British mainland. He had likely drowned or froze on his way to Portsmouth, they said, and would probably never be found. Where they got that theory from remains unclear. But as the local fisherman understood all too well, the Solent gives back what it takes away.
Here.
That is,
What is this? Oh,
everything
it's
that
the
falls
nose
in
clipping.
gets washed
Like,
up
what the
eventually.
fuck is this?
Damien's father,
I haven't
Ed,
finished
even
rigging
spoke
the
with the harbour
nose.
master in Cowes, Captain Henry Wrigley. We got the charts out, and I calculated for them the tidal movements, tidal sets, and rate, as well as all of the possibilities in case he had slipped into the water. The Solent is complicated, but it's well charted. I'm certain that had he gone into the water that night, he would have been returned to the land. The harbour master knew that the police's theory was nonsensical. So did the PI. Ignoring the officer's warning, he conducted his own investigation and began by speaking with Shirley
The
Barrett,
eye
the
whites are
girlfriend of Nicky
sticking out too
McNamara.
much. That's what's bothering me.
Off the record, Shirley told the private eye that Nicky and one other man had picked Damien up that night on Bering Road, drove him to who knows where, and did God knows what to him. But Shirley also told the PI that if he spoke a word of her confession to anyone, she'd have him murdered. That confession actually held some water. In 2005, 10 years after Damien went missing, an acquaintance of Nicky's came forward and said that on that fateful night he had seen Nicky holding Damien up against a wall in West Cowes. Standing by and watching was Nicky's sidekick, Danny Spencer. Could Danny have been the other man that Shirley had alluded to? Many tall tales of what happened to Damien have been passed around over the years. That he was killed while trying to protect a friend, that he was trafficked off the island in a boat, that he was chopped up and turned into fish bait. But the only one that stood the test of time is that Nicky McNamara was in some way responsible. Nicky himself would never escape that suspicion for the rest of his life. Not that he had to live with it for long. He died in 2002 from an accidental overdose. Well, one that was a ruled accidental. Heroin had been injected into his back, and he was found in his girlfriend Shirley's bath. Her place was known locally as the House of Death due to the number of people who had OD'd there. By the time Shirley found Nicky, he had been dead in the bath for several days. She had been in the house the entire time, but was apparently so out of her mind that she hadn't noticed him. Despite Nicky's demise, to this day, nobody has mustered up the courage to come forward with credible information about Damien's disappearance, and those who have spoken up have done so unofficially and anonymously. As far as I can tell, Nicky's friend, Danny Spencer, still lives on the island. According to those who know him, when he's drunk, Danny often talks about Damien Nettles, the boy who went missing all those years ago, and allegedly repeats the phrase, "If there's no body, there's no crime. No body, no crime." Somehow, and the mind boggles at this, Danny's been able to get his hands on the confidential witness statements which threw suspicion on both him and Nicky. Whether he's used that information to intimidate those who tried to speak out against him remains unclear, though it's worth noting that at least one witness has since retracted their statement. The authorities did question Danny, but released him without charge due to a lack of evidence. 7 other arrests have been made since then too, but nobody has ever been charged in connection with Damien's case. The police kept no logs or recordings of any of their interviews with the suspects. Given that he was with Nicky on the night of November 2nd, 1996, journalists have since spoken with his former housemate, Bunny Arles, a man rumoured to know what happened to Damien. Bunny denies having ever met the boy. And that's despite Damien's best friend, Chris Boone, admitting that they used to score from him. Safe to say, Bunny likely knows more than he's letting on. As for the police, Valerie Nettles has described their management of the case as lackluster, shoddy, and pitiful. From the force's viewpoint, they've invested 20 years into the investigation, have taken 357 witness statements, and reviewed over 2,500 documents. But given how ineffective their investigation has been thus far, there are many who suspect that there's something larger at play here, and that everything is not quite right on the Isle of Wight. It would later come to light that the police edited this video from inside Yorkies, removing a portion which showed
The
the police car
police is
passing by the
covering it
window.
up?
Question is, why?
Holy shit.
Though their complete mishandling of Damien's case could be chalked up to incompetence or inexperience, it's hard not to contemplate an altogether more sinister explanation. That they fumbled the case intentionally to protect either Damien's killer or themselves. But to protect myself, I have to say, that's all speculation. Damien's family would later leave the Isle of Wight and move to Dallas, Texas, citing that the island now held too many painful memories. On the 27th anniversary of her son's disappearance, Damien's mother Valerie spoke with News on the Wight. We're still hopeful that one day we'll have some finality to this case. In the meantime, that's a dream. The reality is we live in this world of missing persons, surrounded by families like ours, waiting for answers, suffering ambiguous loss as they live a life not fully engaged in the present, but lost in the past. A staggering 6,000 people are reported missing every week in the UK. The vast majority are found within 48 hours. Some, like Damien, remain lost for decades. Some are never found. Thanks for listening. I know it's been a while since my last video, but I hope you found this in-depth look at a rather
Something
unknown
about the
case interesting.
eyes still bothering me.
Before the video ends, I'd like to give a huge shout out to my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon. George Lopez, Holly Lyons, Modest Bulbasaur, Alana Pons, Asia Mina, Azriel Warakai, Chief Gochuake, Colin Monsma, Connor Lothan, Sai Wazow, Fansrus Papyrus, Farewell Tattoos Jack Sabell, Gina Valera, Hamish, Ian Bell,
That's edited.
Misty Blue Longy, Peter Logchurch, Terry Ford, TNS Mum, Hamish K, LJB, Ellen Doloff, Itai Allen, Nefus 1988, and Lydia. Thank you guys so much for your continued support.
This will be better. Nope.
Cherished by millions around the globe, and still going strong to this day, Unsolved Mysteries is a docuseries that explores all things cryptic and creepy. Since the show's first episode back in 1987, the various hosts have covered thousands of mysteries of every kind. Some of these cases have since been solved. Others remain unanswered. In Volume 2 of this series, we'll again be revisiting a handful of the darkest and most intriguing stories covered during the show's most classic era, including any details that have emerged since their segments aired. But before we dive into the mysteries, let's try and solve the biggest mystery of them all. Why you haven't already downloaded today's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh no.
It's the game where you collect, level up, and gear up
Yes,
an
Raid
array
Shadow
of amazing
Legends.
champions, and then form them into powerful teams to take on tough yet rewarding challenges. Challenges like the Hydra, one of Raid's toughest bosses. This bad boy has multiple heads to chop down, each with unique abilities. The head of Blight is the king of poisons and leeches, and crushes your champions with his poison cloud. If you're looking to destroy him quickly, which you should be, then fire's the key, so make sure one of your warriors has a HP burn. Then there's the head of Wrath, and trust me, this one gets aggressive. It can weaken and taunt your team, which doesn't sound too bad. But here's the kicker. After you hit it 15 times, its damage triples, so it's imperative you choose champions that can hit hard with a single strike. For all you new players out there, now's one of the best times to join Raid. You can get your hands on Stag Knight, one of the best epic champions in the whole game, as well as a skin designed by JonTron himself. Just use the promo code JTSkin before October 7th. Even if you're a returning player, you can still get Stag Knight and his skin through an in-game event. And here's another freebie, a legendary champion, Sun Wukong, Raid's take on the Monkey King from Chinese mythology. He's a real monster in the arena, and getting your hands on him couldn't be easier. Simply log in on 7 different days between now and October 23rd, and this free legendary is yours. With all this and more coming to Raid, you'd be crazy not to join in the fun. Use my link in the description, or scan my QR code on screen to help out the channel and get some amazing
This is
bonuses.
so annoying.
We're talking an epic champion,
Angles is
Drake,
so annoying.
energy refills, a skill tome, and an XP booster. So take up arms and join me in-game under the name Lazy Masquerade, and if you're fast enough, you can join my clan. Remember to click my link in the description, and I'll see you on the battlefield. It was July 9th, 1988, and 49-year-old Richard Mason decided to take his 22-year-old son-in-law, Airman First Class Kenneth Red Griffith, along with Kenneth's 23-year-old squadron buddy, Earl Smock, out for an ATV ride through the rural outskirts of Signal Mountain, a peaceful town just a stone's throw from Chattanooga, Tennessee. It was scorching hot that time of year, the dog days of summer, as one report put it, and July 9th was no exception. So, as well as taking in the natural beauty of the Tennessee backwoods, the three men were also eager to cool off in the affectionately named Blue Hole, a swimming spot that they had all heard about. They said goodbye to their loved ones at Richard's house and set off northwards on their three-wheelers. It was the last time they were seen alive. When the three men didn't return home that night, Richard's wife and daughter started to fear for their well-being. Richard was an experienced hunter who knew the mountain like the back of his hand, and Kenneth and Earl were military men with extensive survival training. They certainly hadn't gotten lost, that was for sure. Reasoning that their husbands and friend had decided to camp out in nature overnight, they brushed off their concerns and went to bed. But when the trio still hadn't returned by dawn, they knew that something terrible must have happened. Richard's family immediately reported them missing, and a search and rescue mission was launched on the morning of July 10th. Shortly thereafter, a Signal Mountain resident happened upon an eerie scene on Roberts Camp Road, approximately 5 miles from where the men had departed from, and 9 miles from their destination. There, at the base of a bluff, lay 3 ATVs. 2 of them were splattered with an ominous red liquid. Bone chips were recovered from one of them. Investigators arrived on the scene and made the grim connection between the ATVs and Kenneth, Earl, and Richard. And their concern for the men's well-being only deepened when one Signal Mountain resident approached them and told them that he had heard 3 to 4 gunshots between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. the night prior, coming from an area known as Helicon Gate, the entrance to Blue Hole. The next morning, investigators scoured around Helicon Gate and noticed peculiar ATV tire tracks on the ground and the presence of green flies in the area, a type of insect attracted to decaying flesh. During their search, a patch of blood on a fallen branch and suspicious drag marks further fueled their suspicions. Nearby, they found a pocket knife which belonged to Kenneth. Brain tissue was also found at the scene. It was disturbingly obvious to investigators that the 3 men had been slain at Helicon Gate. The perp had then dumped their ATVs at the bottom of the bluff several miles from the scene and hid the 3 men's bodies in a separate location that they had yet to stumble upon. 2 agonizing days later, another local noticed a foul smell emanating from an illegal trash dump 11 miles from Helicon Gate. Green flies were swarming around the dump, and she returned home and asked her husband to investigate.
And it's all good. Everyone has their own life that they need to
and the lifeless bodies
attend.
of Kenneth, Earl, and Richard.
Yeah, just come when you...
Each of them had met a horrific end, cut down by shotgun blasts. Using the evidence,
It's fine if you can't make it. Everyone has a life.
Of that fateful
You do
night
you.
that the men went missing. The 3 of them had set off from Richard's home and made their way along a dirt track through Signal Mountain, driving in single file.
Okay, it's not that
It
the
appeared
neck
as if
is
the victims had been
moving. My
ambushed
neck
by
is
someone
so well
at
done
Helicon Gate,
that it threw me off.
having
I'm
flagged
like,
the men down.
why?
This
What is
unknown man
happening to
raised
my
his
neck?
shotgun
Why is this
and
moving?
began opening fire.
You just made it
The
very
first one
well.
struck Kenneth in the
I
left side of the
guess
head.
so. Holy shit, that threw me
The
off
second
so
hit Richard
hard.
in the chest.
Mm-hmm.
The perp then leveled his weapon at Earl and fired a shot
Cannot
into
wait
his
to
right
next
shoulder.
work on Zen's
Earl managed to get off his 3-wheeler and make a break for it.
character.
But as he
Oh,
reached the tree,
yeah.
a 4th and final blast struck him in the side, piercing his heart.
Also, if
With
you
the
have
help of at least
feedback
one other
on the
individual,
videos,
The madman responsible
that'd be
then set about
great.
hiding the evidence of his
Yeah.
actions. He and his accomplice, or accomplices, orchestrated the removal of the ATVs, returned to the scene to retrieve the bodies, and then heartlessly discarded them in the trash
I
can.
just saw what you guys said about me in the
Detectives
latest
believe
video.
that the
Black
killer
Wolf is
wanted the
like,
bodies to be
Zen went on
discovered
stream
before the
isn't
actual
as
crime
much
scene
as
was found,
of a boomer
effectively
as Zen
obscuring the
went in
truth.
chat. What the
Had the bodies been
fuck?
found just 2 days earlier, the
Yo,
chilling crime at
I
Pelican
got
Gate might
called
never have been revealed.
out.
It is what it is, my guy. It
The
is what it
detectives
is.
certainly had a lot of evidence to work with in this case.
Yeah, no, it's
Not
sorry,
only had they
Victor. My
retrieved
brain is
bountiful
so
physical evidence,
fried.
but several eyewitnesses had
Like
also
I've
come
been
forward and revealed further
obsessing over
clues.
rigging the past days.
For example, one witness reported seeing 2 people in a Jeep Scrambler
I don't
on the
even
same
think
night
it's
that the trio
healthy.
vanished, unloading 3 ATVs
All
on
she's been
Roberts Mill
thinking
Road.
in her sleep is like
That same
rigging.
night, a
Like
motorist
she's
encountered a
been like
frantic woman
living and
attempting to
breathing
stop
on
traffic
rigging.
near
I
Roberts Mill Road,
feel like
just a
it
quarter
might
of a
be
mile from where the ATVs were later discovered.
becoming a
This
very
woman, who had parked her Chevy Nova across the road so no one could
unhealthy
follow,
obsession
told
with the
motorist
rigging.
that there had been an accident and said they should turn around
It is
and find
what
a
it
different
is.
route. It began to sound as if the perpetrator did have accomplices after all.
Alright, I'm gonna go back to studying.
The most unsettling aspect
do
of this
you,
case,
baby
though,
boo.
was the belief that
Okay,
the killer,
baby.
or killers, were local residents, known to the small and tightly knit Signal Mountain community. At the time this case was first covered on Unsolved Mysteries, back in January of 1990, it remained unresolved, though host Robert Stack did hint that the man responsible was known to both the locals and the authorities, but that they were powerless to act. He opened the segment with these chilling words. In our next story, the police have received anonymous calls from people who claim to know the identity of the killer, but they will not testify until the suspect is safely behind bars. The reason is simple. Fear. Update. On April 15th, 1997, more than 7 years after this episode of Unsolved Mysteries was broadcast, a turning point in the Signal Mountain mystery finally occurred when 50-year-old Frank Castile was charged with 3 counts of first degree. Suspicion had loomed over him since the beginning of the investigation, primarily because he owned land near where the slayings had occurred, and was also known to own a Jeep Scrambler. However, it was a combination of fresh fiber evidence and the emergence of several witnesses that breathed new life into this case. Some of these witnesses felt emboldened to come forward following the broadcast of the investigation on Unsolved Mysteries, an episode which had, for obvious reasons, gripped the community. One particularly crucial tip came from the female driver of the Chevy Nova herself, the woman who had been stopping motorists from driving down Roberts Mill Road. As it turns out, she wasn't an accomplice of Frank Castile's, and her actions that night had been completely coincidental.
There is 423
Her boyfriend's
pieces
car
in
had
the
simply broken down
CBT.
on
Still
the road,
push belt.
close to where the
Yay!
ATVs were being dumped, and she didn't initially come forward due to her partner's previous prison record, fearing he may be wrongly accused of the slayings. After the episode aired, another tipster led investigators to the most vital witness of all, a woman named Marie Hill, who was having a not-so-secret affair with Frank Castile,
looks more
one that began
narrow
in
when you look
1996.
down.
Marie had received letters from Castile's wife, Susie, which stated that he was a murderer and had taken the lives of Kenneth, Earl, and Richard. Marie showed these letters to Castile, expecting him to laugh them off, but instead, he confiscated the letters and burned them, telling Marie to never speak about their contents to anyone. It was then that Marie decided to cooperate with authorities. She allowed her home to be bugged in a bid to extract a confession from Castile, the plan being that when the two were alone, she'd broach the topic of the Signal Mountain slayings again and get him to spill the beans on tape. However, during their meeting, Castile's wife, Susie, unexpectedly burst into Marie's home, unaware of the operation in progress. On the tape, an angry Susie, outraged by her husband's affair, could be heard saying, "I've stood by you through one of the worst things we could ever go through. I had myself dragged down to the station and fingerprinted because of what you've done. You see, Marie, there's a law that I don't have to testify against my husband. But if we were divorced, then I'd have to testify against him." "That should really scare me, I suppose," replied Frank. "No, I don't think so. Because you know I wouldn't do it." During their heated 3-hour argument, Susie told Marie that she had assisted her cheating husband with something on the mountain 8 years prior, but neither she nor Castile confessed to anything specific. When questioned by the authorities, Castile told them that on the night of the slayings, he and his wife had spent the night together at a campsite on his property, right alongside Helicon Gate, though neither of them had heard any gunshots ring out. And yet, despite his alibi, numerous witnesses later came forward and reported seeing his Jeep Scrambler parked near the bluff where the ATVs were discovered, and near the dump site where Kenneth, Earl, and Richard's remains were found. The morning after the grisly events, another witness noticed a woman at a local car wash, frantically washing blood out of the back of a Jeep.
Hi, Thunder.
She
How you
explained it
doing?
came from a pig that she had taken to the slaughterhouse, but the witness knew that the local abattoir was closed on
See if I
Sundays and
squished
became
them a
extremely
little,
suspicious.
it would look better.
They recorded the license plate of the Jeep. It was registered to Frank Castile. Later that same day, another witness,
And then
coincidentally Kenneth's brother, Lee, accepted a ride from Castile in his Jeep and noticed that the vehicle's rear was soaking wet, despite the fact that it hadn't rained for quite some time. On the night of the incident, it's believed that the three victims had ventured to the swimming hole situated on the edge of Frank Castile's property. Though the Blue Hole was considered public land, Castile was still protective of it, and had a history of threatening individuals who drove there, maintaining a logbook which catalogued every perceived trespasser.
VTuber outfit, thank you.
He would even hold these would-be swimmers at gunpoint and make them sign the logbook
Still
before
so much
releasing
work
them,
I need to do with
taking
it.
note of their names, phone numbers, and license plate details. Some even recounted instances where he had aimed his shotgun menacingly at their heads. A few weeks before the incident on
this?
Signal Mountain,
Like my ears
Castile
will
had
not be
explicitly warned a group
visible.
of trespassers to stay off his
I don't
property,
know why I'm
or at least
overthinking so
what he
much.
considered his property, and even fired a blast above one of their heads. He told a friend of his that he was ready to kill the next person who set foot on his land without permission, and even expressed specific annoyance with ATV riders, ominously hinting that he may have to shoot one. In May 1998, Frank Castile stood trial for the slayings of Kenneth, Earl, and Richard. He was found guilty and sentenced to life behind bars. Although a new trial was granted due to the exclusion of vital evidence, he was once again convicted in 2003. Castile would have been eligible for parole in 2024 had his dark tale not come to an end on May 25th, 2019, when he passed away in prison at the age of 71, having never repented for what he had done. As for his wife, Susie Castile, she never faced any consequences for her actions. The Castiles' dark legacy left an indelible mark on the Signal Mountain community, a haunting reminder of the secrets and fears hidden within small, tight-knit circles, and a chilling example of the horrors that some people are willing to commit for no real reason whatsoever.
I need to put my ear meshes up. That way they go invisible there.
A mere 20 miles northwest of Cincinnati lies the quiet farming community of Fernald, Ohio, a place where the secret is chilling as it is captivating. For decades, the town's livelihood revolved around the Feed Materials Production Center, otherwise known as NLO, a 1,050-acre facility concealed behind a shroud of government ownership. Unbeknownst to the public, NLO was a clandestine Department of Energy operation that from 1953 to 1989 covertly processed high-grade uranium for the nation's nuclear arsenal.
When I was hired in there, they said that it was a low-level radiation plant, and that you didn't have anything to worry about. There was nothing back there that would bother you, and just go on about your business, not to tell anybody what you were doing, and everything would be fine.
Little did Harry know that fine would soon turn into a nightmare. The year was 1984, and NLO was thrust into the spotlight by a catastrophic event. A factory accident had unleashed a torrent of radioactive smoke into the atmosphere, shattering the facility's veil of secrecy. An investigation laid bare the grim truth. Over the years, NLO had discharged more than 200 tons of radioactive dust into the air and local water sources. The aftermath of this environmental disaster left the community distrusting their government like never before. But amidst this turmoil, a shadowy mystery unfolded. Just 6 months before the NLO disaster, David
Like
Box,
this.
an employee of the plant, had met with a grisly end within its walls.
I think
Dave,
maybe I shouldn't
a
have made the
dedicated worker
face
and
so
loving father,
narrow here.
held an important position at the facility. He was a pipe fitter, and it was his responsibility to inspect and maintain the factory's sensitive equipment. For example, he had to make sure that the safety pumps and dust collectors were working properly. But evidently, Dave was less than impressed by the quality of the equipment inside the plant. At the time he was employed, the machinery was already 30 years old, and the pipes were cracked and leaking. He'd often warned his colleagues to avoid certain dust collectors that were more radioactive than they should be. He was a quiet man by nature, but was willing to speak up for the greater good. He'd once encountered a co-worker sleeping on the job and reported him to his superiors, leading to the man being suspended. On the night of his demise, Dave followed his nightly ritual, meeting co-worker Harry Easterling in the parking lot of a restaurant before their joint graveyard shift, which ran from midnight to 8 AM. The pair lived in Loveland, about 30 miles west of NLO, so carpooling made a lot of sense. "That night, Dave got into my truck," said Harry, recounting the events of June 20th, 1984. "We left, had a little conversation on the way to work. He talked about an upcoming vacation with his kids, and how he bought a new lunchbox for work. Everything seemed to be normal." Harry and Dave were among the few employees who worked overnight at the plant. After the production lines had shut down, only maintenance workers and security personnel were allowed on site. Upon arrival, Harry and Dave went to the maintenance room for their work assignments. That night,
Want to make
Dave was
such an
assigned to the
extreme
pump
face,
in
though?
Plant 8. He opened his toolbox, left his keys in the padlock, and left the lock and the keys on top of the toolbox. An
I
important
just looked
detail
over.
worth
What was
remembering.
that? What was that drawled face?
Later on during their shift,
I
approximately
sketched
4
myself
AM,
some guides.
another worker saw Dave
Oh,
and the
okay. It
supervisor
looked very
in a
nice.
parked pickup truck
Like
outside
goofy
in the
nice.
yard.
Oh, okay.
According to this witness, Dave and the supervisor appeared to be
Trying to
having a
figure out
serious
if-
discussion, though clearly one they didn't want anyone
Shapes I
else to
wanna
hear.
go with.
An hour later, at 5 AM, that same witness bumped into Dave doing his rounds, and Dave appeared to be acting normally. Strangely though, he noted that Dave was making his way to Plant 4, rather than Plant 8 where he had been assigned. That was the last time that Dave Box was seen alive.
Yeah,
As
I'll
night
keep the
became
less
morning,
extreme
Harry
ones.
Easterling realized something. He hadn't seen Dave for hours. At approximately 7 that morning, we had a safety meeting in the conference room in Plant 4, Harry recalled. We showed up for the meeting, but Dave wasn't there. I walked back to the maintenance building,
I should make
put
it
my
more
tools away,
extreme. I don't
and
even
noticed
know.
Dave's toolbox was still open. His keys were still on top, and still in the padlock. I thought he was probably working overtime, so I went in, made a few calls, but still couldn't locate him. I went back out and told the security guard at the desk that Dave hadn't come out. I was going home, and I'd meet him the next night at the restaurant. Well, that next evening rolled around, and Dave didn't show up for his carpool with Harry. Realizing that nobody had seen Dave since the night prior, Harry rushed to work and reported him missing to his supervisor. A search of the facility ensued, leading to an unsettling discovery. The
Just
plant record
lift
showed
it here
that
a
at
little.
5:15 AM, the furnace in Plant 6 had briefly dropped 28 degrees, indicating that something had been dropped into one of the vats. A small bone fragment was found resting on the lip of the Nusel vat, a salt bath about 4 feet wide and 10 feet long. It was filled with a slurry of sodium chloride and potassium chloride, which sweltered at 1,350 degrees Fahrenheit. It was so hot, it was impossible to get within 10 feet of it. It just looked like hell, Harry said, describing the Nusel vat. If you were to look down at hell, and there was a big hole in the ground, that's what it looked like. A big, open, red hole in the ground, like a volcano. While inspecting the Nusel vat, one worker noticed a mysterious, foul-smelling black sludge which had formed on top of the slurry. It took 3 full days for the molten liquid to cool and drain. On June 23rd, investigators found a set of keys which were strangely unincinerated at the bottom of the Nusel vat. They were Dave's. Along with the keys, they also found a melted steel toe from a boot, part of an eyeglass frame, parts of Dave's walkie-talkie, and a stainless steel wire that was looped together in 3 oddly connecting circles. There were also bone fragments, and what appeared to be a black impression in the shape of a human being. Dave Box was almost certainly dead, having entered the molten slurry. The initial theory was that he had accidentally slipped into the furnace's fiery maw. But there were 2 problems with that. Firstly, the record showed that Dave had fallen into the vat at 5:15 AM. But Harry had seen Dave's set of keys, the same ones found in the vat's waste, 2 hours later at 7:30 AM, resting atop his toolbox. So how had they ended up in the furnace? Secondly, it wouldn't have been possible for anyone to have fallen into the slurry. Even when in operation, a heavy, immovable concrete lid covered the Nusel vat. The only way for someone to enter it would have been to squeeze, or be forced, through a small opening, about the size of 2 notebooks. Some suggested that Dave had intentionally entered the vat in order to end his own existence, citing his recent divorce from his wife, but his family vehemently disagreed. They pointed to Dave's plans for the future, his recent purchases, and his meticulous financial preparations as proof he had no
dive
motive
rocket
to
launcher
unalive
take
himself.
action regarding that individual.
And again, given the temperature
Like
the
to
vat was
handle
kept
it,
at,
I'm the
entering
angry
it
pumpkin.
willingly just
What?
doesn't seem like a realistic
Am
possibility.
I tripping?
He'd have likely
Hi,
perished
small
before he
cubes,
even
how
had
you
a chance
doing?
to enter the slurry. Even if he had sprinted up the vat's ladder and jumped in, Dave, who was 6'1" and about 180 pounds, would have found it difficult to fit through its narrow opening. Former NLO employee David Day echoed that sentiment, insisting that homicide was the only possible explanation. He was probably lowered into the furnace, speculated Day. I can't think of any other way it could have happened. He, the Box family, and others believed that Dave was silenced because he knew too much, and was possibly on the brink of blowing the whistle on the alarming uranium releases from Plant 8,
What happened to Dave
a
or
revelation
not?
which would be brought to light just 6
Well, I
months
wanna
after
know
Dave
now.
met his fate. Investigative reporter DC Cole agrees with that. I think he knew something. It's possible that he was a whistleblower, or was going to be a whistleblower. Plant 8 had released 4 times more radioactive contaminants into the environment than any other plant at the site. They killed him, then took his body back to Plant 6, where the furnace is. I'd hate to think that he was still conscious. I can't imagine a more horrible way to go than that. Some have even theorized that the looped stainless steel wire found in the furnace had been used to bind David's hands and feet. Despite an appeal by Robert Stack for information in March 1994, the mystery surrounding Dave Bock's end remains unresolved to this day. While some dismiss the notion of foul play,
Still
others believe
unresolved?
a sinister
Okay.
cover-up continues to conceal the truth.
That's annoying.
His friend, Harry Easterling, hoped that one day someone would step forward to reveal the dark secrets hidden within NLO walls. Unfortunately, he's since passed away, having never conclusively known the truth about his friend's demise. In 1989, NLO
Also,
ceased
hi.
operations, but
How are you
Dave's
doing,
family
Smokey?
still grapples with
The
the
architect
impossibility
and the
of
builder, they
laying him
arrived
to rest.
calling from their... What is this
His
RP
remains,
stuff?
tainted by toxicity, rest in a drum, stored alongside other radioactive materials at a Nevada test site.
I am slowly contemplating going crazy from all this rigging.
Born in 1971, high schooler Kathy Hobbs had grown up believing one morbid thing about her life: that it would end before her 16th birthday. It was a premonition she'd had about herself ever since her close childhood friend passed away from a heart condition. A curse that constantly played on her mind and left her in a perpetual state of dread. An otherwise bright and warm-hearted girl, Kathy did her best to escape those morose thoughts through reading, creative writing, and sketching, but they always crept back into her head. To alleviate her fears, Kathy and her family relocated to Las Vegas. There she made friends and appeared to adjust well to her new environment. However, as her 16th birthday approached, her fears resurfaced, causing her to isolate herself in her room and avoid leaving the house. She penned a poem regarding her demise and sketched an image depicting herself lying in a pool of red. She confided in her friends about a dream that she had been having, one in which she was slain by a man with a moustache and a baseball cap. She wrote secret letters to her family members, expressing her love for them, with instructions not to open them until after her demise. It was a very bleak point in her life. On the morning of her sweet 16, Kathy was pleasantly surprised to find
I
herself
don't even need like the perfect head shape.
alive.
As
The first thing she
long
did was
as
rush to her
under
mother
the hair
and
it looks
proclaim,
fine.
"I made it, Mum. I made it. I'm 16. I did it. I'm alive." From there on, Kathy began embracing a more typical teenage life. She rekindled her friendships, explored makeup and beauty products, and even aspired to become a beautician,
Oh, good, small
with
cubes.
plans of
Take
opening
care.
a salon named Cat's Cuts. It seemed that she was indeed destined to reach adulthood. And yet, on the night of July 23rd, 1987, just 3 months after her 16th birthday, Kathy mysteriously vanished. At 11 p.m. that night, she had told her mother, Vivian, that she was heading to a late-night bookshop called Skag's Alphabet. Vivian assumed that Kathy would go with one of her friends from their apartment complex, but none were available that night, so Kathy went alone. At around 3 a.m., Vivian woke up from a deep sleep, feeling as though she had been struck on the head. Following this strange experience, she felt a sense of peace that she couldn't quite comprehend. All of a sudden, she explained, I got a very peaceful feeling, and I thought, well, it's over now, and I fell back to sleep. Later that morning, Vivian went to wake Kathy up, but found her bed empty. Her daughter hadn't returned from the store the night prior. She immediately contacted the police. Kathy's disappearance garnered media attention, and volunteer groups joined the search efforts. Yet no trace of her could be found. A Skag's Alphabet employee confirmed selling Kathy a book on the night of her disappearance, and receipts verified the purchase at 11:17 p.m. She had made it to the store on Desert Inn Road and Maryland Parkway, but her movements after that remained a mystery. Surveillance cameras in the area hadn't captured anything of value, and despite the populated area, no witnesses came forward to say they had heard screams or seen anything suspicious. 9 days later, a hiker discovered Kathy's lifeless body in a remote field near Lake Mead, about an hour's drive
If your
from Las
back's
Vegas.
killing you,
There were tar
just
tracks
lay in your
and
stomach.
2 blood-covered rocks near her remains. The coroner determined
Okay.
that the 2 rocks
How you doing,
were
Wolf?
used to crush her head.
And I saw
There was
what you
signs
wrote
that
in the
she had been
comment section
or
in the latest video.
On the way home from the store that fateful night,
I don't
someone
appreciate that
had forced
comment.
her into their
You
vehicle,
in trouble?
driven her out to the middle of nowhere, and maliciously ended her life.
Oof.
Exactly 3 months after her
They can
disappearance,
sneak that
an
away from me?
anonymous informant
Nah.
called the
I
Las
see
Vegas
everything.
PD and accurately described Kathy's last known
Bitch.
location
And
and her
welcome
time
back,
on the
cubes.
night of her disappearance.
Welcome back, Cubes.
The informant
Sorry,
claimed
I'm
that he
studying
had
right
witnessed
now,
2
so.
men grabbing Kathy and
I
forcing
don't
her
know.
into a
Sounds
vehicle.
like you're running your mouth.
One of them had called the other Robbie.
I'll play some TFT now.
I am going crazy.
A few months ago, I've been out of town for a few months, and I wrote this down because she was screaming, and they pulled her in the car. She was a very young girl wearing the white jacket and the pink pants. And the guy's name, you hollered to him, push her in the car, and his name was Robbie.
This informant hung up without providing his identity or contact details.
Why is everyone means to
Detectives traced the
Nightbot?
license plate number he had provided them, only to discover it didn't
Opinion
exist.
PVS? What's PVS?
Update.
Plants vs Zombies.
Kathy's segment aired on February 1st, 1989,
It's chill.
during
It's
the first
aight,
season
but
of
now
Unsolved
it's
Mysteries.
too much. Give me money.
Despite Robert Stack's pleas for the informant to come forward,
Since when?
he never
Also, Wolf,
did.
shut the fuck up. I'ma
However,
fight you
even
for
though the informant's
Nightbot.
identity remains
I'ma
unclear,
white knight the
and his
shit for
admission
Nightbot.
likely a hoax, Kathy's case has since been solved. Years later,
That was
authorities
LifuLifu
connected her
and thought
slaying
it was
to
because
Michael
she was
Lee Lockhart,
in
a
gamer
death row
mode. Wait,
inmate
what?
from Toledo, Ohio. In May 1987,
Me gamer
Lockhart
mode.
had stolen a blue Toyota
We don't even
Celica.
play games here anymore. Let's
2
not
months later,
even
he
pretend.
used that same vehicle to capture Kathy.
Yeah, we do.
Blue
When?
fibers found on her remains
Always.
matched those found on the
When?
Toyota.
Always.
Credit card receipts
We don't
placed
play
on
played
the
games
phone
yesterday.
here
records
anymore.
At the time of
We
the
played
slaying.
Minecraft yesterday. What are you talking
Well,
about?
that wasn't
Minecraft.
enough.
I'm
When
talking about
investigators questioned
games,
him
my
about
brother.
Kathy, he admitted to taking her life. She was his first known victim, though obviously not his only one. By the time Lockhart was linked to Kathy's case, he had already been convicted of a series of slayings spanning Texas, Indiana, and Florida. This included taking the lives of Wendy Gallagher, 16, Jennifer Collar, 14, and Officer Paul Halsey Jr., who had tried to arrest him for driving a stolen Chevy. Lockhart met his fate via lethal injection on
Look,
December
this is
9th,
like a mega mind mode
1997.
here. Favorite plan?
For every mystery,
On the
someone
OG, the
somewhere
walnut.
knows the truth. Perhaps that someone was watching.
It's the
Perhaps
walnut.
it's you.
Why? My tasted base.
Sunflower. Always.
You're so basic. You probably
Before
drink
the video
Starbucks.
ends, a huge thank you to all of my supporters.
What are you
on
talking about?
YouTube and
Sunflower's the
around
best. It
especially
gives you
my biggest
fucking light.
supporters.
Bought for
Matt
Nightbot,
Fennell,
but not for your
George Lopez,
husband.
Holly Lyons. Alex
Hey,
Spencer,
listen, it is
Asia
what
Mina,
it is.
Ashley
Wait,
Warren,
what?
Brad Hammer,
Wait,
33,
actually, I
Chief
feel
Butchwaki,
disrespected.
Colin Monsma,
It is
Connor
what
Lothar,
it is.
Sai
What do you mean? It
Wazal,
is what it is.
David Lyons,
Look, I have
Dudesy,
bigger issues
Gina
here.
Valera,
I have a
Hinch,
Uh-huh.
fucking
Ian
Mega
Bell,
Mind ass looking
Infamous
head
Senpai,
here.
Monica Mendoza, Peter Logchurch, Ruth Vika Shindi, TNS Mum, Hamish K, Ellen Doloff, Itai Alon, Nefas 1988, and Lydia Cumo. Thank you all so much for your continued support. Until next time,
Want a
the
Mega Mind
devil's
head?
in the detail.
It is what it is. Agreed on both. You like sunflower? Sunflower. It's like having Starbucks. It's so basic. It's gross.
You need the sunflower to get the fucking walnut.
You don't need shit. It's all in your mind, brother. It's all in your mind.
Well, Lazy Legion, it's Halloween again. And this year, I think you will deserve a little treat. A treat that comes in the form of a list of tricks.
I like the
Usually,
ear
we try to
should
stick to true
stick out
crime
a little
and
bit
real
here.
scary stories on this channel. But today, we're turning our attention towards hoaxes. Specifically, this hoaxes iceberg, created by Reddit user Silent Chatter.
Cuba's asking you
This
who's the
chart
guy
spread
in
to
the
brim
back.
with all manner of
There's a guy in the
deceptions that have
back.
taken place
My
over the
husband.
years. Some of them harmless
Hi.
fun,
For
I'm
the
the
most
others
husband.
basic
far more
ta-
sinister,
taste.
with real-world consequences.
Test.
What are you
As we
guys
make our way
talking
down from the clear
about?
skies into the murky waters,
Plants vs.
things will
Zombies.
get progressively more obscure, and for the most part,
Yeah, the best.
dark. It's a pretty
Okay,
big
I'm
iceberg,
following you
so
if
I'll
you
be
hate
skipping
on
the entries that don't
sunflower.
fit with the Halloween-y vibe
Hey,
we're
you
going
know,
for.
you know what? I
I'll
mean,
also
it
be
is
throwing
what
a
it
couple of my own
is.
choices into the
Sometimes it
mix
be
too.
like that.
So make sure you have
He's
that
having
bell
way too
icon
much
turned
fun
on.
with this.
Cue that iceberg tier list music, and join me as we make our way down into the abyss.
Top 10 debate of 2024. We all know I'm based.
Bigfoot's body. In 2008, two Bigfoot hunting hobbyists named Matthew Whitten and Rick Dyer contacted the media with a bold claim. According to them, they'd just made the discovery of the century.
You play the free
While exploring
free
a
to
remote
play.
wooded area in North Georgia, they
Oh,
accidentally
FPS.
stumbled
There's an
upon a
FPS
Sasquatch den,
version of.
home to a small community of
Hold on,
primitive
let me
ape men
fact
and
check
ape
this
women.
blasphemy.
Plants
outskirts of
versus
the den,
Zombies
they found a dead
Garden
male big
Warfare.
one,
It's
which they
apparently
said
it's a
was
really
7
decent
feet,
game.
7 inches tall
Really?
and weighed
Yeah,
5
people
Hold
still
on,
play
let
it
me
to this
see
day.
They managed to drag the carcass
Plants.
away from the den without being detected and put the creature's body on ice. They then immediately called up news outlets to report their discovery.
Yo,
and
why?
sent them this
Why
photo
does it
to
low-key
prove
kind
they
of look
really had found a dead
smooth as
Sasquatch.
fuck?
I
They added
remember
that they were going to
playing it, like a demo of it, and it was pretty fun.
That shit kind of looks lit though.
Yeah.
It's a third person. Looks kind of lit, not gonna lie.
I think people still play it to this day.
I was asked to put microtransactions, but he said no. I don't believe it. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Is it against other people?
Yes.
Oh hell yeah!
Released video footage that they had taken of the other living
don't know
specimens,
I would have
along
destroyed
with
anyone
indisputable
there, right?
DNA evidence that this really was the missing
What
link.
would- What's the
Big publications like CNN and
Nah,
the
I'm
New York
better.
Times began reporting on the alleged discovery.
I'm
and
only
Sasquatch
better until
enthusiasts
you go
around the
demon
world
mode, and then
started
it
getting
kind of gets a
excited
little
that
scary.
This was really it. This was the eureka
Oh
moment.
my god, I need to
Bigfoots
draw
were real.
us with me going demon mode and
Bigfoots.
Zen being afraid, like what the fuck?
I'm not sure how you
Standing
play
with
it,
a
to be
cross,
honest.
like,
But one thing we
wait.
can all be sure of is that this was all a hoax.
Okay,
No evidence
once
was ever
I'm done with the
presented by the
models,
human,
that's
which
the
proved
first
they'd really found
artwork
a
I'll
genuine
do.
Sasquatch carcass, and the photo was denounced as a
Honestly, I see it.
Turns out that one of the men,
Your
Rick,
favorite
died,
Doom? I
ran a
have
Bigfoot
Doom, but I
tours
never
company,
played it.
and this whole thing was just a publicity stunt
When Doom
to
was
help him drum
big,
up
I was...
business, and also for him to get his 15 minutes of
I
fame.
don't know, I was just not into Doom.
Hey, we're talking about him now, so I guess it worked. As for his accomplice, Matthew Whitten, he was
Anyone
far from his
have
job as a
any
police officer
actual good
for his role
taste
in
with
this
Doom?
hoax. Fake
No?
celebrity deaths. If there's one thing
I
that the
knew
internet's
it.
filled with, it's reports on fake celebrity deaths. Or at least it used to be. I remember seeing loads of these growing up. Rowan Atkinson was a common one that popped into my feed from time to time. Eddie Murphy apparently died in a snowboarding accident. To be honest, pretty much every major celebrity fell victim to this hoax at one stage or another. There you'd be, happily scrolling down your newsfeed on Facebook, and then, bam! R.I.P. Will and Jaden Smith. You will be missed. So why were these hoaxes so common back in the day? Well, for starters, they're easy to make up.
Wait, I don't
And if you
need
create
that
a fake
there.
post about a well-known person's passing, a lot of gullible people will
Here,
probably
I
take it
wanted
at
to
face
go up
value
here.
and share it around without Google checking first. This turned out to be a much bigger problem than people realized. Hackers quickly became aware of how easily these rumors spread and began disseminating their own fake celebrity death articles online. People would stumble upon a picture of their favorite famous face, see the breaking news headline and that big old RIP, hit the share button without thinking, and then click on the article. The link would take them to a site designed to infect their computer with malware. These posts became more than just hoaxes. They'd become
I
scams
still, like,
set up with the intent
look like
purpose
a
of obtaining your name,
Mega Mine
address,
ass
and bank
here. What the
details,
fuck?
and millions of social media users inadvertently helped spread them.
Like Mega Mine.
These types of scam articles are nowhere near as common as they were back in the early 2010s, but they do still crop up today, so stay vigilant.
Mega Man.
Paul is dead, and the Avril
Shut
Lavigne replacement theory.
Your mouth.
So we've just covered fake celebrity death reports. Easy to disprove with
my
a simple Google
face
search.
Out your
But then there's
fucking
the other type
mouth.
of celebrity death hoax. The replacement theories. The two most
Okay.
famous ones have to be Paul is dead and the Avril Lavigne.
We're also
replacement
on Twitch
hypothesis.
if you want a less delayed
According to these
reaction.
theories, both Paul McCartney and Avril Lavigne died early on in their respective careers, but were replaced by body doubles so that their labels could continue to sell records. Those who take these theories seriously like to point to changes in both of their appearances over time. Changes that supposedly occurred after their original versions died.
See, even
Subliminal
Wolf
clues
says
are
it's,
apparently
it's
scattered
the best.
throughout both of their discographies
What's the
too.
best?
For
Sunflower.
example, at the end of the Beatles song, Strawberry Fields Forever, you can supposedly hear John Lennon sing the line,
I want to hear that.
I
shit.
buried Paul.
My head bang.
John himself actually said he sang the words cranberry sauce, but hey.
Nice.
All of the Beatles were aware of the
Can I-
Paul is dead hoax, and despite each member repeatedly saying it was just a stupid rumour, the urban legend still persists. As for Avril Lavigne, people point to
love
the appearance and
sunflower
disappearance of various moles and blemishes on her
there we
skin
go.
between her first and second album,
Sunflower
as well as her
seeds
sudden
are
makeover
pretty
during
lit,
that
though.
period. I mean,
They
it's almost
slap.
like people change over time. Like Paul before her, Avril has denied these replacement rumours on multiple occasions, and believes
I
the
just,
theory
like,
only came
do
about
this?
because, quote, people
Like
are just bored
motion?
and
Nope.
need something to
Cool.
talk about.
I don't want it anyways.
Dead
Try it again,
celebrities
though.
are still alive.
Like motion. Don't be
So
like
in contrast
this.
to the last entries,
What if I do
sometimes people
this?
don't want to admit that their idol has passed away.
Like motion.
And I understand, letting go can be hard. As such, some folks have come up with theories
Be
about how
like
certain dead
that.
celebrities are actually alive and well. Some more believable than others. Elvis was an undercover FBI agent that infiltrated the mafia, and the feds helped him fake his own death so he could slip away into witness protection. Michael Jackson faked his death to escape the limelight, and then appeared on The Larry King Show under the name Dave soon after, as a secret farewell to his biggest fans. Countless others escaped to a private island somewhere to live out their days in peace. Well, the sad reality is, no one lives forever. Celebrities especially. Those who achieve any degree of fame actually have a lower life expectancy than the average person, and the more famous they get, the shorter they're predicted to live. The pressures of fame and success can ultimately be too much for many celebrities to bear, and they turn to a life of excess as a means of escape, which, in turn, has a huge impact on both their health and wealth.
What?
It's
Well,
not uncommon for them
LifuLifu
to
treats
spiral
me
out of
very
control
well.
and end up in some dark places.
Very, very
mentally,
well.
physically, and
I
financially.
love her a lot.
With the rest of the world looking
Yeah.
on and treating their decline as
Huh?
entertainment. With all that in mind, the fact that they often
Why?
pass so young really shouldn't
What do you mean,
surprise us at
why?
all.
What are you talking about?
When it comes to all of these dead celebrities are still alive theories, when you look into them for more than 5 minutes, it becomes glaringly obvious they're full of massive logical holes, are based on little to no evidence, and are nothing more than wishful thinking at best, and intentional hoaxes at worst. I remember there being this great commercial back in the day that played into this type of hoax, and had Kurt Cobain, Elvis, John Lennon, Tupac, Bruce Lee, and Marilyn Monroe all living it up on a secret island, hiding from passing ships and sipping on brewskis. It's a funny ad, but also perfectly showcases how ridiculous some of these theories can be. Alien autopsy. When it comes to hoaxes, is there anything more classic than a good old alien story? They're like the margarita pizza of hoaxdom. Basic, yet satisfying. But convincing images of aliens are very rare indeed. There have been a few that have fooled a sizable number of people, however. But perhaps the one that's fooled the most was the 17-minute long 1995 video known simply as the Alien Autopsy Tape. The footage had apparently been filmed at Area 51 directly after the 1947 Roswell incident and was touted as being a leaked government secret. The grainy black and white film shows 3 scientists in full hazmat suits dissecting a realistic-looking dead alien that was found in a crashed spaceship. The realistic footage captured the public's imagination, and a documentary investigating the tape's authenticity was made, called Alien Autopsy: Fact or Fiction. This documentary aired on Fox 3 times, with one broadcast reaching 11.7 million viewers. For over a decade, people debated whether this was a genuine government tape or not, with there being no definitive proof either way. So, Alien Autopsy: Fact or Fiction? Well, it's on this iceberg, so I think you already know the answer to that. Turns out, the footage had been made by 2 British filmmakers, along with a few professional friends they had in the movie industry. They eventually came clean, and said that the alien was a life-size doll. Its realistic, bendable limbs? They'd been made with lamb bones that they'd bought at the local butcher's. The alien's insides were made up of sheep's brains and cow gizzards.
Cow
To their credit,
gizzards.
the
What
filmmakers
are
had
cow
recorded the
gizzards?
footage with a lot of care to detail, making sure all of the props were authentic for the period, and even shooting the whole thing on 16mm film. Of course, some of the more die-hard alien enthusiasts out there still believe the tape is authentic, and say the government simply got to the
Alright.
filmmakers and forced them to go along with the hoax narrative.
Later,
get it.
Wolf.
It's much more fun to believe than to disbelieve. But in this case, The truth isn't out there.
What account
It's right
is this?
here. And the truth is, this was just a hoax.
Oh.
2012 apocalypse. Man, this one takes me back. According to the Mayan calendar, the world was supposed to end in 2012. This one was obviously a hoax.
Good enough.
Because,
Like, I don't
well,
even know why
take
I'm
a deep
putting
breath.
so much effort into the
Did it feel good?
ears. Like,
Of course it
only
did.
the tips of the
You're
ears
still
will
alive,
be
pal.
visible.
Just in the back of your head, it will bother the fuck out of you.
This man. Have you seen this man? Every night, all over the world,
Have you
hundreds
seen
of
this
people
man?
see this face in their dreams. If this man appears in your dreams too, or if you have any information that can help us identify him, please contact us. So says the famous flyer that originated on thisman.org.
No, the story.
This has to be one of the most popular scary tales to circulate around the internet. As the story goes, the sketch of this man was created by a well-known psychiatrist in New York who was recreating the character that kept appearing in one of his patients' dreams. Soon, the psychiatrist's other patients saw this uncanny image and noted that they too had seen this man in their dreams, despite having never met him in their waking life. The psychiatrist passed the picture on to some of his colleagues, and soon, more than 2,000 of their patients had claimed to have dreamt about this man on a regular basis. As the legend of this man grew in popularity, he started seeping from the internet into other media. There was a reference to this man in the X-Files, and here in Japan, a manga series was released about him. Posters and flyers started popping up in major cities, spreading the story of this man to the offline world and asking people who had dreamt about him to come forward. But although many people have claimed to have seen this man in their dreams, they're either just suggestible or actively playing into the hoax for fun. The website and the story were both the creation of Andrea Natella, an Italian marketer. Natella admitted that this man and thisman.org were simply a marketing ploy, though he never actually said what he was marketing. So in one sense, the campaign was massively successful, because who here hasn't heard about this man before? On the other hand, it was a complete flop, because what the hell was he advertising? Given the large number of people from all over the world that either helped to spread this hoax or actively bought into it, it's safe to say
There's still
Natella was
corners I
tapping
need
into
to
something
finish.
with his mysterious campaign. There's clearly something about us all collectively dreaming about the same man that really draws us in and captures our imaginations. Fiji Mermaid. This creepy object is known as the Fiji Mermaid. But before I explain what it is, let me ask you something. Have you ever seen The Greatest Showman? You know, the feel-good story of P.T. Barnum. Well, I hate to break it to you, but P.T. Barnum wasn't a nice guy. In the movie, he empowered people. But in real life, he was much more interested in exploiting them. For instance, he sometimes exhibited African Americans with birth defects, saying that it demonstrated their so-called inferiority. He also charged people to see a 161-year-old woman, who in reality was only half that age, and when the woman died, Barnum held a public autopsy for all to see. Try and make a musical number about that. In 1842, P.T. told the world that he had found a real-life mermaid and exhibited this creature to the public. He described it as, quote, an ugly, dried-up, diminutive specimen about 3 feet long. Its mouth is open, its tail turned over, and its arms thrown up, giving it the appearance of having died in great agony. This description shocked the public, because, up until that point, everyone imagined mermaids as these beautiful, human-like creatures. Still, its grotesque appearance didn't stop thousands of paying customers coming to marvel at this newly discovered beast. I guess there really is a sucker born every minute, like PT said, because this mermaid was nothing but a hoax. As it goes, an American sea captain named Samuel Barrett Eads bought the mermaid from some Japanese fishermen. It's believed the fisherman took the mummified torso and head of a juvenile monkey and sewed it to the back half of a fish as a joke. Well, it was a lucrative joke, because the captain paid them $6,000 for what he thought was a real mummified mermaid. This treasure eventually made its way back to P.T. Barnum, who profited from it, as he had with numerous hoax attractions throughout his career. The original Fiji mermaid was destroyed in a fire not long after, but several recreations like this have since been made. Man beef. Man beef refers to a website that appeared in 2001, one that quickly gained notoriety. As the name implies, the site claimed to be selling human flesh for the quote-unquote sophisticated human meat consumer. The site proclaimed,
Say what?
"We have everything from sausages and soup bones to bouillon and stock, all made with the highest quality human meats. Every cut of human meat we sell has been selected for its superb quality and flawless texture. We only offer the choicest cuts of meat." Most people heard about man beef via emails. Specifically, emails from angry, gullible folks who wanted to have the site taken down and the owners investigated. With the site receiving 500,000 hits a day, the US Food Administration were forced to look into it. Unsurprisingly, they found no evidence of any human meat being sold. In fact, there wasn't even a way to buy any food products on the site. The only thing for sale was man beef branded merchandise. It was simply a spoof site, set up by a guy with the alias Joseph Christopherson, who said he was just trying to be gross and churn a few stomachs. The site shut down at the end of 2001. Finger in Wendy's chili. Meat's still on the menu with this entry. In 2005, a woman called Ana Ayala ordered a bowl of chili at a Wendy's restaurant in San Jose. She enjoyed the first few spoonfuls, but then one mouthful had a particularly strange crunch to it. She spat out whatever she had just bitten into and looked down at it in horror. It was the partially cooked tip of a human finger, which had been hidden in amongst all the chili.
That's nasty.
The scandal drew international headlines and ended up costing Wendy's an estimated $21 million in lost business. Nobody wanted to receive a surprise serving of Wendy's finger food. The company bosses believed that Anna had planted the finger in the chili herself in order to sell her story to the media and potentially take them to court. Rather than let their brand be tarnished, Wendy's instead offered a $100,000 reward to anyone with information about how the finger got in the chili. They didn't need to pay up in the end, however. A police investigation revealed the truth before anyone could claim the money. It came to light that the finger hadn't been cooked in the chili at all. The whole thing was a scam, cooked up by Anna and her husband, Jamie. They'd gotten the severed finger from one of Jamie's co-workers, who lost it in an industrial accident, fried it in a pan at home themselves, and lied about it being in the chili.
What the fuck?
Anna pled guilty to fraudulently pointing the finger at Wendy's, and was sentenced to a whopping 9 years behind bars.
Pointing a finger?
She was released 4 years into her sentence on good behavior, but to this day is banned from ever setting foot inside a Wendy's restaurant.
Damn, imagine being banned
Tainted
from
Halloween candy.
Wendy's.
There have long been rumors that
Damn,
if you go trick-or-treating,
imagine being
some
banned from
despicable individual
any fast
might
food
drop some
chain.
poison candy
Like
into your
a whole
bag.
new low.
Everyone seems to
Yeah.
think this is something that happens. But in truth, there have never been any reports of someone being given lace sweets or chocolate by a stranger while trick-or-treating. There was a father who took the life of his own son on Halloween night using this method, so that's likely the genesis of these hoax stories.
What?
But yeah,
Huh?
this has never happened to anyone going door to door.
You didn't hear?
I'm good.
Montana Zombie EAS. In 2013, the residents of Great Falls, Montana, received the shock of their lives when the local TV station, KRTV, was suddenly interrupted by the emergency alert system. No images flashed on screen, but that bone-chilling warning tone sounded off at an ear-piercing volume before an authoritative male voice made a chilling announcement.
That's a normal noise.
Oh my god, I experienced it for the first time and I was like, oh, that's annoying.
Honestly.
That's so random.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like actually played.
This warning applies to all areas receiving this broadcast. Tune in to 9:20 a.m. to get updated information in the event that you are separated from your television or if electrical service is interrupted.
This station will now cease transmission, so please use your battery-powered radio. Tune in to 9:20 a.m. for formation.
The message was short, but disturbingly clear. The end was nigh. Thankfully, the ravenous undead hadn't actually resurfaced to feast on our brains. This was all the handiwork of some unidentified hackers.
Man, I would be so useless.
Seeing how this hoax
in
took
the
place on a
zombie
Monday
attack.
afternoon, few people were tuned in to actually hear it unfold. But just imagine, you're home alone, going about your business, with the TV on in the background,
I would.
when you suddenly hear that emergency warning tone, followed by a convincing announcement saying
It's one
the
of
dead
those.
have awoken to feast on the
I'll be the first one to go.
I think a fair few of us
You would
have
not
started
be the
putting our
first one to
zombie
go.
apocalypse plan into
I'll be
action.
the first one to go.
Me.
Victor, isn't it?
Dark web, red
I
X.
fucking knew it.
The dark web is considered by many to be the wild west of the internet. The World Wide Web's shadowy underbelly. A lawless place where anything and everything goes. There are countless stories from people who claim to have stumbled upon all manner of illegal activities
Victor's
going on
like,
there, right under
Fuck
society's
you
nose.
guys!
Perhaps most infamous are the stories about red rooms.
Honestly, I would
Red
I would
rooms are said to be
understand.
sites on the dark web where viewers can pay to watch live streams.
He threw
of
that
people
shit at
being
you.
killed. The
It's
things
not
that
right.
Shit
these
again,
souls
get
are
hit.
determined by the
I will
viewers
switch it
who
on for you,
contribute to the
Victor.
live chat and leave donations
I
with their requests.
I deserve this one. I
Whatever
deserve
these
this
viewers
one.
want, they get. And the highest bidder
But
gets to
also,
decide the way the victims
I would
ultimately
sacrifice
dispatched
it
off.
to the zombies.
Just gaining access to these streams is said to cost thousands of dollars, perhaps even tens
That's
of thousands.
wild.
At least I'm being
Which begs
honest.
the question:
Would it
how
be
do so
better
many
if I
people have
lied
stories
and
about
said
these
I
red rooms
wouldn't?
in the first place?
Yeah, you're right.
Also, how are these red rooms operating?
Whatever happened
All
to
of the secretive
honesty?
browsers like Tor would struggle to support live stream video, since they all run their web traffic through multiple servers. People have sold terrible things through the dark web in the past, but it just seems infeasible that they could sell tickets to a live
It's
event that would
honesty
struggle to
anymore.
even run. At the end of the day, it's incredibly hard to prove something doesn't exist. But when the only evidence we have is anecdotes from anonymous users on the internet, I think it's safe to assume
Wait,
that
wait,
red
wait,
rooms are
why
simply
does
the
this one
subject
look
of
up?
creepypastas and nothing more. The Cooper family falling body photo. I'm sure you've all come across this image before. The Cooper family
Why
photo,
does this one look
otherwise
up?
known as the creepiest photobomb of all time.
Oh,
In the 1950s, the
You know
Cooper
what?
family
I'm
bought an old
stupid.
house out in Texas.
the angle.
On their first night,
I'm working
the
on.
father of the household took this photo of his wife, mother-in-law, and 2 young sons. It wasn't until after the image had developed that they realized an uninvited guest had joined them at the dinner table that night. A falling or dangling body that hadn't been there when the father snapped the picture. They were gobsmacked. But more than that, they were terrified. Clearly, they were now sharing a home with a spirit. There was no other explanation. It's a chilling photo for sure, but fortunately, or unfortunately some might say, there's no truth behind it. If the strangely convenient composition of the photo didn't give it away, or, you know, the fact that it's clearly too good to be true, this image is a fake. The vignetting around the picture is far too symmetrical to be authentic, and the photo has all the hallmarks of having been digitally tampered with, either in Photoshop or some other software. According to hoaxes.org, the story surrounding the image seems to have originated online around 2013. Though we don't know who created the picture, they likely inserted the fallen ghost into an actual old image that they had found somewhere in order to make an art piece. Someone then came upon it online, created the fake story about the Cooper family, and because it's a genuinely creepy photo, it naturally spread around the internet. Even though the image has been thoroughly debunked, a lot of people still like to say that it's real.
Ah,
I'm
there
not
we
falling
go.
for it,
Small cubes found the Twitch.
Drop
Does
bears.
that say
Nice.
Extra effort.
If you've ever been to
Okay.
Australia, a local might have
I'll
warned you to watch
appreciate
out
this
for drop
energy.
bears, a breed of koala.
Kinda
But where
fucked
most
up.
koalas are docile and herbivorous, drop bears are
Honestly.
predatory and carnivorous, and much larger than their gentle
Ooh, what is
cousins.
this?
Drop bears are
Why d-
predatory and
Why does it
but where most
low-key look like
koalas are
me?
docile and herbivorous,
Like
drop
this.
bears are predatory and carnivorous, and much larger than
Me
their
in
gentle
Valorant.
cousins. You're bound to
I'll
hear
do
stories
that.
about unsuspecting travelers taking in Australia's natural beauty, only for one of these drop bears to jump out from a tree and begin ferociously biting and clawing at them.
Yep, me and Valorant.
Very dangerous creatures, those drop bears. They always go for the throat. In reality, this is just an in-joke that Aussies like to tell tourists in order to freak them out a little bit, and plays into that whole everything on Australia wants to kill you meme.
I am the angry pumpkin.
Slightly cruel, mostly funny.
I am the walrus.
100%
Good
a hoax.
chew.
Oh, what?
You don't know the song?
I'm good.
I am the walrus. Chew.
Lake City Quiet Pills.
And demonetized.
LakeCityQuietPills.com was the domain.
Demonetized.
A website with a sinister undertone, hosted by a Reddit user known as Milo. It's been speculated that the website, which on the surface appeared to be nothing more than a place for users to share sordid pictures, was actually a front
Like
for
the
real-life
Beatles?
contract
Yeah.
assassins.
Yeah,
These
the
rumors
Beatles.
started when someone found strange things in the
Beatles?
site's coding.
I'm the walrus.
There appeared to be secret messages and ciphers hidden in the HTML, saying things like, need formed group, 8 to 10.
This is why
Single
we can't have
operation.
nice things.
Delivery bonus.
Have nice things.
Gentleman's
Do we?
agreement insurance.
But you can.
Immediate need.
Fair
Need
enough.
2 English speakers. Private sector at sea. HW experience a must. Recent S or SBS preferred. These cryptic messages got a lot of people talking on Reddit. To many, they sounded like job listings for hitmen. HW experience? Heavy weapons? Theories started to be thrown around, especially with regards to the site's domain name, Lake City Quiet Pills. That was an odd domain for a site called That Old Guy's Image Host to have. Some users speculated that Lake City could be a reference to the Lake City Army ammunition plant, the largest producer of small round ammo for the US government. If that was true, then a quiet pill might be code for a bullet. Users started digging through the Reddit history of the site's host, Milo. One thing they noticed was he often talked about his real-life experiences in the military.
Hi, Otaku. I
He'd
mean,
leave replies
Dev.
to other users, saying things
This
like,
What's
looks
up, Dev?
complicated.
I can tell
It
you from
really
experience,
is. It
piano
genuinely
is
is.
hard to pull through someone's
You started over like 5
hand.
times.
0.030
Seven?
to 050 stainless steel works best in my
You're right.
opinion.
Actually, yeah, it was
Don't
7.
use brass or
No, but
bronze.
I'm happy
Avoid
with the
using round
point
guitar
it's
strings
at.
too.
Hold on.
They make
Let
too
me
much
show it
noise.
to everyone. I'm gonna
He
show it
also
to
gave his
Cubes as
detailed
well.
thoughts on the
Oh,
best way
Victor
to
wasn't
dispose of a
here.
body.
He didn't see the shit I did.
What's the time
Oh
factor
yeah,
in
he
them?
wasn't.
Will
Hold
they be missed
on.
quickly?
Let me show off.
Oftentimes, moving the
Holy
body
shit,
to a
I went
secure,
like
remote
full
area and
madman
letting it
on
go
that
for a
shit
couple of
today.
months, and then disposing of the
Where
bones
my
is
eyes
best.
at?
But it must be really remote.
Could you crank up the AC,
Reddit detectives
please?
concluded
Okay.
that Milo must have
Hell
been an old
yeah.
contract killer, and now in his old age was hosting the Lake
I'm
City
having
Quiet
brain
Pills
rot.
website for working mercenaries looking
Look
for
at the
jobs.
mouth. What the mouth at?
Links
What
between
the
the
mouth
site
do?
and real-life hits were drawn up. Ideas like the name Milo standing for Military Intelligence Liaison Officer were being discussed.
So what I did was
All of the evidence was coming together, though obviously it was all speculative, and none of it actually proved that Milo or his website were linked to real-life
First
assassins.
of all, eyeball movement.
There are still plenty
course.
of people who believe Lake City Quiet Pills is a merc-for-hire website.
I lost
But
my
in all
eyeball
likelihood,
movement.
The whole story was a fabrication. The trail of breadcrumbs left by Milo and others is a little too convenient for my taste.
No.
On top of that, popular YouTuber
No,
Ben
eyeball
Sociable
movement is
did
the
some digging
easiest
of his
thing.
own and
Alright,
came to the
so
conclusion that the whole thing
basically
was
my
a hoax
eyes do this thing
devised by
now,
a
like.
Second Life role player
But yeah,
named
my
Frank
eyeball
Katsu.
movement is gone.
The whole thing was
That
apparently
means
perpetuated
my
by
eyeball
members of the
rigging is
DSF
gone.
forum.
Are the
In all
physics still
likelihood,
there?
That old guy's image host was just some shady
Okay, the
website
physics are
Trent
there.
and his friends set up, which
It's
they
fine.
then
I
all
can
decided to
restore
have
it
some fun with.
super easily.
Thus
Yeah, the
birthing
mouth.
Lake City
Look at the
Quiet Pills
mouth.
mystery. Even if they were posting genuine secret messages in the code, you can rest assured they weren't really job listings for assassins.
Jeez. I'm done.
Jenkum.
The stream
Oh,
froze?
Lord, I
Wait,
didn't want to
really?
talk about this one, but here we go. So back in November of
It's fine to me. You guys are tripping. Stream is fine. Are you guys tripping? It scared the shit out of me. For me. Cubes, what the fuck? Why would you do that? Also, sheesh. Yeah, and I accidentally deleted. I deleted the eyeballs. I deleted the eyeball physics, but it's super easy to. Who threw this? Who threw this? Why is there a stake on my head? What the fuck? Victor, you wanna step outside? You wanna step outside? How you been, Dev? I have been like so MIA because I just want this to be done. But to be fair, I kind of had to delete my eyeball physics because I kind of fucked up the meshing. So before I move, wait a minute. No, I'll have to redo the XY for the eyes. Don't tell me. Don't tell me I'll have to redo that. I will cry. So like this is still there. Like the skin moving. The eyeball movement is not there. Yeah, it definitely happened when I had to redo the meshing. It's fine. It's easy enough. It's fine. It's fine. Got there. Ew, no.
2007, there was a bit of a widespread panic across the USA about a substance called jenkem.
It's time to redo the eyes.
Jenkem was apparently becoming popular in middle schools and high schools.
I'm beginning to honestly hate it.
And was being used by youngsters as a way to get high.
I'm starting to hate this shit.
Known as jenkem, and inhaled the fumes to hallucinate.
Let's see.
So,
at least the
how were
physics
so many
are
rogue
still there,
students
you
getting
know.
their hands on this jenkem stuff? Well, they were making it. You see, jenkem is purportedly a real thing. It originated in South Africa and is made from fermented human feces.
Cubes.
Writer Emma Guest described the making of jenkem.
Okay, let's
fermented
test
human
this.
sewage.
Okay, so
from pipes and stored in plastic bags or bottles for a week or so.
I don't appreciate
until it
this
gives off
violence.
numbing, intoxicating fumes.
Fuck.
These bags and
Why
bottles
is
are
my
sealed
chat
tightly
so
so that the
violent?
precious fumes don't escape.
What?
After the waste has festered, those fumes are then inhaled and are said
Don't
to give
use my
user
points.
intense visions and feelings of euphoria
What
and
is the
serenity.
apple doing? It's like
Hydrogen sulfide, aka sewer gas, has been tested on mice in the past.
God, it froze for
it
me
does
again.
indeed
It's just
cause
you.
hypoxia,
You
which
got
can
me
result in
once, never
feelings of
again.
euphoria. So, jenkem itself is likely not a hoax.
Okay,
and really is
let's
still used in
see.
parts of Africa to this day,
If I do
particularly
this,
in Zambia.
I do this,
What
right?
was a hoax was that students in the USA were using it en masse in 2007.
And then I do this.
So where did this hoax originate? From what I understand,
And
the
it's
Sheriff's
there.
Department of Collier County, Florida, issued a bulletin about
That's so
widespread
creepy.
jenkem use after discovering
I do this.
an online forum post made by a guy called
Then I do
Pickwick,
this.
who
Boop.
described how to make the stuff.
I do this. Boop.
After hearing about this, TV stations
Then I
began
do this.
reporting on it, telling parents
I
that
do
this was
this.
a national problem, and to smell their children's breath when they came home from school to check if they'd been using butt hash.
Then I do this.
Never thought I'd say that on this channel.
Then I click here.
As it
Then I
turns
do
out,
this.
these TV stations were full of shit.
And it's
There
back.
have been no reports of students using jenkem in the USA that year, and it remains
Now,
unclear why they thought it was such a national problem. in
Make
the first
sure
place.
it works.
Must have been a slow
Then I do
news
this. Oh god.
week. But yeah, jenkem.
We're gonna
Not
do
even
this.
once.
And we're gonna do this. It works.
Hanging Munchkin in Wizard of Oz.
Okay.
I'm sure we're all familiar with The Wizard of Oz.
So
right?
correct.
This classic movie became
Lord.
famous for its pioneering use of Technicolor, but in recent years has become infamous for an urban legend attached to it.
So cursed.
This
In
is
one
why
scene
we can't have
that's come to
this.
be known as the Tin Woodsman sequence.
Okay, so
Dorothy and her companions
just
are shown
I just
happily
need to do
skipping
the
down
other
yellow
eyeball
brick
now.
road.
It's
Off in the
fine.
distance, however, something can be seen swinging in the background. A dark blob.
Don't
The
worry,
story
here.
goes that one of the Munchkin actors had hanged himself during the filming of that scene, and that this dark
What
object
is this
him,
shit?
dangling from the rope.
Oh, there's a bear
The
break
reason this story
dancing on
became
my
so
screen.
prevalent is likely because of the film's VHS release. For the first time, Audiences were able
Then
to
we're gonna do
rewind
this.
and pause at this specific moment to analyze the background and speculate on
And
what
then
this
we're
sinister
gonna
blob might be.
do.
But the thing about watching a
What
VHS
are
on
we
a home
doing?
television is that the picture quality is nowhere near the level of film projected onto a cinema screen. A lot of time had passed between
yeah.
when the film was
We're
screened
doing
in theaters
this.
and when it came out
And
on
we-
VHS.
Then we
So
input
most people
numbers.
watching it
Oh,
from the
you
comfort of their
guys
own armchairs
cannot
had
see the
never seen it on
numbers.
the big screen.
Haha. It's my
If they'd been
secret.
able to,
I
they would have
actually did
realized that the dark
develop
figure
my
in the
own
background was
rigging
quite obviously
system.
not a dangling human.
I mean,
and
I
was most
started
likely
it
a
often
crane.
enough.
The additional fact that the Munchkin actors didn't arrive on set until after the
Okay,
Tin Woodsman sequence
so
had been
we're
filmed
gonna do
should be
this,
enough to put this
right?
myth to bed once and for all.
And then we're gonna do this.
Still,
Woohoo.
even though we can add this entry to our ever-growing pile of hoaxes,
Now,
there are still plenty of
when it
true
does
horror stories
this,
attached to the Wizard
The
of Oz's
eyeball
production.
goes whoop.
What with the terrible treatment of Judy Garland, the aluminium paint poisoning
But-
of Buddy Ebsen, and the third-degree burning of Wicked Witch
Oh no,
Margaret
it's a
Hamilton
dive.
and
No.
her stunt double Betty Danko.
I'm gonna
Seriously,
move the
some
eyeball a
of the
little
onset
here
stories
and
from
do
this film
this.
are messed up.
Now, shock. Shock.
Well, to hell.
Shock. Also,
This is an urban legend about
make
a
it
group
more
of Siberian
natural when
engineers
you
who drilled
close
a
your
hole so deep
eyes.
they reached hell.
The eye goes lower.
After drilling to a depth of
The eye goes
14.4
down.
kilometers, they allegedly
Now,
broke through a cavity.
You open your eye, the
A
eyeball
thermal sensor was
moves.
lowered into the well, along with a
Okay.
microphone. The thermal sensor took a reading
Physics
of
101.
1000 degrees Celsius. But more disturbing than that were the sounds picked up by the mic, which were now emanating
fight.
through the speakers.
I'm about to start
The
biting
engineers clamped
ankles.
their hands over their ears to try and block out
You're
what
gonna
they were
start
hearing.
fighting ankles?
Okay,
The
now,
agonizing
when you
screams of the
smile,
damned.
what do
There was
your
no
eyes
doubt
do
in
when
any
you're
of their
happy?
minds that these were the sounds
They
of hell.
expand.
This story was first reported on in a religious newspaper called Jewels of Jericho.
At least I don't
before
have
being
to do
picked
that.
up by other Christian publications.
Okay,
who either
so
sincerely
now,
thought this story was true, or
what
were
we're
just
gonna
trying
do
to
is
convince
we're
their
gonna go
readers
into the
that
left
there really
eye.
is a realm of
We're
fire
gonna
below
select
us.
all that gunk inside your eye.
Dead Fairy.
We're gonna make a mesh.
In
And we'll
2007,
call it
a man named Dan
eye
Baines posted some unusual photos on
left.
his website.
Everything that's on the
Photos
right
like
is the
this.
left.
He claimed that a dog walker had found the remains of a strange creature.
gonna-
There's the
around
driver's
Barston
side
Hill
and there's
in
the
Dublin,
passenger side.
Derbyshire.
Then we're
Baines
gonna
himself
go
said that it was
inside the
mummified
parameters
carcass
again,
of a dead fairy,
which are
and
top
pointed out
secret. Now,
the exact
actually, I
ears,
will
wings,
make
hair,
my own
skin and teeth.
guide.
According to Baines, the fairy
Because that's
corpse had been
exactly
examined
what
by
I'm
anthropologists
kind of
and forensic
accidentally
experts
developing
who
now.
confirmed that the body was genuine.
We're gonna
X-rays
unlick
had
the
apparently shown
eyeballs.
that the
Unlick.
creature had the same
Unlink.
internal
Please
makeup
don't lick
as
the
that of a
eyeballs.
small child, except for the fact
I'm gonna
that
do
its bones were
this,
hollow,
right?
like a
So we
bird's,
know
making it light enough
where
to
it's
fly.
going. Okay.
Word about this discovery spread,
Now we're
and
gonna
Bates' website started receiving
move it
20,000 hits a
accordingly.
day, with
Oh,
hundreds
shit.
of fairy believers sending him
Gonna-
emails about how they had found something similar too.
Put in the dots first.
Here's
Done.
the thing though.
Okay.
Dan
Now
Baines
we're
himself
gonna
was a
move
sculptor
it.
and an illusion designer in London. He'd uploaded the images a few days before April
A little
Fool's Day
more.
and intended the whole thing to be a prank. He had no idea so many people would genuinely believe the
now-
sculpture was an authentic fairy body.
Move it
On April
here.
1st, he left a comment on his website declaring the whole thing had been a joke.
There we go.
He wrote,
Eyeball.
"Even if you
X
believe
is
in
back.
fairies, as I personally do, there will always be an element of doubt in your mind that would suggest the remains are a hoax. However, the magic
Now we
created by
need
the
the eyeball
possibility of the
Y.
fairy being real is something you'll
Oop.
remember for the rest of your life."
Points done. Now
Some
we just
believers
move it.
refused to accept that fairies weren't real and said that Baines was
Move
just
it
trying to cover up
so
the
it
truth
looks
about their
decent.
existence by releasing false information, thus
Now
harming
up.
the credibility of fairyists. Baines continued to receive a large volume of emails in the weeks and months following his confession, and said it took him up to
Little
4
more
hours a
up.
day to reply to all of them. In the end, he listed his fairy sculpture on eBay.
And it's done.
It sold for £280.
Now we just link it again. Put it in the corner. Oh God. Look at this. Look.
Oh gosh, that's scary.
Okay, now we
CERN,
click
ritual
here
hoax.
and we synthesize the
CERN
corners.
is the European
Now-
Organization for
What's
Nuclear
up, Romy?
Research.
How are you doing?
Hi,
They operate the
Romy.
largest particle
Esti?
physics laboratory in
Yeah.
the world, home to the
No,
Large
we
Hadron Collider
we
and other
talk
technical
only in
marvels.
English here. Sorry.
The organization's
No,
main
you can
purpose
bust out the
is to provide the
Estonian.
particle accelerators needed for high-energy
We have to
physics
be fair
research.
towards
And
everyone.
as such, scientists from all
That's
across
true.
the world make use of their facilities.
Okay, and this is how you recover
Seeing how
your
CERN are at the
eyeballs.
forefront of cutting-edge technology and research, there have, of course, been
For people
countless
who didn't
theories about
know,
what's
I'm from
actually going on there.
Estonia.
Some think
The
that CERN are
country
experimenting
that
with
was
time
saying
travel.
it's from Estonia.
Others blame them for
But can
causing
you speak
earthquakes.
Estonian? My
Some
Estonian
even
is
believe
definitely
that the
rusty. I
scientists
haven't
there
lived
are
there in
opening
10
portals
years
into
now.
hell and other dimensions.
You
All
lived in
of these
Southeast
theories are,
Asia
of
for
course,
10 years.
baseless.
Yeah, and not in
That
the
is,
US.
until
I'm definitely
2016,
rusty.
when this found footage
It's
video
time to
leaked
practice.
online.
But I
The video
definitely
depicts
can
an occult
understand
ritual
anything
being
that is
performed
being
by
said.
CERN employees
As for
at the Geneva facility,
pronunciation, no.
all of
My
them dressed in black
pronunciation is
clothes,
dead now.
gathered around a statue
Okay,
of
so
Shiva.
eye movement is back.
The footage appears to have been captured from a high vantage point by somebody outside the complex.
Thank you so much for the follow, Romy. Oh my god, you
The
rated
ominous
me.
clip ends with a woman being sacrificed and a
Thank you so
clearly
much for the
terrified
raid.
cameraman running from the scene.
Ah, GTA. What did Romy do? Romy rated.
Theorists had a field day with this one.
But
Rumors
hi
already existed
Marco,
about
how you
strange
doing?
activities going on at CERN, and this
Also,
clip seemed to prove it.
I don't think
So,
one
were the world's
eyeball
greatest minds
synthesized
using the Hadron
properly.
Collider to summon the Antichrist, or to open up a gateway into another realm? Well, something weird was definitely going on there. Because, believe it or not, this video
Aw, thank you for the
genuinely had
follow,
been
Romy.
filmed at the
At
CERN
first I
facility
thought
in
you
Geneva,
followed me, but you
in the
rated
site's
me.
main
That's
square and back,
crazy.
where a statue of Shiva stands as a permanent display.
I'm good, Marco.
Whoever the people involved were, they must
As I
have had
was
access
telling
passes.
Romy, you guys can talk
This
in
gave more weight
Estonian
to the
here,
clip's authenticity.
but I'll be responding in
But even though
English.
the footage had been recorded
Thank
at
you so
CERN
much for the
by people
follow,
who must have
Marco.
worked there, the
Thank you
organization
for the
itself
follow.
said that the
I'll
video
just
was
follow
pure
along.
fiction, made by prankster
24
scientists.
hours. Holy shit.
That 24 hours is crazy, but over 24 hours, that's too much.
Were you playing like the dedicated RP GTA server? Respond in Estonian at least once. A.
Oh, hey.
I'm trying to fix my rigging because I accidentally deleted it.
Accidental?
Accidental,
Accidental.
yes. Accidental.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, GTA 5 Estonian RP. Wait, there's an Estonian server? No way.
GTA is universally liked. I'm not surprised.
I didn't know Estonia has its own server. Esti? My pronunciation is garbage now. I haven't been back in Estonia for 10 years. No, I've been back to visit my parents there. Hopefully, I'll be going there soon again. I miss the food there. At least
least.
5 popular servers. Holy shit.
I am not surprised.
Hold on, let me check that.
I can confirm she is checking right now. There's typing in the background.
Oh, 5M is in Estonia too?
I know nothing of GTA.
That's pretty cool. That's awesome. I had no idea that GTA is popular in Estonia, but then again, I haven't been there in so long. Okay, I think I fixed my eyes.
I mean, you did visit it. You stayed there for quite a while. Like
Look at this.
Oh gosh. What happened?
No.
Who hurt you?
I don't know what happened.
Who hurt your model?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I think it's because I synchronized it badly.
Desynchronized it?
Oh my god, that's so bad.
I'm
Okay.
pretty sure 5M exists in North Korea too. Ah.
Okay, I don't need this energy.
Oh no.
I'm suffering from brain rot here. Okay, I open right. Yeah, I open right. I open left. Okay, so I need to make this. Oops. I need to make this smaller here. Okay, smaller than this. Okay, I think. Yeah.
On the officials, we will get the help you need mode. Emotional damage.
No.
Estonia is a big country though.
Marco, please don't curse. We do have like some minors here sometimes, and um YouTube is being kind of a jackass with all that stuff. Since I stream both on YouTube and Twitch at the same time.
All right, good night, Romy.
Good night, Romy. And once more, thank you so much for the raid. It's actually
For the raid.
so awesome seeing a fellow Estonian. I said it like, "Hello, fellow kids."
Hello, fellow countrymen.
Hello, fellow countrymen. Are we all ready for Ivan's night? Already passed.
Oh no. Just for the record, I'm over 30.
No, you're 10. Don't even. Don't
Vic-
even.
Victor is 10 at heart. Let's be honest here.
I'm trying so hard to pretend like he's not 10.
Wait, so that S word, is that a curse word?
Hold on. My eye is drunk.
What the fuck? Everyone's tuning in. It's like, what the fuck am I looking at?
This is my brain cell right now trying to remember Estonian.
No.
This is my brain cell trying to remember every single curse word in Estonian I learned.
No.
Oh my god.
Not like this. That ain't it.
It's still not working. Oh.
Oh, okay. That's what it means. Okay, okay. I get it now.
Can't be. Make this my toggle.
Ugh. Have the other eye looking in a different direction too? Wait, hold on. Can you do that right now?
No. Oh, wait. No, I can't.
Oh no.
Every time I miss my shot.
Oh my god, that's how it feels when like you look at the map and someone turns the corner in Valorant. You're like looking at the map, you're going through the map super quiet, and then you're like, okay, let me look at the map where everyone is. That split second, as soon as you look away, and then you look back and you're like, fuck.
This is so cursed. What the fuck? I hate it. I hate it here.
This ain't it.
Oh my god. I'm done. I'm done with this shit. Why is it doing that? I legit don't understand what the fuck is its damage.
This is so cursed. The more I look at it.
Okay. I think I have to just manually rig it then. For it to fit. But even like this is not working. Okay, so it's working here.
I don't want to butcher that word, Coca. I don't want to butcher that word.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is not the way. This is not the way.
It is the way, and you have to deal with it.
This is not the way.
Oh no.
Okay. I'm gonna just start fresh. Fuck this. Okay, I'm gonna just redo the whole thing. Fuck this. I'd rather start from 0. Okay. Eyeball movement. Also need to rename this to right. Okay, yeah, I think I got everything.
Hell yeah.
Okay. The right one. I'm gonna do them at the same time, actually. So first, I'm gonna need to add some points here. 0, 0, 2, 1, 1, 2. Okay.
You skipped a lot of numbers in between those.
Yeah. That's my custom parameters.
Oh, it's your secret sauce.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is
Exposed on stream.
it is what it is. 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2. That's the movement. Now I'm gonna do that here. Okay, 0 or 2, 1, 1, 2. Okay. 1, 1, 2. Think needs to be a little smaller. Looks the same, right?
You have to zoom in because
It looks the same.
Yeah, it looks the same.
Okay, now. Okay. This is still working. This is working. Okay. Now. What? Move this to here. Here. Move this one to here. Okay. Then we do this. We move this to here. And we go here. And we move this one here.
All right, good night, Coca. Late over there. Good morning. Sleep well.
Good night, Coca. Hold on, let me check what time. What is that? Yeah, it would be like almost morning there.
Yeah, y'all gotta sleep. Y'all.
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 For no reason I. Aw, thank you so much for the follow, Coca.
Thank you for the follow. We appreciate it.
The only reason I know it's like almost morning because in about it's usually around this time my mom like wakes up and messages me.
Really? She's like, hey, what's up?
She wakes up early.
Well, yeah, because work and stuff.
Eyeball right. I need 3 dots here. Eyeball left.
6 a.m. in 10 minutes.
3. It's 6 a.m. in 10 minutes. Yeah, so my mom is gonna wake up in like 15 minutes.
He wakes up at 6:05 every day on the dot.
No, she wakes up early because she needs to open her greenhouse for her tomatoes.
Yeah. Okay.
Bye, Coca, once more. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks to Romy for dropping by. It's honestly nice having some Estonian energy here.
And thank you, Marco, as well.
Yeah, thank you, Marco. I just realized Estonians do curse a lot.
Yeah?
Yeah. At least that was my experience in school.
How do you say that?
You can just say ciao.
Oh, tas
Ciao.
chow.
Or chowki.
Chowki?
But like in Estonian, instead of like bye, you just say ciao.
Oh, okay. So like most European languages says that though.
Or if you have a pet, you go musi musi.
Hell yeah.
Oh shit! I added the points in the wrong place.
Hell no.
Okay, at least I didn't mess it up. Yet. I didn't mess it up yet.
Now hear me out. What if you don't mess up?
I cannot do such promises.
Okay.
Okay. Eyeball X. 3 dots. And 3 dots. Okay. Now we're gonna this.
Oh, can I just remember something?
Yeah, you know what? I just remembered. I can
What?
just do this. Fuck! I guess I can't.
So remember the magnet you brought from Estonia of that national hero guy on the magnet? So apparently the flag broke off from the magnet.
Aw.
Yeah. So I'm like, what the hell? Where did the flag go?
Sad. But
Yeah.
I need to concentrate.
Yeah, you do you. I just wanted to tell you.
A CERN spokeswoman
That's
came
fine.
forward and
It,
announced
it just I need to
quote,
concentrate on this.
"These scenes were filmed on
Okay.
our premises, but without official permission or
Wait,
knowledge.
what if I just move them at the
CERN
same
does not
time?
condone this type of spoof, which can
Well,
give rise to misunderstandings
do
about the
this.
scientific nature of our work. Every
do
year,
this.
CERN welcomes thousands of scientific users from all over the world, and sometimes some of them let their humor go too far. This is what happened on this occasion." She concluded by saying an internal investigation was taking place to figure out which individuals were behind the fake footage.
Oops.
Despite the video being a hoax, a fairly large number of people still believe something sinister is going on at CERN, and that it somehow involves the occult. Just type in CERN ritual onto YouTube, and take a look at the comment section of any video.
I'll just
You're bound
combine
to find
it
some interesting comments.
and synchronize
Hi,
the
Walter.
corners.
I got a new GF today.
Yeah, look. Oh.
Now we're getting to the dark stuff.
Okay, so
Hi Walter, I got a new girlfriend today is referring to a video on YouTube, originally uploaded in 2009 by 2150 Studios. The re-upload is currently sitting at 1.5 million views. The video starts out normal enough, with a young man sitting alone in a room, talking to the camera. But he's not addressing his entire audience. He's specifically talking to someone called Walter, as if this video was uploaded just for him. The man explains how he had just met the most amazing girl
Yeah,
at the mall that day, and describes
it's the
how he went shopping
synchronized
with her
corners
at
that
JCPenney's and a
fucks me
jewelry
over.
shop.
So
With a voice that's
fly back
struggling
to
to
the
hold back
manual.
excitement, the man says that he brought this girl back to his
Okay,
place.
so it's easier if I just do
I
this.
know she hates cameras, Walter, but I'm gonna show you her anyways. You ready?
And I'll just do
The video
this.
suddenly cuts to a different area of the house. We're now in some dingy basement.
This.
The man opens a door to reveal a tied-up woman
This.
cowering in the corner of a small bathroom, crying and desperately begging for help. The man
Yeah,
enters the room
it's the
and
synchronized
slams the
corner
door
that
behind him.
screwed me over.
The woman screams, and the video ends abruptly.
Okay, there we go.
This upload got a lot of people
Fixed
talking.
it.
Oh yeah. Go.
A young woman named Kayla Berg had gone missing at the time the video went live, and some viewers
I'm just
noticed
gonna
that the girl
double
in the
check that
bathroom
everything
looked a lot
works.
like her. Fearing that this was more than just a joke, several viewers actually contacted the police about the video, and the owners of the YouTube
tracking
channel were
the
investigated.
eyes.
Kayla's own mother even watched the video and said, quote,
Yeah.
"It sounded like her, looked like her. It gave me chills." It appeared as if there had just been a massive development in the case.
Eyes
The
are
video started being
tracking.
reported on by the media,
And the
comment
physics
section
are
of the
not
video
messed up.
was now filled with outrage. This prompted the owners of the channel to leave this comment on one of
I
their
can
other
continue
videos.
working on the
We
angles
apologize for any emotional
Okay.
harm caused by
Yeah,
high
I'm gonna
water. I
deselect
got
the
a new
mouth
girlfriend today.
because
Produced
I'm
back
not
in
done rigging the
2009.
mouth yet.
There was no intention of it resembling any real person or event.
I'm gonna deselect.
The actors involved wish to extend their
bangs.
sympathies to the mother of Kayla Berg and sincere apologies for the emotional
And
turmoil
I'm gonna
it
deselect
caused.
the eyes. I'm not fully done with the eye
So as it turns
rigging,
out, this whole
because
video
I
was
still
just
need
an
to
art
add
piece
like the
designed to
hearts
drum up
and stuff
interest
like
in
that.
the YouTube channel. It had nothing
Okay.
to do with Kayla Berg, and it was just a coincidence that the actress resembled her. But imagine seeing this before it was
So
confirmed
I'll
to
do
be a
that
hoax.
tomorrow.
I mean, the guy's actually a pretty good actor. He sells the part, and makes you believe that he really is some unhinged, nerdy guy who just snapped one day.
Right now I just need to
The
do
fact that
these
he's addressing some guy
corners
called
properly.
Walter makes the video appear more personal as well, like this was some sort of revenge video. But although this
I'm
video
gonna
did turn out
deselect
to be
the blush
fake,
too.
and the creators obviously didn't intend to cause any harm,
And the
a lot of
nose.
people really thought this was real back in the day, and it's extremely unfortunate that Kayla Berg's mother was amongst them. Disturbing movie iceberg rumors. The horror cinema iceberg, aka the disturbing movie iceberg, has to be one of the most popular charts covered on YouTube.
Is it just
Wendigoon
this
made
corner
a very well
left?
received video dissecting each of its layers, and I highly
Yeah,
recommend
just
you
this
check it out if
corner
you haven't
left.
already. The iceberg's exactly what it sounds like.
First I'll
A
deal
list
with
of
the
horror
ear.
movies, ranging from the entertaining to the downright outlawed. The upper layers are filled with the standard horror flicks we all know and love. Saw, Midsummer, that kind of thing, with more obscure and obscene entries in the mid-tiers. But it's the bottom few layers we're concerned with in this one. Some of these titles supposedly contain real-life snuff, and, as Wendigoon himself refers to it, cheese pizza. Several of the Berg's inclusions most certainly do show real death. That much is true. Those, however, are all mixtapes, basically compilations of horrific footage already available on the ClearNet. But a snuff movie isn't just any film with a body in it. They have to include
Oh, wait,
footage
no,
of a real-life
that's-
murder taking place on screen.
This one.
The entries on this iceberg that are said to contain real snuff and cheese pizza
Wait, right
are,
side
as far
is
as I can tell, only rumoured to exist.
the other one. Okay.
They're apparently only available on the dark web.
Right is left,
But
left
although
is
you'll
right.
find people discussing their existence on forums, a lot of them just seem to be internet urban legends. Don't get me wrong, real horrible stuff is out there, and some of the movies on this iceberg are very real and very horrible. But the rumours that any of them contain anything illegal appear to be baseless. Malepregnancy.com. This is a vaguely creepy website that's
malepregnancy.com?
been online since 1999.
I don't know.
It details the pregnancy
people
of
are
a Mr. Lee
wildin'.
Wei, the first human male to be with child. The site contains a variety of documentary evidence, news reports, pictures, video clips, EKGs, ultrasound images and the like. Even though it presented itself as real, the site was simply an art project created by a guy named Virgil Wong. Despite obviously being a hoax, Wong said he received thousands of emails from men all around the world who wanted to become male mothers. Chinese baby-eating hoax.
What?
Last year,
The hell?
a number of photos began making the rounds on social media sites.
That's actually wild.
Photos like these. They were attached to news articles that claimed, in China, people eat fetuses to improve their health and boost their performance in the bedroom.
I got cap
The
on
photos
that.
depicted a
It is
man
cap.
seated at a restaurant table, eating human baby soup, a rare delicacy that apparently costs $4,000 US. In one of the images, he's taking a big bite straight out of the torso. These images sparked outrage online. Chinese users stepped forward to say that the photos were fake, only for them to be lambasted by other users who took the images at face value. In reality,
Well, that
the
seems like
claim
a
that people in
personal
China
problem
eat herbal baby
for
soup
taking it
is
at
nothing
face
but
value.
codswallop. And as for the
Yeah.
photos, they were
sounds
actually
like
taken from a
they
performance
weren't
art
thinking.
exhibition in Shanghai that took place in the year 2000. The artist, Zhu Yu, titled this performance Eating People, and intended for it to be a commentary on human nature and our relationship with the law. The supposed baby was nothing more than a prop, and the rumors about there being rampant and socially acceptable cannibalism going on in China were of course nonsense. Unfortunately, these images were intentionally taken out of context by lowbrow news publications for the sole purpose of causing
Lowbrow?
outrage and
I believe
increasing
it.
traffic to their sites.
Lowbrow.
Even more unfortunately, a lot of people blindly accepted these unverified reports and directed a lot of anger at a lot of innocent people. The Great Donor Show. De Groot Donnershow was a reality TV special that aired on Dutch TV back in 2007. The whole program was like a one-off live game show. It revolved around a terminally ill 37-year-old woman asking questions to 25 contestants. All of these contestants were in desperate need of a life-saving kidney transplant. You
I
can
have a
see where
bad
I'm going
feeling
with this.
about this one.
The woman
too.
whittled down the contestants until only 3 of them remained. It was then her job to pick a winner. The prize? Her kidneys after she died.
Oh god.
During the completely live broadcast, viewers could text in with advice about who the woman should pick as the winner, with all of the proceeds going to the Dutch Kidney Foundation. As you can imagine, there was outrage before the show even aired, and the network received a plethora of complaints during its live broadcast. People were incensed at the idea of a show that was literally a game of life and death. At the end of the show, the presenter revealed that the dying woman was actually an actress, that the whole thing had been staged, but that the contestants
That's not
really
really
were in
something
desperate need of
that
kidney
you do.
transplants. The show was made to raise awareness about the low number of organ donors in the Netherlands. Anger quickly turned to understanding, and the day after the special aired, 30,000 donor forms were requested by
that's
people
nice,
throughout
though.
Holland. 2 days later, that number was up to 50,000.
Oh damn.
In the run-up to the show's broadcast,
So it made
everyone
a
involved had
difference.
maintained that the show was
Yeah, it
genuine.
did make a difference.
Lawrence Drillick, the chairman of the television network that aired the show, later said, "It was very hard to keep this a secret and to tell this lie time after time, but I did it because of the good cause." Of all of the hoaxes on this iceberg, this one undoubtedly made the biggest positive impact. 2016 clown sightings. I'm sure we all remember the 2016
I still don't
clown
understand
takeover.
why US was going crazy
This was a
with it.
phenomenon that lasted for a few
Crazy with
months,
what?
where there were numerous sightings of people
The
dressed
clown
as evil
thing.
clowns in incongruous places. We're not talking Bobo and Krusty. We're talking Pennywise and Twisty. Most reported
were
sightings
some
were in the
murders
USA and UK, though other
of,
countries like
girl
Canada and
clown
Australia
hitchhiking.
were
Of
also
course
said to
there
be heavily
was.
affected. Basically, you might be on your way home one night, minding your own business, when you'd see a group of killer clowns watching you from a tree line or a school playground. That's creepy enough in itself, but in some of these reported sightings, the clowns actually tormented, chased, or even attacked innocent bystanders. Panic gripped the Western world. People were terrified they might encounter these evil circus performers. Even staying at home didn't feel like a safe option, with reports of clowns randomly going up to houses and tormenting the families inside. A large number of people already had a phobia of clowns to
Do
begin
you
with,
see one?
but that fear had now spread to the
Clowns?
formerly unafraid.
Yeah.
Embassies started issuing warnings about the clown scare. Clown costumes were being banned left, right, and center. Even Ronald McDonald was forced to keep a lower profile. And this was a bad time to be a
Funny.
professional clown.
Even Ronald McDonald had
Newspapers
a
began
low
stating
profile.
that the clowns were planning some type of purge event for Halloween. No such purge actually occurred on the 31st, but a family in Florida were attacked by a group of 20 men wearing clown masks. After months of mass clown sightings, the general public had had enough. They took to the streets with baseball bats and other implements and began actively hunting the clowns down.
Damn.
Not long after that, things seemed to
That's
quieten down, and as quickly as the phenomenon started, it had now disappeared. Thus ended the Great Clown Panic of 2016. So despite some people believing that these clowns were really nefarious and trying to lure kids into the woods or what have you, in actuality, it was just a bunch of youngsters dressing up and trying to scare people. I think that much most of us already knew. The reason this entry's even on the list, and so far down for that
But
matter,
there still will
is
be
because
at
of
least
how few
one
people
clown
realise
taking it too
that
far.
This was never a widespread occurrence at all.
Haha.
Because of all the reports we heard in the media about clown
Got 'em.
sightings, we all naturally assumed there must have been hundreds of incidences. The truth is, very, very few of those reports were ever verified. The majority that were investigated turned up no evidence of there ever being any clowns at the supposed location. Many sightings were proven to be outright fakes, and several people were even arrested for falsifying reports. Websites were simply reporting on fake sightings and fake videos for clicks. Newspapers and TV stations picked up on those reports and began perpetuating the narrative. Scaremongering's a great business tactic. Now, don't get me wrong, there were definitely some isolated cases of people dressing up as these killer clowns, but the vast majority began after the media picked up on a non-existent problem, and were nowhere near as prevalent as the news would have had us believe. So there were clowns roaming around in 2016. That much is true. But this wasn't some organized effort,
Ew.
and it didn't happen to the extent that the news had us believing.
Worry about it.
Polybius. Polybius was allegedly an old arcade game that came out in 1981 and only existed for about a month. It appeared in several arcades, exclusively across Portland, Oregon. But despite the title never receiving any marketing, it proved to be an instant hit with the local gamers. Those who played it seemed to immediately become addicted. Lines formed around the other machines, with people getting into fights about whose turn was next. But those who reached the front of the queue unscathed and actually got to play Polybius experienced some unexpected side effects. Seizures, bits of amnesia, insomnia, night terrors and hallucinations, just to name a few. Despite making their lives a living hell, the gamers couldn't stop themselves from playing Polybius. They became almost obsessed with it. Every so often,
that's a
men
personal
dressed in
problem.
black suits would appear at the
Well,
arcades
okay.
and inspect each Polybius machine. And, according to some, they were even seen collecting some unknown data from the cabinets. Not money, data. These men in black were actually CIA operatives tasked with analyzing Polybius's psychoactive effects on its players. You see, Polybius was part of MKUltra, a real-world US government program that experimented on unaware and unwilling members of the public in order to develop mind control techniques. In
Okay.
1976,
The
the
US
program
is
was
wild with
exposed and was subsequently shut down.
A little.
But Polybius was said to be evidence of the program's continuation. Proof that they were experimenting on players and sending them subliminal messages. People caught
So
wind
Call
of
of
this
Duty.
and wanted to expose what was happening. But just as quickly as the game arrived, it disappeared completely. Overnight, every Polybius arcade machine was gone, never to reappear. In one sense though, Polybius is alive and well today. It's been included as an Easter egg on The Simpsons, and popular content creators like the Angry Video Game Nerd have done deep dives on it. This Polybius video by Ahoy has reached over 6 million views, so there's clearly still a lot of interest in exploring this legend. But that's all Polybius ever was. a legend. The history of arcade machines has been extensively documented since their inception. There's not a single mention of Polybius in any trade or consumer magazine. The legend itself is believed to have originated in the year 2000 and was probably dreamt up by a guy named Kurt Koller to drive traffic to his website. MKUltra? Real. Polybius? Not so much. That being said, fans of the Polybius legend have developed a hypnotic video game inspired by the myth, designed so that players can experience the old 80s brainwashing game that never really existed.
Ooh,
Apollo 20.
creepy.
Apollo 20 refers to a set of internet videos that supposedly show a hibernating female extraterrestrial. The alien in the footage has since come to be known as Mona Lisa, and is said to have been recovered during the classified Apollo 20 mission of 1976. The videos appeared online in 2007, a full 31 years after the clandestine mission had actually taken place. Retired American astronaut William Rutledge was the man behind the upload, and claimed that he had been the commander of the Apollo 20 mission. According to Rutledge, the top-secret mission had been conducted jointly by the US and the Soviets, and his crewmates were astronaut Leona Snyder and cosmonaut Alexei Leonov. While on their mission, they encountered a disabled spacecraft, which they intercepted and boarded. Inside, they found a female humanoid in stasis, the alien lifeform, Mona Lisa. In the footage, the crew can be seen examining the extraterrestrial and even removing her strange facial covering. Rutledge said that the crew took her back to Earth for study, along with some other artifacts they found. Rutledge, who had personally taken the videos and was still in possession of the tapes, believed it was time to get the word out. The videos certainly have a realistic quality about them, and Mona Lisa herself certainly appears lifelike. But the thing is, the Apollo 20 mission never actually happened. It was scrapped after Congress voted to cut NASA's budget, along with Apollo missions 18 and 19. Now that's not going to persuade any contrarians in the audience. They'll just say, well duh, the mission was classified. Of course they're gonna say it didn't happen. Yeah, fair enough. But the fact is that this footage has already been thoroughly debunked by amateurs and experts alike. The videos make use of footage from previous NASA missions, spliced together with new footage that, although appearing realistic, has been confirmed to be fake. The final nail in the Apollo 20 coffin is the fact that it was originally uploaded to YouTube on April 1st. It was all just an elaborate, well-executed hoax. Even so, if you go to the comment section of any Apollo 20 video on YouTube, you'll still find loads of people who genuinely believe the footage is real. SpongeBob Brazilian defecation broadcast.
Huh?
So this strange entry purports that there was a lost episode of SpongeBob SquarePants that only ever aired once on TV. That one screening was in Brazil in 2016, just before the Olympics in Rio.
Okay.
What was strange about this episode was that during one scene, Squidward was playing his clarinet when he accidentally hits the brown note.
The brown
For
note?
those who don't know, the brown
The
note is an
brown note.
infrasonic frequency that, when heard, causes the listener to take a trip to Browntown. Apparently,
Okay.
this episode actually
Okay.
used that specific frequency, and hundreds of people across Brazil lost control of their bowels at the exact same moment while
Bullshit.
watching the show.
I'm gonna call cap on that.
Many of them were so heavily affected that they had to be rushed to hospital. This had some people
What?
speculating that the episode had been
What
intentionally
is
weaponized
this?
and was being used to intentionally target Brazilians.
Bullshit.
That's so funny.
Understandably, the episode was immediately pulled from the air and never screened again. The reason most people never heard about this incident was because it was quickly covered up by the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Neither the Brazilian government nor the SpongeBob team wanted anyone to hear about what had happened, so they quietly swept it under the rug. Or, perhaps more fittingly, flushed all the evidence away.
Okay.
Wait a second. What's that sound? Oh, batten down the hatches, everyone, because what you're hearing is the brown note. Apologies if you just lost control of your bowels, but if you did, I can assure you, that's just a coincidence, and it might be worth getting a checkup. And that's because the so-called
bro,
brown
it's not
note
us,
is
it's
only
you.
hypothetical, and all attempts to demonstrate its existence using sound waves have failed. That's how we know this SpongeBob broadcast never actually happened. It
Yeah?
was all a hoax, one that seems to have originated on 4chan. Still,
Of
this
course
entry was
it's
too funny not to
4chan.
include.
The fortune just trolls.
Speaking of which,
heavily.
Yeah.
the peanut butter and mayonnaise panic.
What?
When you think about foods that pair well with peanut butter, what sort of things spring to mind? Chocolate?
Banana.
Sure. Jam?
Banana.
Mayonnaise? Maybe if you're a
Banana.
psycho. But the peanut butter and mayonnaise panic of 1969 doesn't revolve around people eating either of the foodstuff at all. Due to a huge misunderstanding in the late 60s, big newspapers were all of a sudden reporting that teenagers were injecting themselves with peanut butter and mayonnaise.
What?
Apparently, by combining those two
Yo,
ingredients, some
what?
sort of chemical reaction took place that produced psychedelic effects when inserted straight into the bloodstream. According to some news outlets at the time, it had something to do with the fat globules. Headlines
I'm
were being
calling
printed in
cap.
papers across the
I
entire
call
USA,
major cap on
and
that
people
shit.
genuinely started to believe that the youth of America were not only being corrupted by the mind-altering substances of PB and mayo, but dying from this concoction en masse. This concern even reached the highest echelons of government, with references to the panic being present in a 1969 Senate committee report, as well as in Richard Nixon's presidential papers. Yeah, this panic really was a big deal. Now obviously, the only trip you're likely to take if you inject peanut butter and mayonnaise is a trip to the afterlife, and there weren't any medical records of anyone injecting themselves with PB and mayo, so why were the papers reporting that this was such a widespread problem? Well, it all started when two government officials caught wind that students were sharing around a secret underground recipe book. This book apparently described various culinary escapes from reality. One of the recipes was the PB and mayo formula. The media quickly picked up on their claims,
Fucking knew
and the
it.
misinformation spread like wildfire.
I fucking.
But it was all just hysteria. Peanut butter and mayo were both slang terms for other substances at the time, and maybe the government officials took that too literally. But where this idea of an
You
underground
think?
cookbook came from is anyone's guess. Dig Your Roots / After School Special. We've already touched on the concept of snuff films, but just to recap, they're movies in which a person is genuinely murdered on camera. Though most films purported to be snuff actually turn out to be fakes, there are real, authentic movies that show people being killed. These films are then sold on the black market, usually for large sums of money. They're quite hard to find, because for obvious reasons, their creators are only selling to a very specific clientele on very specific, hidden platforms. But some of them have been leaked and shared around in the past. Last year, a rumour started spreading about a new snuff film that had found its way onto the ClearNet. The original upload on Bescore had been titled After School Special, but people were now referring to it as Dig Your Roots. Here's how one viewer described it. 2 adults viciously stabbed 2 kids to death in a bedroom. A third person
Okay.
films the whole thing. The victims look to be about 10 or so. I think they're inside one of the boys' bedrooms, because it looks like a kid's bedroom. There's a black and white poster on the wall for some country band that features a couple of toddlers and says, Dig Your Roots. That's how the video got its name. Dig Your Roots is the 3rd studio album by country music duo Florida Georgia Line. So in forum conversations about dark internet videos, the Dig Your Roots video started being mentioned from time to time. Most people didn't claim to have actually seen it, but had heard this description from other users. And because it kept getting brought up, everyone thought that it really did exist. I mean, it was certainly conceivable. From 3 Guys, 1 Hammer to the infamous Funky Town video, snuff does occasionally pop up on certain dark websites. Dig Your Roots, however, doesn't exist. It was all a hoax, perpetrated again by 4chan. There was a small thread where people were proposing titles for fake, lost media, then asking others to come up with concepts based on the name. They'd then try and trick non-4chan users into believing that these fake videos were actually real, basically spreading believable lies and rumors to see what would stick. From there, gullible people would spread the rumors around for them. For example, one of the titles the OP proposed was Channing Tatum death footage. Another user chimed in with his idea about what to spread. Channing Tatum death footage. Aftermath war footage of some dude that kind of looks like Channing Tatum. His head is mashed, so it's not like you can tell he really looks like him. Another person in the thread said that this spreading of fake info really does work, and claimed to have been the person who came up with the despair code, a concept that's been covered by loads of YouTubers at this point. In amongst all these replies was the idea for digyourroots.mov. So yeah, thankfully this video doesn't exist. If this whole thread proves anything, it's that we should constantly be questioning what we hear from strangers online. Hundreds of people may tell you something does or doesn't exist, and they may genuinely believe what they're telling you is true. But if they have bad, or perhaps zero evidence to back up their claims, they're most likely just the victim of disinformation themselves. Ask questions, demand verifiable proof, and don't be like them. 3 orangutans, 1 blender. 3 orangutans, 1 blender refers to a rare online video that few people have ever seen, but those who have watched it say it's one of the most disturbing clips in existence. Rumours about 3 orangutans started spreading all the way back in 2008, when YouTuber Damanico uploaded the first ever reaction video to it. In the years that followed, many more reactions to 3 orangutans were uploaded to YouTube. In all of them, the reactor appears disgusted by what they're seeing. The same hip-hop music can be heard in the background of each reaction, along with the same screaming ape noises, suggesting that all of these reactors were watching the same video. As for what the footage is actually of, the most famous account comes from a guy called Roberto Martinez. He made an extremely long post about the contents of the video, so I'll just give the SparkNotes version here. 3 orangutans, 1 blender is a real video that can now be found on the dark web. It was published during 2006, but wasn't found until later. Here's what it is. So the music makes it sound like it's okay, but the video is horrifying. In the video, there are these Indian or Brazilian army men wearing yellowish, greenish camouflage. They walk into a building and take beaten, damaged, caged orangutans and brutally cut them up with machetes, then begin pouring bleach and what looks like lemon juice all over them before shoving them into this weird machine that is definitely not a blender. It's this big machine that has blades that spin like a blender, but it's not. The machine has no roof, but it has a balcony with rails that circle around the top, and 2 steel platforms on both sides above the machine, going across to the other side like a bridge. Whatever it is, it brutally slices some of the orangutans into a bloodbath of pieces, while leaving some still alive, screaming in agony and pain, while some of the men are laughing.
That is messed up.
Then, this fat guy in a yellow camouflage ski mask comes inside the machine and uses a chainsaw to butcher 6 of them. They take the last 3 male orangutans and walk them into a cabin-like shelter where there are 3 tigers waiting. They have the tigers slowly eat and rip off the private parts of these orangutans. They throw the orangutans on the ground, taking turns pouring some lemon juice on them, before brutally butchering them while laughing and throwing the pieces of their carcasses back into the machine and slicing it all up. The video ends there. I think the only reason it's called 3 orangutans, 1 blender is because only 3 of them last to the end. The video was so gruesome that it became harder to find on the ClearNet. You can also see that there are human remains inside the machine with the orangutans. There are 97 men and 19 orangutans counted in the video. Some of the men are shirtless, showing off their tattoos. It's so messed up, you'll wish those guys were dead. Also, all of the men have a strange symbol on their hats or shoulders. The video appears to take place at a camp in the middle of the jungle during the afternoon, with trucks, sheds, and cabins in the background. The original video was 3 hours long and didn't have music, but the video you'll find is only 1 minute and 50 seconds long, and has a weird hip-hop beat that covers everything except for the screams of the orangutans and the sound of the machine. Even though the video was posted in 2006, it has a 70s, 80s or 90s quality. I'm guessing the real thing took place decades ago. Anyways, you're welcome. But seriously, don't watch it.
No, I'm not planning to.
Okay, so that's
Be
some
good.
extremely disturbing imagery. But you'll be happy to hear that no matter how hard you try, you'll never actually be able to track this video down. That's because 3 orangutans, 1 blender is a myth. Just
Thank
like
God.
the Baby Burger video it's based off.
I'm
No such
actually
clip
relieved.
exists.
Same.
All of the reaction videos
Cruelty
to it
is
simply made
never
use of the
good.
same beat, giving the illusion that the clip actually existed. Roberto's
Gonna
account
go
of the
clean
video
up.
was just him playing
Bye.
along with the hoax too. In fact, there are plenty of accounts about what this video actually contains, and they all say something different. As dark as some of those fake stories are, my personal favourite is that it's just a video of someone preparing a smoothie for 3 excited orangutans. Kind of wholesome. Andreas Balminas, snuff film. This last stop on our tour takes us back to February of 2013. Andreas Balminas was a Latvian man living in the UK. Police in Lancashire received a tip from the Russian Interior Ministry that Balminas was in possession of illegal video material. This tip turned out to be legit. They raided his apartment and found countless messed up videos from Japan, Russia, and various other countries. But one of them stood out in particular. A 20-minute home movie featuring a blonde girl about 14 years of age. This footage disturbed even the most seasoned of officers. In the video, the girl begged a man who wasn't Balminas for her life. The unknown man ignored her pleas and strangled her with a wire, causing her to foam at the mouth and her eyes to roll back into her head. "It's the worst thing I've seen by a country mile," said Detective Constable Edward Wenham. In the footage, a man in his 40s was decorating. He had a goatee beard, and you could see his face quite clearly. The young girl came into the room and asked him for some money. It was apparent that the man was either her father or stepfather. The man began to shout obscenities. Then he strangled her. After that, he laid out a clear plastic sheet and laid the body in it, then wrapped it tightly around her. It took about 3 minutes for this. My firm belief is that she was definitely killed. The judge who sentenced Balminas agreed that while it was difficult to be certain that the girl had perished on camera, she most likely had. Still, there was no evidence that Balminas was involved in the making of the video, so he only received 8 months behind bars for possessing it, as well as for possessing numerous other sick material. Investigators began looking for any clues to the girl's identity. Judging by her accent, she was American, but that's about the only thing they had to go on, other than her face, and the face of the man who had killed her. They'd hit a wall. For 15 months, they took no further action. They didn't even send the video to the CEOP or to any US agencies to run through their powerful facial recognition software. When UK government ministers heard about that, they said there had been a massive failure in policing. Labour MP Tom Watson said, "If the view of the judge and police in this case is true, then Britain's police have sat on evidence of a child murder for over a year. It's negligent and scandalous that the utmost urgency has not been applied with this case. The Americans should have immediately been informed, and the NCA should have picked up the investigation." There was public outrage that so little had been done to ID the perp or the victim. As a result, the video was passed along to the CEOP for further inspection. Okay, so this is the part of the breakdown where I confirm the girl and the man were just actors, right? Well, here's why I've saved this entry for last. I've looked all over, but I can't find any definitive proof online that this was a hoax. All of the write-ups and articles I've read about this case end there, with the video being passed along to more specialized authorities, but there's no mention of the film being confirmed fake. If it was real, it seems weird that the killer would happily appear on screen without a mask. That's a big risk. Then again, in other confirmed snuff films that have come to light, there have been killers who have shown their face. Not to mention, every officer who viewed the footage said it was extremely realistic and made them sick to their stomachs. I was convinced that this was not acting and that the girl was dead, reiterated DC
Jesus
Venom.
Christ.
If she had been play acting when the plastic was wrapped around her face, she wouldn't have been able to keep so still. If it was acting, it was better than an Oscar-winning performance. Her eyes didn't blink or move at all. So this hoax's iceberg actually ends on a potentially dark note. Maybe this was an authentic snuff film after all. If so, both the girl and the perp remain unidentified, and the film that features her final starring role has yet to be leaked on the ClearNet. Sadly, with guys like Bauminis in this world, there'll always be a market for this sort of thing. I know we've talked a lot about hoaxes today, but that's the reality we all live in. Whew, and that's it. The end of this abridged hoaxes iceberg. I hope you enjoyed this special episode, and I'd personally like to wish you all a very happy Halloween. Before the video ends, I'd also like to thank all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters.
These were
The
disturbing.
Norm Goem, 24, Lydia Glassley, Thomas the Handsome, Alex Greensall, Azriel Warakai, Charlie Lackey, Connor Lotham, Crawford K. MacDonald, Event Horizon Records, Gina Valera, Grace Archie, Infamous Sempapi, Leonardo Martinez, Mackenzie Griffin, Maria Mendez, Myra Lancaster, Monica Mendoza, Natalie Escobedo, Palmyra, Peter Loggerach, Philip Westra, Procupidine Netta, Ronnie Franklin, Sarah Ramirez, Silas Geist, Taylor and Monica Gruenk, The Only Dorita, Zane, Miss Crypto, Damien Bennett, Hungry and Hammered, The Deck of Cards, and TNS MOM. Thank you guys so much for your continued support, it really helps the channel out. Remember to smash that like button or I'll smash you, and you'll be hearing from me again in November. Until then, you all stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark. I'm a male living in South Korea. My cousin, Nari, used to be an Airbnb hostess here in Seoul. The site's become massive. There's something like 2 million properties listed on it. So, no matter where you're traveling to in the world, chances are that there's somebody with a room or a condo or even an entire
I think I
house
need to
to
flip
rent.
this one a little more.
During her time hosting, Nari met a whole bunch of colourful characters. There were the sweet older couple that came to stay with her 8 times while visiting friends in the city. There was the guy who insisted on bringing his dog with him. This little rat-sized chihuahua that was about half the size of my cat's. There were a few people who were high maintenance, and there were a few who were really chilled, and ended up joining us for drinks at the bar down the street. I never hosted personally, but I'd help Nari out with her bookings if she had to work late and needed someone to meet her guests. Well, for all the good people, there was Mr. Park. He was this creepy, balding guy that stayed with Nari for a week while he was in town on business. At least, he said that was his reason anyway. I think we were both relieved when he left. I'd met him once, and didn't like the vibe I got off the guy, and there wasn't much she could do to kick him out early or anything, lest he gave her a bad review and dropped her score on the site. After he left, Nari discovered a weird plastic thing he had left in the shower. Turns out, he had left his slimy, fake vagina masturbation aid sitting next to her soap. I took one look and had to explain to her what it was. I remember her picking it up in a plastic bag, like the way people scoop up dog shit on the street. From then on, Nari was pretty picky when it came to who she let stay. One weekend, Nari had to leave for a business trip, so she left me the spare key. She had a booking coming up, a young woman named Sumi, and I was to play host. We'll just call her Sue from here. Sue checked in, got the key from me, and put her suitcase in the spare room. I didn't see any more of her that Friday, or for the rest of the weekend, and I figured she was out enjoying herself. Not too long after that, I could have sworn I saw Mr. Park in our local grocery store. Same balding head, same vibe, but he was at one end of the aisle and I the other. I got that feeling like I was being watched, but when I looked directly, he was gone. At the time, I shrugged it off, figured it had to be some other balding guy, and I was just projecting my anxiety. Now, the building I live in is fairly old, which means that the walls are pretty thick, and noise tends to only travel in the hallway. If I'm waiting for the elevator, I can occasionally hear someone's TV if it's really loud, but that's about it. That Monday morning, I was woken up far too early by a pounding sound. It was maybe 6 or 6:30 in the morning, and the sun was barely up. At that point, I was pissed. I threw on a housecoat and yanked open the front door without bothering to look in the peephole. I was greeted by two
I think I
very
need to
tense
tuck in the
policemen.
head here.
They asked for my name, and if I knew the young woman who lived across the hall from me, pointing to Nari's apartment. Without thinking, I ran across the hall and through the open door, just knowing in my gut that Nari was supposed to be returning that morning, and that something must be wrong if there were police at my door. The cops yelled for me to wait, but I was on autopilot. At first, I thought someone had robbed the place. Her TV was smashed, her couch was ripped apart like it had been mauled by a bear, her photos were buried under broken glass, her laptop had practically melted into the floor. And then I realized, in some part of my brain, that her TV and laptop wouldn't be here if it was a simple robbery. And that's when I smelled it. Death has a certain stench to it. Sometimes, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, like a hospital corridor, you'll get a whiff of it. What I smelled was a full-on, closed-handed fist slug into the face. In a panic, I couldn't stop myself. I flung open the first bedroom door. Nari's room looked just like the living room, but she wasn't in it. By this time, the officers had caught up with me and were trying to steer me back out of the unit, but I broke free of their grasp and flung open the spare bedroom door. Inside was what was left of Sue. We get so desensitized to violence on TV that when we're actually confronted with it in real life, it seems almost absurd, like it's totally unreal. She had literally been torn to shreds with a knife. Just from smelling the air alone, I could taste that metallic flavor of blood in the back of my mouth. I showered several times a day for the next week and could not get that taste, that smell out of my hair or
Welcome
skin.
back, Wolf.
It turns
Sleeping.
out that Sue had been there since Friday night. Nari got home a few hours later. By that time, the forensics team had already been in and out and were starting to clean up the scene. I couldn't tell her about what I'd seen. I just remember hugging her. While investigating, the police had found a second set of keys. This meant there was actually a third set of keys to Nari's place, and those keys had prints. 3 guesses as to who they traced back to. Mr. Park. Park had made a set of keys while staying at Nari's, and he
I'm
wasn't
gonna
here on
make this
business
thing
as he
here.
had claimed. It turns out he lived about 15 minutes outside of the city. Security camera footage showed him coming into the building that Friday night, and him lurking around outside for the past month prior to that, just after his stay. Surprisingly, Park confessed to the murder, said he didn't know that Nari would be out of town, that he hadn't known she had had a guest that weekend. His wife had recently left him and taken the kids with her, and Nari reminded him of a younger version of his wife. Nari and I have both moved buildings since then. I still can't believe that all of this came because of broken trust. By giving a stranger a safe place to stay, by letting him into her home, this person was so twisted that he thought to make a copy of her key. If it had been any other weekend, Nari would have been at home, and what happened to Sue would have happened to her too.
That is so sad. I hate people.
This is a story I didn't personally experience. I was told it by a good friend of mine, Yori, and it takes place in Fukuoka many years ago. It's a pretty wild tale, but Yori's not the kind of guy to just make something like this up. Every time he tells it, he speaks with conviction and sincerity, and I for one totally believe him. In his youth, he had a friend called Takeshi. Now this guy was a real rebel by Japanese standards, especially back in the day. For example, his favorite pastime was apparently getting drunk and then going to a pinsaron. Pinsarons are basically blowjob clubs.
Oh.
Sometimes he'd get all the guys drunk, Yori included, and drag them all along to this dominatrix bar. Ever the showman, Takeshi liked to get on stage and have beautiful women drip hot wax on his body. Yori's got a million of these stories, so his old rebellious chum must have been quite fun to be around. As their group of friends got older, they all started to mature. All of them, that is, except for Takeshi. He still went out pretty much nightly. Considering Takeshi's lifestyle, it didn't surprise Yori all that much when he told him about his new girlfriend, a girl he had met at a strip club. Her name was Miku. It's not like they happened to just bump into each other. She was actually one of the strippers at this place called Asobi, and they met while she gave him a lap dance. Now, if you think that dating a stripper sounds like a bad idea, then you're a lot smarter than Takeshi was. What the poor guy failed to realize was that Asobi was run by the Yakuza, pretty much the Japanese mafia. These guys are no joke, and even wannabe tough guys like Takeshi knew better than to meddle in their affairs. Problem was, he had been hanging around with Miku for the past 2 weeks before she dropped this bombshell. According to Yori, Miku was crazy. Like real stripper crazy. She was also totally obsessed with Takeshi, and would momentarily lose her mind if she even saw him glance in the direction of another girl. Or, God forbid, if one tried to talk to him. Takeshi was a good-looking guy, so this happened more than once.
The fuck is the zigzag?
He'd have to pry her off them, kicking and screaming. Then, as quickly as she had lost her shit, she'd zen out and be totally normal again. Takeshi had been thinking about cutting things off with her, since she was just major trouble. This new Yakuza development pushed him to do so. He dumped her as soon as she told him, calling her crazy, a mental train wreck, and that even though she was hot, she was nowhere near hot enough to risk a Yakuza beating. She went ballistic, right there in the middle of the street, with everyone standing around. Said that she didn't want her boyfriend to say such horrible things about her, but that if he apologized, she'd forgive him because she just loved him that much. If he didn't apologize, she'd make sure he never called her such things again. She'd make him eat those words. He told her where to stick it, turned his back on her, and walked away. In Takeshi's head, that was the end of it. That night, Takeshi went out for some drinks with the guys to celebrate being a free man again. Told them all about Miku's Yakuza ties, and how he had just dodged a real bullet. He joked about how she had gone crazy in the street. Well, Yuri and the guys warned him to stay safe. Miku was unstable after all. Brushing off their concern, Takeshi stumbled home and into bed.
Oh shit, I found a
In the
gap in
early
the
hours
ear.
of the morning, a visitor came knocking. It was Miku, and she wasn't alone. A couple of Yakuza goons held down Takeshi, while Miku produced a pair of scissors. The gangsters wrenched Takeshi's mouth open and pulled out his tongue. "I warned you this would happen, my love," she said. "I just hate it when you say such horrible things." With the pair of scissors in one hand, Miku held his tongue tight
I'm back.
and went to work.
Oh, come back.
Turns
Thank
out
you.
she was a girl of her word, and Takeshi really was forced to eat his. He developed a bit of a speech impediment after that, as you can probably imagine. With the police not willing to get involved in Yakuza business, Takeshi was left up shit creek without a paddle. Miku actually wanted to keep their relationship going, and what Miku wanted, Miku got. Yori said that Takeshi wasn't about to roll over and become some sort of boyfriend slave. Through gargled words, he told him that he planned on getting rid of Miku, one way or another. I asked Yori if he was successful or not. He said he didn't know. Takeshi went missing not long after, and nobody ever heard from him again.
Here.
Miku suddenly stopped working at Asobi, and the police only half-heartedly looked into the case. The way Yori sees it, 3 things could have happened to Takeshi. Scenario 1. He used his brain for once in his life, took his car and fled the city, started a new life somewhere. Scenario 2. The Yakuza got to him and took him out to the hills, buried him in a deep grave, hopefully not still alive. Or Scenario 3. The Yakuza got to him with Miku, and are keeping him somewhere as her plaything. He really hopes it's not that last one.
Oh god, that scared me. Oh my
2 months after my
god!
brother and his wife bought a new house,
Did you have
they
to
had to go out
subscribe
of
with the
town
name
and needed
Miku?
their cats fed. Their house
That's
and my
so
office are both
scary.
within a drive from my apartment, but only a
Whoever
few
did that,
minutes
good
from each other.
timing.
My brother said
Welcome
if I
back,
wanted,
Wolf.
I could
That
just stay
timing
over
was
in the
fucking
guest room
impeccable.
rather than
Holy
driving among the 3
shit.
places. So I got the keys and instructions and planned to stay there for 3 nights. Monday,
Shit out of me.
Tuesday, and Wednesday. Monday evening was uneventful
you.
until around
Thank you.
midnight.
Sorry about that.
I was
Whoever
lying on the
did
living room
that
couch
is the biggest
watching
troll
Conan, with
in
a cat lying on
existence.
my chest.
That shit scared me, not gonna
I
lie with you.
started to drift off to sleep.
Especially with the name Miku
The
right
next
now.
thing I knew,
Ugh.
I
Yeah,
was
no,
standing
that shit
in
wild.
pitch black darkness. I completely freaked out. I had no idea where I was. I felt around in the dark and felt nothing. Finally, I realized there actually was a faint blue light coming from above. I moved towards it, and then understood where I was. I was in the fucking basement. The light was coming through the basement door at the top of the stairs, which leads into the kitchen. Just enough moonlight apparently made it through from a window elsewhere in the kitchen. I bolted up the stairs, turned on the kitchen light, and closed the basement door. I was terrified until I calmed myself down enough to come to the conclusion you probably already came to. I had sleepwalked all the way down the stairs after opening the basement door, which I know was closed. A couple of things are important to this story. First, the basement. The house was very nice.
The basement.
Actually, more than they should have been able to afford. The only exception was the basement. I'd only seen the basement once when I'd first got the tour. It was totally unfinished, and was the one major thing they wanted to fix up. All they had down there were boxes and the washer-dryer. I had no reason to want to go down there, and had kind of forgotten it even existed. The other point is that sleepwalking is kind of a thing in my family, almost an inside joke. My brother talked in his sleep constantly, and would sleepwalk sometimes. It always scared the hell out of me. The idea of people doing things in their sleep just creeps me out to the core. Still does. My brother knew this and would tease me about it, so it was known in my family that I had this phobia. But as far as I know, I had never, ever sleepwalked until that night. The image kept playing in my mind over and over of me asleep, getting up from the couch, walking to the kitchen, opening up the basement door, and shuffling down the stairs in total darkness. Creepy as all hell.
That's creepy.
Anyway, I saw the TV was still on in the living room, playing the Wedding
Yeah, I'm listening
Crashers.
to creepypasta.
I
so-
watched the rest of the movie, trying to laugh and think of the sleepwalking as a funny story to tell my brother. When I went upstairs to go to sleep in the guest room, I stayed asleep. That was night 1. The next morning, in the light of day, it didn't seem that scary. I texted my brother about it and joked around. All day, I wasn't bothered one bit, but as I'm walking out of my office to my car, I'm overcome by this sense of dread. All of a sudden, the thought of going to sleep in that house, and maybe sleepwalking again, is scaring the hell out of me. So I had a plan. I stop at the hardware store and pick up one of those rubber door stopper wedges. At the house, I jam this into the crack under the basement door and kick it until it's as far as it can go. I test it out, trying to open the door, and it won't budge. Perfect. Later, I go upstairs and fall asleep. When I wake up, I swear to God I think I'm dreaming. I was standing in darkness again, but this time I know exactly where I am. The smell is the same. The concrete floor under my feet is the same. I look around for the light from upstairs, and it takes me longer to find it because it's farther away. Last night I was only a couple of feet from the stairs. This night it was maybe 10 feet. I run up and turn on the kitchen lights. I see the rubber wedge on the floor, a couple of feet away, as if it was tossed there. Again, I can't stop picturing myself sleepwalking. Out of the bedroom, down the stairs, trying to open the basement door, bending down and yanking out the wedge, and then,
It is spooky.
again, slowly down into the darkness. I decided I was turning on the basement lights, and they were staying on. I opened the door and flipped the switch to the basement stairway. I saw there was a main switch at the bottom of the stairs. To give you a quick sense of the layout, the staircase splits the basement into 2 parts. To the right is a small area with the washer-dryer, and to the left is the big open area. I walked down and turned on the lights for the whole basement. That's when I noticed something I hadn't when my brother gave me the tour. About 10 to 15 feet away, in the big area, there was a door to what looked like a small closet. This door was closed, but had no doorknob, just an empty hole, so it looked like it would freely swing open. I realized it was very close to where I had just awoken. Then a fucking freaky thought came to me. It was as if each night I was heading to the door and getting a little farther each time before I woke up. As soon as that thought popped into my head, I booked it up the stairs again, left the lights on, and closed the door. I went up to the bedroom, but it took me forever to fall asleep. That was night 2. The next morning, Wednesday morning, I woke up late for work. I didn't think about the basement at all because I was scrambling to get ready. At work though, I was still curious about what was behind the door, so I texted my brother and asked. He replied, "Wait, why were you in the basement?" I realized that when I texted him the day before, I never actually told him where I woke up, so I tell him I woke up in the basement, actually twice in a row. After a while, he sends this novel-length text. It was about how the basement is creepy, and not to go down there, etc. How they tried putting the litter boxes in the basement, and the cats made a mess in the house because they refused to go down there. How he volunteers to do every chore other than the laundry, just so he doesn't have to go down there. He says all this stuff, and it's surprising to me, because my brother never believed in the paranormal or superstitions, not even when we were kids. I also realize he never answered my question about the door, but I let it go. After work, I get the same feeling of dread as I'm walking to my car. I really don't want to stay there again, and I decide, fuck it, I don't have to. So I go and feed the cats, get my stuff, and drive back to my place. I'm supposed to feed the cats one more time, so I'll stop over in the morning. As I went to sleep at my apartment, I was thinking of all the steps I'd have to take to sleepwalk to the basement again. Find my car parked around the block, drive asleep to my brother's house, etc. But this time, I sleep through the night. That was night 3. Thursday morning, I stop at the house as
Ooh.
planned. I'm about to leave
Ruining the
when I
mood.
remember that the basement lights
My
are
bad.
still on. I don't even hesitate to go down there and turn them off. There was something about being there in the morning that, at the time, made it seem fine. When I go down, again, that door without a doorknob catches my eye, and it doesn't even seem scary anymore. So, what the hell? Let's see. I walk over to it, and I distinctly remember not feeling spooked at all. That is, until I reach my hand towards the doorknob hole to pull it open. As soon as I do that, and I mean instantly, I feel this electric feeling, like the air before a storm, and I imagine a hand coming through the hole and grabbing mine. It was like 0 to 60, going from no fear to being certain something horrible would happen if I opened the door. It's hard to describe it, other than that electric feeling. I booked it up the stairs and out of the house. So,
What about the
a month
cats?
later, I meet my brother for happy
Fuck the
hour.
cats.
A few drinks in,
No.
we
Just
start
scary as
talking about
fuck.
me sleepwalking
No, the cats
and
are
the
not even
creepy
in the basement anymore. They moved
I
the litter
say
box
he never answered
upstairs.
me about what was behind the
Ew.
door, and he
In
says
the
I
house
don't
with the
want to know.
cats.
Joking at first, but
Fair
then,
enough.
as I persist, he gets more serious, insisting that I really don't want to know. Finally, he tells me, and I don't believe him. He's my big brother, and he's only bullshitted me 1,000,000 times in the past.
You only
This
bullshit
was
me
his
1,000,000 times in the past.
Mood.
The previous and first owners of the house had a teen daughter that used the basement as her bedroom. The door was to her closet, where one night she curled up, took some pills, and killed herself.
Oh god.
The family was going to remodel the basement, but after tearing it apart, realized they couldn't do it and had to move. That was why only the
Understandable.
basement was unfinished, and why my brother was able to afford the place. The seller had to disclose a suicide happened in the residence. He said if I didn't believe him, to look up the market values of the identical houses in his tract. I know how much they paid for their house, and it was way lower. He and his wife considered themselves rational people, and figured it was a bargain, but they still didn't want to tell anyone. After they moved in, his wife was fine with the basement,
in Japan,
but he grew to hate it. He
the
apologized for
market
not saying
value
anything to me
collapse
before I stayed there,
if someone
but he
dies
never
in the
thought
house.
I'd have any reason to go down there.
Sounds about right.
Now, here's what convinced me. I said, okay, the only thing that makes me kind of believe you is that last morning I was there, and I went over to the closet door. At this point, I see my brother's face change. I continued. When I went over to it, the air
hold on.
felt like, and at that same instant, I say, electricity, and my brother says, electric, at the same exact time.
Okay.
I saw his face and knew he was telling the truth. I've never stepped foot again in that basement, and I haven't sleepwalked since.
Understandable.
Honestly, understandable, have a nice day type thing.
In March of 2003, back when I was 17 years old, my younger brother and I took a weekend camping trip up to Los Padres National Forest. We'd gone there many times with our family for day camping, swimming, and just lounging around. This time though, we went alone for a 2-night camping trip at our favourite spot. It's a place that most locals simply refer to as the Gorge. We'll
Okay.
never forget that weekend, but for all the wrong reasons. We got there Saturday morning at around 9 AM and hiked the 5 miles out to the gorge. The Gorge is a large swimming hole with a
The
huge
gorge.
60-foot rock cliff boulder that visitors love to jump from into the deep water below. The jumping rock cliff is very steep, and you have to jump in a very specific location to ensure that you don't hit the rocks protruding from the wall face. The gorge has many primitive camping areas, and is overall a beautiful, yet isolated place. The first day was very fun, and after a long day of swimming, catching crawdads, jumping from rocks, and just relaxing, we set up our tent, made a fire, and ate our cans of SpaghettiOs and a few crawdads we had cooked for dinner.
SpaghettiOs.
Towards the end of our dinner, we were visited by a large group of students who were camping farther down the river. They stated that they were students from the Bay Area, and had a few nights left in their almost 2-week-long school camping trip. We offered them some of our chips and snacks, and chatted with them for a bit before they made their hike back to their camping spot. It soon got dark, and my brother and I got ready for bed. My brother was 2 years younger than me, and had a deep fear of isolation, so we slept in the same tent, and agreed that we'd keep our fire burning the entire night to ease his anxieties. We put 5 large logs on the fire, and crept inside our tent and got in our sleeping bags. We both fell asleep very fast, as we were exhausted from the day. Around 2:30 in the morning, we're both awoken by a large splash of water near our tent that puts out our fire. We heard no voices, and couldn't see much from inside our tent. We froze in terror. My brother began to cry, and I tried to calm him down. I told him I'd go outside and investigate, and that everything would be okay. Said our water bladder must have fallen from the tree where it was hung, and that I'm sure it's some kind of coincidence. I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped our tent, and stepped outside. I pointed the flashlight over to the fire pit, and saw 4 large men sitting around our fireplace, all staring at me with what I can only describe as expressionless faces. It appeared as though they had slit open our 2-gallon water bladder and tossed it into our fire.
Why?
I was in shock and didn't know what to say. For about 5 seconds, none of them said anything. We just stared at each other. Then, in a very drunk voice, one of them said, "Get your pussy friend out here too." I then heard my brother hyperventilating and screaming and crying in our tent in a way that made me feel so helpless. I had no weapons, and my brother and I were outnumbered 2 to 1. I asked the men what they wanted, and told them that we could just leave, and that we were sorry if we were taking their camping spot or invading their area. They ignored my questions, and just stood up. That's when I see that 2 of the 4 men were holding something in their hands. They were long, sword-shaped in appearance, like a machete or a short sword, but they looked
It's
homemade,
a machete.
primitive. The men yelled at us to get up, and to bring our pussy asses with them. I thought for a second that these might be drunken rangers, merely mad at us for having too big of a fire. But once I glanced at their clothing, and saw their baggy jeans and their black and grey hoodies, I knew we weren't so lucky. I had heard in the past that drug dealers and Mexican cartels had been caught hiding their marijuana plants in the forest, and wondered if these men were of a similar breed, and somehow felt like we were a threat to their crops. We were in fear for our lives. The men didn't touch us or directly threaten us with violence, but the threat was definitely implied in their tone, and I knew we didn't have any choice in the matter. We followed the lead male while the other 3 men fell back behind us. My brother put his hand on my shoulder and was visibly shaking. He then whispered to me that they were walking us in the direction of the 60-foot rock cliff, and that we needed to run. I was petrified and hadn't been paying attention to where they were leading us, but when he said it, I realized he was right. I stopped dead in my tracks and said to the men, "What are you gonna do to us?" The lead male said in a very slurred voice, "Nothing. We're just gonna have some fun with you pussies."
The fuck?
I felt like we really had no choice but to do what they
Nothing.
said, and hope that they were merely screwing with us, and that this would all be over soon. After about 30 seconds of walking, we arrived at the jumping spot on top of the boulder, overlooking the gorge swimming area. One of the men then asked, "Have you guys ever jumped from here?" I told them yes, I had, but my brother hadn't, as it was a pretty high jump and was very dangerous for most people due to the height of the rocks below. The men laughed and again called my brother a pussy. I told them we weren't pussies, but it just wasn't safe to do it in the dark. The men then formed a half circle around us, and one of them said, "I wanna see.
Do it.
Show us you're not a bunch
Do
of
it.
pussies."
Do it.
I screamed at them that it was too dangerous at night, and that during the day it was dangerous enough. I told them that there are many rocks down there that you have to avoid, and that if you don't jump precisely correctly, the jump will kill you. I pleaded and pleaded. The men just laughed and took a few steps closer to us. I was beyond scared, and could hear my heart beating through my ears. My brother, by this point, was crying loudly and saying things I couldn't understand. He was beyond terrified, and so was I. I grabbed his hand and told him that we needed to get away from these men, and that we were in great danger. I told him I had jumped off the boulders into the water before, and knew where to jump, and that if he jumped with me, we'd be okay. I told him I'd use my flashlight to help guide us, and that I'd tell him where to put his feet and how far to jump. The men continued to laugh as we had our conversation, and showed zero humanity or pity. I held my brother's hand, and placed his feet onto a specific spot on the rock ledge, where I remembered jumping from last time I was there months before. I explained to him that I knew he was scared, and so was I, but that we needed to jump out as far as we possibly could, and slightly to the right, otherwise we'd hit the rocks. He was shaking, crying, and kept telling me that he couldn't do it. He then urinated on the floor. The men laughed and continued to berate us. I then told my brother we needed to jump now, and that he'd be okay if he listened to me. I told him that after we jumped, we'd swim to the shore on the right, and would hide in the bushes until daybreak, and go for help then. I then grabbed his hand tightly, and told him that once we hit the water, he needed to tuck his legs and arms in, so that they wouldn't get hurt from the impact of the water. I then instructed him that he needed to swim hard to the surface, as we'd sink pretty far down due to the height of the jump. I grabbed his hand, and we jumped. I pulled him hard with me to ensure that he'd be safe from the rocks below. We fell for what felt like a minute, but in reality was only a few seconds. My brother yelled all the way down in a way I've never heard another human being scream before. Terror, dread, and fear of imminent death reverberated from his voice. I felt helpless and almost forgot where we were for those few seconds. Then we hit the water. As soon as we hit, I lost my grip on my brother's hand, but I did hear a second impact in the water. I swam up towards the surface with all of my energy and took a deep breath. I then listened for my brother to surface, and heard nothing. I panicked and dove down into the water to try and grab him. Just as I dove, I felt his leg brush against my hand and realized he was about to surface. I swam up again and heard my brother. He was crying and kept saying that his arm had hit a rock on the way down and that he couldn't feel it. The men above were laughing again, and I heard one of them say, "They actually fucking made it. Those pussies." I then heard objects splashing in the water around us, and realized that they were throwing beer bottles or rocks or some other hard objects at us. I quickly grabbed my brother by his shirt and helped him swim to the nearby shore. The whole time we swam, tons of objects landed dangerously close to us, and I remember thinking, if any of these hit us on the head, it's gonna kill us. I'd lost my flashlight during the fall, and we were in complete darkness. We reached the water's edge, and I pulled my brother to the shore. Objects continued to rain down around us, and we could hear the men yelling and laughing. I told my brother that we needed to run. He was crying, and he was holding his injured arm, which he still couldn't feel or use. It had a deep cut around the elbow,
I'll have
and
to
even
like
with just the
completely
starlight,
fix this.
we could see it was a
Got all
serious
kinds
injury.
of fucked up.
We stumbled down the tree
no.
line and began making our way through the darkness to one of the main trails, using only my memory as a guide. We fell again and again, and were cut by branches and rocks all over our bodies as we wandered about down the overgrown trail. Everything in my body told me to keep going and to get as far away from these men as we could. We walked for many minutes until we could no longer hear the men, and then we waited. I wrapped my brother's arm with my shirt and told him it was all over and that all we had to do now was wait until morning for help. We sat in that spot all night, and my brother cried and shook for hours. I just put my arm around him and patted his head, just like when we were children and he had a panic attack and our parents weren't around. At daybreak, we finally see the severity of his injuries. He had a deep gash in his arm, and his shoulder was obviously dislocated. I helped him hike up the nearby trail, and we walked all the way back to the base camp ranger station. We explained what had happened to the rangers, and they sent 2 armed officers to go and investigate the location. My brother was sent to a nearby hospital for treatment, and I joined him in the ambulance ride over. The rangers never found the men, but did retrieve most of our gear. The scary thing about this incident is that same week, 2 teenage boys were found dead at the bottom of the gorge jumping area. They had been a part of the school trip group we had met earlier. Their camping ground had been invaded by a group of people with similar machete-like objects who chased them off their camping spot. I'm glad to be alive, and my brother and I have never gone camping alone again. Nor have we been back to the gorge.
I would have went camping at
All we
all.
have left from the incident are the
Yeah,
scars on
that's
my
just
brother's
wild.
arm, hospital bills, and a lot of trauma. An article about the death of the 2 teenage boys can be found in the description below. I can only
that's
hope that their
real.
deaths were accidents like the authorities
Yeah,
ruled.
that shit's crazy.
I didn't find out about their deaths until 7 years later, but was horrified by the similar circumstances and the timing of the 2 events. When I was 14, our family dog, a German Shepherd named Benny, went missing. My older brother and I had taken him out for a walk in the Arizonan woods that surround our house. The dog disappeared out of eyeshot and didn't return when we called for him. Must have looked for a solid 3 hours before the sun started to set, and we had to jog back to our house. We told our dad that Benny had disappeared on our usual walking trail. Well, old Benny was part of the family, so my dad and uncle went out with a couple of flashlights in search of him, reassuring my brother and I that they'd find him. Despite their reassurances, I honestly didn't hold out much hope. We live in the middle of nowhere, with vast woodland almost surrounding the house. Even though Benny knew this area like the back of his paw, if he'd wandered too far out in those woods, he could have easily lost his bearings. It's possible he caught sight of a critter and chased it too deep in. I was distressed, of course, because I loved that dog like a brother, and so did, well, my brother. We waited alone in the house for a couple more hours, anxiously awaiting our elder's return. It was a fair trek down to where we'd lost sight of him, but every minute we had to wait was disheartening. You can imagine my jubilation when I heard a dog's bark coming from the surrounding woods. My first assumption was that our uncle and dad had found him, but when I peered out of my bedroom window overlooking the front, I saw nothing. Our family members weren't anywhere to be seen. Had Benny found his way back by himself? Did I just imagine that barking?
I see a mistake with an ear.
I called my brother over, telling him I just heard what must have been Benny out by the trees. As he stared out of the window beside me, a second bark rang out, much louder than the first.
Like the main mistakes I see is with ears.
A little too loud.
Okay.
Being a German Shepherd, Benny had a strong bark, but this seemed almost unnatural, and almost seemed to reverberate. The tree line where it was coming from was a fair distance from the house, but it sounded like he was just outside the window. After an interval of a few seconds, another identical bark. It might sound odd to say this, since dog barks sound pretty alike, but it was almost too similar to the last one. There was a static quality to it, almost like an old recording. Then came a whimpering, like an injured dog would make. I knew that my brother thought this was strange
Yeah, that
as
looks
well,
pretty good.
as he shot me an
It's
unnerved
smoother.
look and told me to stay put whilst he went out with my dad's rifle to investigate. If Benny was hurt out there, we'd have to help him pronto. I kept a watchful eye and ear from my bedroom, and my brother ventured outside, cautiously approaching the tree line. About 10 meters away, I saw him freeze on the spot, shining his flashlight at a specific point in the woods. He lowered it and aimed his rifle at the same spot. All this time, I'm hollering at him from my bedroom window, asking what the hell's going on. He doesn't answer me, just stands there for the longest moment. Then he pulls a 180 and hightails it back inside. I ask him what the hell that was all about. He says that as he got close to the tree line, he saw old Benny all right, tail wagging and everything. Gave him a little, "Come here, boy." The dog wouldn't budge. It wanted my brother to go to him. When my brother shone his flashlight on Benny, he knew something wasn't right with the big guy. Aside from his moving tail, he was standing stiff and rigid, and looked more like a taxidermy statue. His sides didn't even expand or contract to breathe. And his eyes, they weren't dog-like. He said it was more like looking into the eyes of a human stranger. They were large, wide, and full of white. That might be difficult to picture, but he said you wouldn't have to know what Benny looked like to know this was unnatural for a dog. That's when he raised his rifle, and the damn thing stood up on its back legs and sprinted off deep into the woods, running just like a man. Since it looked like Benny, he couldn't take the shot. He claims to this day that the thing was trying to lure us out into those woods, projecting its voice and trying to catch us off guard, that it hadn't yet learned the little nuances of acting like an authentic dog. Our dad and uncle returned home about 15 minutes later. They'd found Benny's mauled body by a lake a couple of miles out. They said he must have been there for hours.
Poor dog.
Yeah.
I personally don't know who did this, but my grandma does. Back in the 70s, they had a family party. This guy put rat poison in a Coke bottle, back when they had those releasable metal caps. Then he left it in the fridge with the rest of the Cokes for whichever unlucky family member would drink it. My uncle was maybe 7 at the time, and he snuck it. The kids weren't allowed soda, so maybe whoever poisoned the cola didn't think a kid would end up with it. It ended up killing my uncle. My grandma lied about it, and I was always told some kid at school did it. My dad or his sister could have just as easily been the victims themselves, but they were too scared to drink the cola, fearing they'd get in trouble if their parents caught them. For years, I was convinced they might have been connected with the mob, since my family is Italian.
What's up, Gene?
That's just a hunch, though. I think it was more of an arsehole way of playing Russian roulette with Coke. Nothing ever came of it, and despite the fact it was her own son who died, my grandma never revealed the killer. Why that might be, I dunno. I'm assuming more than one person knows, but since she didn't do anything about it, no one said or did anything. This happened about 2 years ago when I was 19. My girlfriend, friends and I were travelling from London to Bangkok and had booked a cheap place to stay on Airbnb. It was situated down this creepy little alley that had no
Airbnb,
lights.
always.
It was a tight
I
squeeze
know,
too.
right?
Only
It always
about the
starts
width
with
of one person.
Airbnb.
Eventually, we get our act together and head down in single file and come to this really shoddy looking building. No, this can't be the place. We thought we'd booked an established house online, but this place was a shithole. It was
I
small,
trust
run
Airbnb.
down, and shadier than
Nope.
Slim himself. But hey, it was super cheap, and we were all really tired from traveling, so we thought, screw it, we can put up with this for a few nights. The dude hosting us is there, waiting, and he's this creepy little guy. He offered us
Creepy
a few
little
bottles
guy.
of
That's
Coca-Cola,
fucked up.
but the bottles were really dirty. It looked like they'd been used before, like they'd been left in the trash and refilled. We politely declined. There was something evidently wrong about this guy. He was this short little dude with a crooked smile and a hunched over back as well.
Part of his height,
Sort of
though.
reminded me of a jockey from Left 4 Dead, if I'm honest. But it
What
wasn't
the
his
fuck?
appearance that made me wary.
Yo!
That
It was
is
the way he was acting
fucked
around
up.
the girls in our
You
group,
just
getting
roasted
a
the
little too
shit out
close
of
for
him.
comfort. He was
That's
thirsty for
wild.
something other than dirty cola, I'll tell you that much. After a few choice glares, he leaves the keys with us and goes on his merry way, allowing us to enjoy our stay in peace. All of the double bedrooms were next door to one another. The rooms were tiny, and the air conditioning unit kept dripping on me during the night, but otherwise they were somewhat acceptable. So the next morning rolls around, and we all go to check out the sights. Around midday, I started getting some serious stomach problems, so decided to go back to the hotel with one of my friends, Helena. She'd been having trouble sleeping for a while, and wanted to try and get some rest. The two of us got back to the house. Helena's room was the one next to mine. She gave me a hug and went to take her nap. I spent about half an hour mucking around on my laptop when I decided to take a shower. Now, the bathroom in my room was ridiculously small, and I'm a 6'2" guy, so there was barely any room
So
to
creepy
move.
seeing it move.
It had a shower, a toilet,
Yeah.
and a sink all somehow squeezed inside. A claustrophobic's nightmare. There was also a little glazed window that didn't open. So I have my shower, and everything's hunky-dory. When I finish, I go to open the door, but it won't open. The door was somehow broken and jammed shut. I try for a good long while to open it, but it won't budge at all. I start banging on the wall, knowing that my friend is on the other side and should be able to hear me. But she doesn't. I bang even louder, and still nothing. These walls weren't thick, so I was confused as to why she couldn't hear me. I would have obviously have called my friends on my mobile, but all of my stuff was in the bedroom. About 30 minutes go by. Since there's no ventilation in the room, I'm feeling a little lightheaded from all of the steam from the hot shower. I tried to
The
open up
steam?
that shitty little window, but just like the door,
Yes,
it's
some
sealed
people take
tighter than
hot
a bull's
showers.
arsehole in fly season. All this time, I've been trying to get Helena's attention. About 2 hours in, I hear someone enter the room. Thank God, I think. She's finally heard me. I yell through the door and tell her to try and open it from the other side, but there's no response. Instead, I hear squeaking, like somebody's bouncing on the bed. Then I hear laughter, but it's not Helena. It's a man's voice. Who the hell's there? I shout, seriously hoping one of my friends had come back and was messing with me or something. The laughter stopped abruptly, and a man responded to me in Thai. I have no idea what he said, but from the tone of his voice, I knew it was something threatening. The laughter resumes immediately after he says this. Now, I don't know if this guy has a weapon, or even what he wants. If he was going to rob me, all of my stuff was already there for the taking. Why was he sticking around and laughing? This goes on for what must have been 10 minutes. And then, suddenly, dead silence. Had he left? It begins to dawn on me the reason Helena might not have been responding. I start trying to break down the door, but it's surprisingly sturdy, and despite my size, I'm far from athletic. Only a minute passes, and all of my friends return from sightseeing. I yell to my friend Ross to get me out. He tries to open it, but eventually it becomes clear the only way I'm getting out is by smashing down that door. So that's what we do. When I'm out, everybody's there, including Helena. Turns out she had just taken some sleeping pills and had fallen into such a deep sleep that she couldn't even hear my banging for help. I was extremely relieved to see she was okay. Absolutely nothing was missing from my room. To me, the culprit was pretty obvious. Our pervy jockey host. I suspect he must have fled when he heard my friends coming back. The others didn't see anyone. Needless to say, we all got the hell out of there and took up in a hotel for the rest of the trip. When I next went online to warn others in a review, the listing on Airbnb had mysteriously disappeared. To this day, I wonder whether the host had somehow planned for that door to jam, like some sort of trap. I also wonder what would have happened if my girlfriend had returned instead of me, or if he had simply realized Helena was alone in the other room. I was 16 years old when this happened, and still at school in Osaka. While there, one particular classmate of mine always caught my attention. A beautiful girl with chocolate-colored hair and big, bright eyes. Her name was Suzumi.
Very
Not
creepy.
only was she really good-looking, but she was kind and smart too. A triple whammy. Needless to say, I had the biggest of crushes on her. Problem was, I could never muster up the courage to ask her out, since there were always a bunch of other guys swooning around her, desperately peacocking for her attention. Now, I wasn't an ugly guy per se, but I wasn't exactly a stud either. So, you can imagine my surprise when she sat beside me one lunchtime and asked if I wanted to go to the beach with her on the weekend. Like, an actual date. I couldn't believe my luck. There was no way I was gonna say no to that. It was a dream come true when we finally made our relationship official. For a while, everything was great. But as the weeks went by, a different side of her started to rise to the surface. She didn't like me hanging around with my best friend. He was another guy, a gay guy called Jiro. For whatever reason, she thought he had a crush on me. I assured her that wasn't the case at all. Jiro and I had been best buds since we were small kids, and we thought of each other like brothers. Besides that, I wasn't that way inclined in the slightest. I made all of this very clear, and told her how much I loved her, and to stop overanalyzing things. The mid-semester break rolled around, and Suzume started becoming extremely possessive. Jiro's parents were out of the country on an extended holiday, so our whole group of friends used his house as a sort of hangout pad. Occasionally, a girl or two would join us too. Suzumi hated that I went to these events. She was irked by the fact I wouldn't spend every waking moment with her, and couldn't understand why I might want to just chill with my friends occasionally. If the focus wasn't 100% on her, then her sweet and innocent demeanor would melt away, and she'd turn vicious and spiteful. She would even start to get mad when I paid my cat attention instead of her.
Okay, that's
This was
mental.
starting to get out of hand.
That's kind of weird,
Honestly,
bro.
Suzumi was starting to become more of a hassle than she was worth. I told Jiro and the guys about it, and they all suggested I cut things off with her. It took a little longer for that to fully sink in. This was my first girlfriend after all, and she was really hot, but nobody should have to put up with this sort of crap. As the days progressed, her neediness turned sinister. She started breaking my
for what?
things to get her own way, threatened
Waiting.
to cut herself
We're
if I
waiting.
wanted to see my
Why
friends.
does the motto have a
I'd
collar and chain?
sometimes even catch her
It's her
following me
lore.
around town when we hadn't made plans to see each other.
I can
It's a character thing.
I can give like cliff notes of it. But I am planning to do a lore video, like a semi-animated lore video in a comic book. Like a long time dream of making my own comic book. So it's basically, let's put it this way, it's a hidden ancient curse that binded two people from two different realms by an invisible thread. But since we're VTubers, we have to yassify it.
We gotta yassify. Gotta yassify it.
It's a weird sex thing, isn't it? I mean,
It is what it is.
it is what it is. We don't kink shame here.
We don't kink,
Ourselves.
we don't kink shame ourselves.
Okay, there's some movement happening with the hair finally. It's not the final hair, but at least some movement. I still need to do the ears. The floofs still need to be done. And the fire.
Oh, Taku. It's late for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like pretty late over here. It's like almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
Plus, you already had Canada Day, so it's not like you have a holiday tomorrow.
Canada? When is Canada Day?
I think it's like a few days before America Day. Does the fire not move properly? I need the fire to move.
Oh yeah, July 1st.
See? I know about Canada Day.
I don't.
Oh, that sounds like a personal problem.
True.
Oh wait, I think I need to do the animation for the fire first. Before I actually rig it.
I think so too.
I should get the fire out of the head deformer. Fire XY, create, and move it out of the deformer. Yeah, it's out of the deformer now.
Okay.
It's still in the Z, like the head Z movement. But those, how are they called again? Rotation deformers don't seem to be affecting the meshes when you're like still adding animation to it.
Think of what?
Danganronpa? I don't know that. Will the FBI look into me if I Google it? Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen a lot of art of this chick. Seen a lot of art of this chick.
Okay.
No, I don't watch it, but I've seen some art. It look pretty dope.
Is that the mystery game? I have no idea. That's what Victor said.
What mystery game?
Danganronpa.
Hold on. I'll open a picture of it. It's something all of us always like. If you ever been on social media, you've seen a picture of that chick. Guess we'll see it. Like everyone's seen pictures of this chick. Better. My favorite person in Gundam, but he died. Just in case if someone here watches it,
It's better if you don't do spoilers.
yeah. That's Miyu? Yeah, I'm not really familiar with the series.
Me neither.
I'm like still surprised that no one recognized the reference to Blue Exorcist in my model.
Because we don't have weebs in our channel.
Where all the weebs at? I need them weebs around.
Weebs.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to start body rigging soon. But first, I need to figure out how to do the animation for the fire. I think I just need to do pathways, then put it into animation. Sounds simple, but it's not. It's not for my brain. Nothing's easy for my brain. Just want to make sure it definitely detached. Yeah. It detached all right. Okay, I found, when inspecting the model, I found some things that I would like to fix. This. The top hair has like no business sticking out here. I made sure it's actually. Otherwise, that would be awkward. When you look up like this, the hair won't be visible. I could hear a little too. Like here, I should probably like. Ah, fucking hell! The fire is a little bit in the way to see. Bye bye, fire.
I fire.
Should be lined up here properly. This I think needs to be a little lower on this side. Like something about this is bothering me, but I cannot figure out what I'm supposed to do. Do I need to lower it? Actually made it better. See this corner. This a bit more. A little more tucked in. Watch. Okay. Should be better. Danganronpa, when they die, the blood is sometimes pink and purple. I don't know why though. Are they like mutants or something? Ooh.
Ooh.
What is this? Look. Look at this cursed angle. The hair is not
staring
working
at me
with
from
me.
afar, and not even coming
Damn.
over to say hi.
Damn.
I'd call out to her, but she'd remain expressionless. Then she'd walk away and disappear into the crowd. It
Sometimes
no
it'd be
longer
like
felt like I
that.
had a girlfriend, but a stalker. I'd never been in a relationship before, but I knew this wasn't normal behavior. The final straw came when I caught her slamming my cat's tail in the door.
What the
She
fuck?
claimed
That
it was
crazy
Yo.
bitch.
but I knew otherwise. I saw the way she
Getting a
eyed the
little
poor thing
heated.
before pushing the door as forcefully as she could, probably hoping to do more damage than she did. She was jealous. Jealous of a cat. I
Crazy
ended things
bitch.
right then and there, and told her to get the hell out of my house.
Good call.
There were some tears, but thankfully she left without much resistance. I took my cat to the vets, and he ended up having to have his tail amputated.
Aww.
I had kept Suzumi's
No.
craziness a secret from my family for the whole time we dated, and decided to keep things that way. I guess I felt sorry for her. I just said that I had accidentally stepped on the
Thank you
cat's
so
tail.
much for the follow.
After that,
mean
I
no
didn't
Tommy?
see Suzumi again for the rest of the break. That didn't stop her from
For a second,
constantly
I thought
messaging
she
me
was,
on
he
social
was
media
lucky
sites
until
and
she
by
heard the
text.
cat. That crazy bitch. I would
Her
have hunted
messages
her
were
down.
mostly pleas for forgiveness.
Nah, she was
Others were the
crazy, bro.
complete opposite,
It
telling
was
me
not
how
lucky.
she'd make me see the error of my ways and how I'd regret leaving her. They were the ravings of a lunatic. I ignored each one. The mid-semester break came to an end, and I was sort of nervous about how things would go on the first day back at school. Suzume was a lot more popular than I was. Was she going to start spreading gossip, painting me as the bad guy? I had no idea. Whatever the case, my small group of friends and I knew the truth. That underneath Suzumi's perfect exterior, there was a stone-cold bitch, nuts beyond
Damn.
belief.
Damn, bro.
I sat there in
I don't know
class
about
on that Monday morning,
bitch, just a
hoping that Jiro
psychopath.
would come in before Suzumi.
Yeah.
One by one, people started to enter, but 2 desks remained empty. There was no sign of either Suzumi or Jiro. On top of that, Jiro wasn't responding to my calls or texts. That wasn't like him.
You hook up with that
Well,
homie?
Perhaps he had an early morning dentist's appointment
Wasn't
or
he
something.
the gay?
No. The whole
Oh,
day,
yeah, I
Jiro
forgot.
was absent from school, and I couldn't get a hold of him. My suspicion got the better of me, and that evening, I decided to visit his house. When I arrived, his house was surrounded by police tape.
No.
2 police cars were outside, and a couple of
Yo.
officers were standing by the front door. I asked them what the hell was going on, but was told that it was a private matter. I told them that the kid who lived inside was a close friend of mine, and demanded an answer. They kept silent, and one of them told me to go home, said that I shouldn't stick around.
I'll be
Well,
right back.
I was a stubborn young man, and so as long as I kept my distance from the property, there wasn't anything they could do to get rid of me.
Okay, let's see.
From inside the
looks.
house, I could hear the occasional female scream, like a wailing sound. I couldn't work out if they were angry, or scared, or heartbroken. Regardless, each time one rang out, my heart sank in my chest. What on earth was going on inside? Had Jiro's parents come home early, and some sort of domestic incident taken place? Had there been an accident? I waited until 2 cops came out, dragging a chocolate-haired girl by her arms, her hands cuffed. She struggled and screamed before looking up for a means of escape. That's when her eyes met mine. Suzumi. Her bright eyes that I had once fallen for had turned dull. They began to water. She dropped her head in shame, avoiding my stare.
Welcome back.
Without even
Welcome
thinking,
back.
I ran up to her, desperate to find out what was going on. I was pushed aside by one of the cops as they forced her into the squad car. I'll be back soon. Don't think about running off with a slut, or she'll die
fuck?
too,
What?
she said quietly, as if only I could hear it.
Oh wait, I have
As
to
if what she
animate
had
that
just said
first.
was completely normal and everyday. Before I could respond,
Bitch is
the car door
crazy.
was slammed shut.
Honestly?
An ambulance arrived not long after. 2 medics rushed inside the house. I remained in the same spot, refusing to move. I wish that I had. Rolled out on a board, Pale-faced and with dead eyes was Jiro. He had been stabbed multiple times in the chest and neck. Another
Crazy
officer
bitch.
inside had been
What the
working on saving his
fuck?
life, but it was no use. Suzumi had been holding him hostage in his own home. She got the idea that Jiro was behind our breakup, and not her own crazy actions. Marks on Jiro's body suggested that he had been bound and tortured.
What
When
the
a female
actual
friend of his
fuck?
dropped by and saw what was going on, she ran for her life and called the cops. Rather than leave things there and surrender herself to the police, Suzume decided to finish the job. It took them so long to get her out of the house because she was threatening to kill herself too. My biggest regret is not telling people what had happened when she broke my cat's tail. Remorselessly hurting animals is a warning sign of a psychopath. As of right now, Suzume is behind bars. She managed to escape the death penalty because of her age, and the fact that there was only one victim. She'll probably only spend around 15 more years in prison before getting out on parole.
Fucked up.
If she ever does fulfill her promise, if she ever does come back for me, I'll kill her myself.
Good.
This took place in my home country, on a family farm in the great outdoors. I have an aunt on my father's side of the family. She was childless, even after 10 plus years of marriage, and this bothered her greatly. On top of that, she and her husband were always curt towards one another. So, after a while, it became a sort of open secret in my family that my uncle had a girl on his farm, a mistress who he had been seeing behind my aunt's back. This mistress was a lower caste farm worker and his keep. They would stay at her hut, and eventually had a baby daughter together.
Funny because all you had
They were
to
able to
say
keep
it
the
was
child a
good.
secret
Well,
for 2
bitch
years
is crazy.
before my aunt found out. Now my aunt
She was pretty
always a bit
fucking
unhinged,
psychotic.
so when
Like,
she heard
full
the
on
news that her
psychopath.
husband had decided to marry the young farmhand and give their daughter his official name, she went crazy. She hired professional hitmen called Ramoshis and told them to break into the young girl's hut at night and kill everyone there. Well, Ramoshis don't kill children, so to finish the job, she turned up at the site, and while the Ramoshis killed the girl, her younger sister, her mother and her father, my aunt strangled the 2-year-old child in her sleep. Somehow, someone saw the Ramoshis running away from the crime scene and were able to identify my aunt with them. After a prolonged court hearing in which my family lost most of their resources, my aunt was found guilty and was given a life sentence. This was over 25 years ago now, back when my mother was pregnant with me. I'd never even seen this aunt in my entire life. However, I've always been told how much I look like her. She was one of the most good-looking women in our family, so I guess people say it as a compliment. She'll be out of jail in September of this year. She's been told that one of her nieces looks just like her, and apparently, she's very interested in meeting me. Fuck my life.
Remember the formers for my mouth. It starts with -1.
I've always had really intense, vivid dreams ever since I was a kid.
What about this?
At least once every week, I wake up and
-5,
remember pretty much
0,
everything I
and
dreamt during
2.
the night. The
mean, 0, 2.
scenarios in the dreams vary, but there's a few recurring ones. Some pleasant, some less so. But one thing that links a lot of them together is this one character who frequently appears. I have no idea who he is, but I can picture his face in my head as if he were my own brother. He's always been the same age as me. When I was a kid, so was he, and now that I'm 28, he's a grown man in my dreams too. It's unmistakably the same guy every time. Tan skin, shaggy, unkempt hair, piercing eyes. I read somewhere online that your mind can't make up new faces by itself while you're asleep. You have to have actually seen the person in the flesh at some point, maybe just passed them in the street. Anyway, 2 weeks ago, I was out of state at a gas station. While I'm inside waiting to pay, some guy busts in with a gun in his hand, screaming at the clerk to open up the register and threatening to blow our fucking heads off. I'm backing away with my hands in full view, terrified out of my mind. The clerk is shakily pulling the cash out for the guy. The robber glances at my face and does a double take. Now, staring
I don't know
at
what
me,
Therians
the
is.
color almost seems to drain away from his face. I knew what was going through his head. It was the same thing that was going through mine. Recognition and confusion. This was unmistakably him. That guy I'd been dreaming about for years. My partner in crime from my dreams. He brings the gun up and aims it at me. And in that moment, I knew I was fucking finished. I just knew it. He holds the gun there, then brings it back down to his side. The same shocked expression stuck on his face.
It's like furious but different. How is it
He
different?
takes what's on the side already and doesn't bother demanding any more. He just quick steps out of there. I have no idea what that was all about.
I just realized I lost my chin deformer.
Since the incident. How the hell did we
Oh,
both know each
no.
other? Did the two of us meet in our past lives?
It's easy enough.
Will we meet again? Is this just some freaky coincidence and I'm reading too much into it? I literally have no idea. I'm just thankful I hadn't been dreaming about the face of my future killer for all those years. The guy was caught on the station's CCTV. They're still out looking for him.
Did I make it for the wrong one?
I lived in Menifee, California, for about over 3 years. During that time, I went to the local high school, and let me just say that a lot of crazy stuff went down while I attended. One time, a library employee showed up to school very early in the morning and shot herself in her car. The body was discovered during second period. What creeps me out most of all was that I passed by her car while I was walking to school that morning and didn't even notice it. Another time, an undercover cop, posing as a student, was able to identify kids that were selling narcotics, and shortly after, a huge drug bust ensued. Strangely enough, on the same day that happened, while I was walking to school, some guy I knew asked if I wanted to buy pot off him, which I wisely declined.
Since I don't know what that is,
I'm not gonna
say anything.
Out of my classroom. If you've ever seen
I don't know what that
21 Jump
is.
Street, the
I
event itself
retract
closely
my
mirrored
opinion.
that. Pretty
Because
awesome.
I got
didn't
none.
even say anything.
However,
Because
the
I
one
got
event
no
that was probably
opinion.
the biggest and shook the entire community was the disappearance and death of a local boy named Terry Dwayne Smith Jr. The tragedy happened during the summer after the 2013 school year. I didn't know who the boy was, but I did know his older brother, Skylar. I knew Skylar from school. He was in my first period English class at the time. I didn't talk to him much, even though he sat near me, but on the times that I did say a word to him, he was friendly. He came off as a little bit odd, but I personally didn't think he was really that strange. He had his own group of friends who were really easy to get along with. Something of note that did happen early on in the school year was a confrontation he got in. I remember hearing about how this one guy said something offensive to Skylar, which in turn greatly angered him, and it all erupted into a fight. The kid's front tooth got knocked out. At the time, it seemed funny to everyone else, but it was an indicator of how far Skylar was willing to go when it came to getting agitated. Anyways, on to the main story.
Okay.
After school ended that year, I spent most of the summer just hanging out with my trio of friends. One day, I was in my room doing nothing of interest, so I decided to go on Facebook. While on there, Skylar posted something that appeared on my newsfeed. He said his little brother had gone missing and was urging his friends to be on the lookout for his whereabouts. I found it pretty unfortunate, but thought the kid would probably be found the same day. Either that day or the next, I forget which, I happened to be watching the news, and the number one topic was the disappearance of a boy named Terry. A picture of him was then put up. On closer examination, I noticed he was the same boy that Skylar had posted about earlier.
I wanna...
Apparently, the situation had gotten dire, and the brother's mother,
I'll
Shauna,
just
had called for a
hit
group
the bed
effort to go and
first.
search for the boy.
Okay.
As the days went on, More and more people went out in search of young
Good
Terry.
night.
Thank God.
I believe
Good night,
Skylar made a few
stream.
more posts about
We
it,
see you
but I
guys
could be
tomorrow
wrong.
evening, EST.
Eventually, he was made a suspect and was taken into custody by the police because he was the last person to see Terry alive before he went missing. I remember hearing about how a lot of his friends were in denial and disbelief. To them, he could never
I'm
do
scared
such
that
a
if I
thing.
leave, it's gonna do something.
Since I personally didn't know Skylar
do
that
you
well,
mean?
I couldn't really pass judgment at
It
the
might
time.
glitch out.
While in
Streamlabs.
custody, Skylar changed his story several times
Oh,
about
yeah,
his last
actually
encounter
might.
with his brother.
Yeah.
His main one being that they were
I'll
both
just
home
I'll
alone.
just mute my mic.
He decided to leave and go and hang out with his
Night
friends,
stream.
and that supposedly Terry had followed him for a while until Skylar told him he couldn't tag along and ordered him to return home. This set up his theory that Terry was probably abducted by someone that night. Finally, after several days of searching, Terry's body was eventually discovered behind the family home, under a tree in a shallow grave. The general consensus at the time was that Skylar did kill his brother for unknown reasons and tried to bury him. Some even thought that the mother was in on it because she was still in defense of Skylar, who was then charged with the crime. Shauna acted pretty strangely, saying that Terry had autism and that supposedly at first she didn't let the cops investigate her property. After the corpse was discovered,
Hey, I
the
have
huge search
jaw
party
movement.
was promptly called off, and a candlelight vigil was held for Terry.
Jaw
In the
movement.
aftermath, a lot of drama ensued. Terry's father came into town from the other side of the country and claimed that his ex-wife had lied about their
see if
son
there's
having
jaw
autism
movement here.
and
Okay.
demanded to take his body back with him to be buried in his
Look,
local
first,
area.
look.
He even sued Shauna for a large amount of money. I think it was for child negligence or for emotional distress. The two even appeared and debated on the Dr. Phil show, but nothing came out of that besides what everyone already knew. Since at the time Skylar was a minor, he wasn't charged as an adult. He was found guilty of manslaughter, but was offered a plea deal, the details of which have not been released to the public. Apparently, what actually happened was that the brothers were roughhousing when Terry was accidentally
I'm not
killed.
done reading with that.
Their mother later suggested something like the boy hitting his head on the corner of a table.
Since I'm
In
not
a panic, Skylar
done
tried to bury
reading
him in
the all the
backyard.
mouth forms yet, so
What
I'd
was
rather
strange
not
was that
look
knowing
it
what had
to
happened,
the face
Skylar
right now
still went
until
to
it's done.
Facebook and asked for help in searching for his brother instead of just confessing. Skylar was sentenced to 12 years and will still be in juvenile detention until he's 23. Overall, this was pretty tragic, and it's crazy how one day I was just talking to this guy in class, and the next he's on the news for his own brother's murder. Links to the case can be found in the description below. I've been a long-time stalker of this page, and I have a story of my own that still haunts me to this day. Let me set the scene for you. I was 7 years old, currently 25, and my mother was dating a man who had a daughter who was around 15. Her name was Christy. While she didn't live with us, she did stay with us some weekends. The reason this is important will come into play a little later.
Too much.
I grew up
tiny
in a
bit?
moderately isolated area in the south. My mother's house is on about 90 acres, most of it being heavily wooded. For the most part, it was quiet. The type of place most people don't even lock their doors, and everyone knows each other. It was quiet, until one sequence of events shook my community
What's your
to its
opinion on
core.
those freaking little kids at
There was a
Sephora?
man, just 2 streets over from mine,
That
who
they're
murdered
too
his
young and they're
girlfriend
ruining their
and her
skin.
entire family in their home over a dinner, just 2 weeks before this event took place. It was also learned later that he had also murdered his mother and father in their home, as they were found after his
their
girlfriend's
parents
family
let them
was.
do that. They're
He
literally
hadn't
just
been
ruining their
caught,
skin.
and the local police had been working with cops in Tennessee, as there had been reports of people sighting him there. My mother had gotten a security system installed, just to ensure our home was properly secured. We had alarms on every window and door in our house. On this Saturday, my mother got called into work, as she was an apartment manager, and there was an emergency she needed to tend to. Her boyfriend had gone to work early that morning. Now, my mother was very, very nervous about leaving, and due to the nature of the emergency, she thought it was best that Christy and I stayed at home where we were safe. Safe, so she thought. She reluctantly left, and let us know that her cell phone was always going to be on if we needed her. Christy and I promptly set the alarms and made sure all of the windows and doors were locked. My mother had been gone about an hour, and we were deep into a movie on Disney, eating pizza. Suddenly, the alarm started blaring. Christy and I jumped up to see what was going on. On the way to the alarm, you have to pass a very large, sliding glass door. What we saw there left us frozen. There was a man prying our door open with a crowbar. He saw us, made eye contact, and quickly ran off into the woods behind my mother's house. I'll never forget what he looked like, or the sinister look he had in his eyes. We called the police, and then we called my mother, who had already been alerted by the alarm company. My mother actually arrived before the police did, due to how isolated we really were. When we described the man to the police, they immediately knew this was the man they were looking for. Of course, there was a massive investigation that day of the property and the woods that surrounded us. In the woods, they found cigarette butts, lots of canned food, soda bottles, and a makeshift tent made from a tarp.
Let's see.
The man had been living behind us the entire time, and even stealing food from our trash.
Okay, some cheek movement happening.
When he was arrested, which was a few hours after the incident, he had admitted to watching our family to learn our habits, knowing that he could take advantage of the house when no one was there. Even now, as an adult, this
Just
event
scrolling
still
through my
follows
For
me.
You page and saw girls
Just
saying
goes to show,
it
you
gets
never really know
practice
who's watching
makes perfect, and this was like a hand figure person. What? Okay, well, I think
Not much is known about skinwalkers.
I'm gonna call
other than
it
the
here.
obvious, since
It's
the Navajo
7.
generally don't like
Not
to
7.
talk about
It's
them.
1 a.m.
It's said that even discussing the creatures attracts their
Tomorrow
attention.
it's 4th of
Though I
July
think their
here, so
reluctance has more to do with not letting
barbecuing is in
outsiders in
order.
on their native law.
Thank you everyone for watching. We'll be back tomorrow at evening after we're done barbecuing. And tomorrow we're still posting a video in the morning, but there's gonna be no daytime stream since we'll be barbecuing. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for all the subscriptions and follows on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Support is actually just crazy. I'm gonna go get some sleep. My eyes are hurting. Night.
Let me show you how to keep the dice rolling when you're doing that thing over there, homie. Hey, let's go! Cause I'm feeling like I'm winning and I'm feeling like I gotta get away, but I know that I don't and I won't ever stop, cause you know I gotta win every day. So you really wanna pop me, just know that you will never flop me. And I know that I can be a little cocky, you ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow, and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna then I'm gonna murder everything and anything about a boom, about a thing. I gotta do a lot of things to make it clear to a couple niggas that I always win, and then I gotta get it.